scoop him up and bring him home. Be good to have him home, Mike said. He's not like he was, Jack said. He's got a peg leg and a giant bug up his ass. None of us were like we were. For a while, Paul said. He's a kid. He'll get through it. Or we'll get him through it. Mel's working on finding someone for him to talk to. A professional, Jack said. I have PT all worked out, but he needs other stuff too. Liz know he's on the way home? Mike asked. Yeah, because I told her. Rick couldn't be bothered to pick up the phone when she called him, or call her back. Almost 2 months, and he didn't take even one of her calls. He grimaced and shook his head. Really, I want to choke him. But I know what's going on. And I know he can't help it. He's screwed up, Paul said. He just doesn't know how tough it's going to be when he's ready to start unscrewing himself. If he keeps burning all his bridges, Jack said. Ask me how much I look forward to 10 hours in the truck with him. Maybe he'll sleep. Go easy on him, Jack. You said it yourself. It's not like he wants to be messed up. Yeah. It's just tough. I've always been amazed at how strong he is. Right now, his glass is not half full. Know what I mean? Well, everyone's entitled to be imperfect sometimes, Mike said. Yeah. It's just that... What? Paul asked. It's just that I can take about anything but self-pity. Anything. But feeling sorry for yourself is the most candy-ass thing you can cave into. Mike chuckled. Because you never indulged? Oh, my brother. I did some self-pity that would have put your head on fire. Man, I was in a hole so deep. But you got out, Jack said. You climbed out. Not when you were ready, Jack. When I was, Mike said. Go easy. Yeah. Maybe I should go, Mike suggested. Jack, you never really got shot up or blown up. Maybe I should go. I'm going, Jack said. I'll go easy. The next morning, Jack pocketed the cell phone he only took when he would be out of the mountains and had reception. He threw his duffel in the back of the truck, and Mel said, Jack, try to be patient. Your expectations of him have always been high. You miss him. You want him to bounce back, be his old self, because you care about him, because you miss him. I know, Jack said. And because I don't want him to feel any pain. Everyone is so ready to help him with any pain or fear or worry he has. And he's got this wall. It's awful. Let him talk. Try not to tell him how he should feel. I know, Jack said. And if he doesn't talk? Remember that you want him to talk because you miss him. If he doesn't want to talk yet, let him be quiet. I just want to know why he couldn't at least call Liz and tell her what's... Jack? That's between them. When he gets home, he's going to have to work it out because she'll be around and he can't send her to voicemail when she's standing right in front of him. Jesus, this is your weakness. You, who didn't fall in love till you were 40, think you can fix up everyone's relationships. She shook her head. She got up on her toes and kissed him. Well, your heart's in the right place, that's for sure. Make sure your mouth is in the right place, too. Closed. Yes, ma'am. And for God's sake, drive carefully. I need you back. Chapter 9. When Cameron got to the clinic in the morning, he had a patient waiting. Mel had arrived early, opened up the office, and checked in a young mother and her 18-month-old son who suffered with an obvious ear infection. He had a fever, was batting his ears, and crying. Mel could have handled it, but knowing Cameron was due, she waited for the pediatrician. In no time, he had sent them on their way with Tylenol, antibiotic, and decongestant. Then he found Mel in the kitchen. "I usually beat you here," he said. "Oh, Jack left this morning for San Diego. He's gone to pick up Rick, and he's not handling the situation all that well. He didn't sleep much, was up by 4, anxious to get on the road, troubled about the whole ordeal. There was such a ruckus around the house. The kids woke up too early, and they're all cranky. So I left them, having morning naps at their Aunt Bree's. We're all out of sorts." She took a breath. "Jack's so worried about Rick. And sometimes when Jack gets worried, he acts out." She shook her head. "He has so much love in his heart. He just wants his people, the people he loves, to be all right." "God," Cameron said. "You have no idea how nice that sounded." "It did? You can't imagine what it would mean to me if the right woman said that about me." She lifted her coffee mug to her lips, taking a sip. "Well, maybe she has, Cam. If she hasn't, she just doesn't know you well enough. You and Abby doing okay?" He smiled. "I haven't been banished to the loft yet." "Good for you, Cameron," she said. "That's something. I probably should be. I also haven't talked to her about it yet." "Well, why not?" "Because I'm afraid when I tell her the truth about how I feel about her, she's going to run for her life. That's why not." The wall phone in the kitchen rang. "I got it," Cameron said. He lifted the old-fashioned receiver. "Clinic," he said. "Cameron," Abby said in a whisper, "there are deer in the yard." "Really?" he asked. "Why are you whispering? Can they hear you?" "I don't want to scare them off. Oh, I wish you were here. There's a baby, and a couple of deer look ready to pop. Not as ready as I look, but wild animals probably don't get this big." He laughed into the phone. "I told you, you're perfect." "If you'd been home another half hour, you'd have seen them. Cameron, there are 6 of them." "Any bucks?" "Just the mamas. And one baby." "That's a fawn," he said. "It looks like it's barely born. He's wobbling on his legs. Oh, I wish you could see him." He turned the phone away from his mouth. "Mel, can you spare me for a little while? Abby has deer in the yard." "Sure. There aren't any appointments. I can call you if someone wanders in and needs you," she said, smiling, cradling her coffee cup in 2 hands. "Go on." "I'll come," he told Abby. "I'll park down the road and walk up. I might scare them off anyway if they smell a human, but I'll give it a shot." He drove a little faster than necessary out to the cabin because he couldn't wait to see the look on her face, all lit up and excited about the deer. He parked before he got to the clearing and crept up the long driveway as quietly as he could. By the time he got to the clearing, the deer had moved to the tree line. He gave them a wide berth by going around the far side of the cabin to the door. He had to tiptoe across the porch. One doe lifted her head. They could no doubt smell his human scent, but they didn't bolt. That surprised him. There were too many hunters up this way for them to feel safe. Abby held the door open for him. Her face was bright. She was all stirred up, so happy. "You saw them?" "They're half hidden in the trees, but I saw them." "Mel said this was an enchanted cabin. I guess she's right." She went to the kitchen window, leaning across the sink the best she could to look out. She could feel him move up behind her and put his arms around her. His hands instinctively rested on her belly. The kids were still now. Of course. Their parents were awake. He leaned forward and inhaled the scent of her hair, breathing deeply. She let her eyes drift closed. "I have to tell you something," he said. She started to turn around, and he said, "No, just stay like this." He gently massaged her belly. "There's something I should have told you from the beginning, Abby. I didn't mean to mislead you, but I was afraid if I was completely honest, you'd never agree to move into the same house with me." She closed her eyes tight. He'd been lying beside her in bed at night. She'd felt him draw her closer, fondle her in his sleep. She knew he didn't realize what he was doing, but she was more than aware. That had never been part of their plan. He was going to tell her now that's not how it was supposed to be between them. "Okay," she said softly. "At night, when I'm beside you, holding you—" "Oh, here it comes," she thought. Don't cry. It'll be worse if you cry." "I've been a little carried away in my sleep," he said. "I apologize. I didn't intend to do that, but you have to know the truth. It's not just when I'm asleep that I have that urge, that reaction." He took a deep breath. "The truth is, I have that impulse all the time. I respond to you." He took a breath. "Boy, do I." "Huh?" "God, I hope this doesn't make you angry or really offend you, but you should know, I get turned on by you all the time. All I have to do is see your eyes, smell your skin, touch you, even innocently, and I just about go out of my mind. My feelings haven't changed one bit since that first night I met you. The second I touched you, it was like an explosion under my skin. I told you I wanted us to be friends, but the truth is, I've always wanted so much more than that. Abby, the truth is, I had ulterior motives. I thought if I got you under the same roof with me, I could get you to fall in love with me." She was quiet for a moment. Finally, she said, "You're just overwhelmed by the thought of parenthood. You said, even before we kissed, you wanted a family." "I do. I have for years, but I've met a lot of women who could have been mothers to my children, who would have volunteered for the job. And I've just never felt like this. When morning came in that Grants Pass hotel, I didn't want to let you go. Ever. You just plain turned me on. Every bit of you. Your laugh, your scent, your eyes, your hands, your soft hair, your mouth. When I look at your mouth, I almost lose my mind with lust." A small huff of laughter escaped her. "Are you crazy?" "A little bit, yeah. I guess I thought that big belly with my babies inside would cool me down, but it didn't. But you don't have to worry. I'll live with my feelings and not expect you to reciprocate them. And I will help you and keep you safe, just as I promised. I give you my word, Abby. I'll never lose control." He took his hands off her belly and grasped her upper arms, squeezing them. "I should probably go back to sleeping in the loft. I don't want to make you uncomfortable or worried." "Oh?" "Listen, I'm damn grateful that you're willing to try to cohabit so we can get to know each other better, so we can be on the best of terms to be the best of parents. That means a lot. You probably didn't realize it, but my hand has wandered while we slept, and I realized it." "You did?" She smiled to herself. "Can I turn around now?" "Are you going to slug me?" he asked. She laughed. "Do you think I should?" "Maybe. Probably. I molested you in your sleep. Well, in my sleep." She slowly turned around and took in his vulnerable expression. "You don't have to sleep in the loft." It took him a moment to absorb that. He swallowed, cleared his throat, gave his head a little shake. Then he focused on her eyes. "Listen, I know your emotions are all over the place, Bad divorce, ugly legal problems, major pregnancy. Abby, I love you. I'm not just a guy under the same blanket with a girl. If it wasn't you, this wouldn't be happening. God, I hope that doesn't scare you away. Is that even possible? She asked him. Love? He shrugged. I didn't ask myself if it was possible. I couldn't seem to help it. When you didn't get in touch after we met in Grants Pass, when I couldn't find you, I was miserable. I told you back then I liked our chances. I don't think I've ever met anyone in my life I felt so much for, so quickly. I can't say it was that way for me, Cameron, she said. I know. I guess I hoped that over time, but I liked you, she said. You were very sweet to me. That didn't take any effort at all, he said, giving her hair a soft stroke. You were like heaven. I couldn't believe I was that lucky. I thought about you afterward, all the time. You did? He asked, surprised. But I was scared to death to find myself hooked up to another guy I thought was everything I wanted, only to find out I was just delusional. To let myself believe in you, count on you, and have you run out on me? She shook her head. I wasn't up to that. I thought it would be a lot safer if I never saw you again. I understand, Abby. It doesn't matter what place I have in your life, I'll never run out on you. I'll support you and the kids. I'll be a good father. You were even kind and supportive after I called you a sperm donor. He chuckled. You were in high temper that night. Remind me not to get into fights with you. Cameron, when you asked me to move in with you, I thought it was all about the babies. That it had nothing to do with me. Oh, it had everything to do with you. The past couple of weeks, she said. I don't know when I've been happier. Really? If I could just elevate myself above sperm donor, why? They don't get any better. Talk about packing a punch, she laughed. That night, I remember thinking, if I had a little more time, if my life weren't so screwed up, I could fall in love with this guy. His breathing got a little heavier. I have nothing but time, he said, and his voice had grown raspy. Then we don't really have a problem here, do we? She said with a smile. We could... She was cut off by his hands on her face, his lips on her lips, kissing her with a passion she hadn't even dared hope for in so long. He groaned and moved over her lips with heat, urging her mouth open and kissing deeper, hotter. Long and wet and hungry. It was quite a while before he could even break from her lips a tiny bit. That's what I remember, she whispered, breathless. And that fast, he was on her lips again, devouring her, feeding her deep kisses and tasting the inside of her mouth. Her arms went around his neck, his went around the small of her back, and they were locked in a passionate kiss that didn't end until he felt a strong kick against his belly. She laughed against his lips. I have a feeling that's going to be an issue from now on, he said. More so after they're born. No question in my mind. I have to start on the parenting books right away. Abby, he said, running his fingers through her dark blonde hair. I'm a pediatrician. I can help with that. Cameron, I love you too. I want this to work for us. I can't imagine being away from you ever again. You've made me so happy. He groaned. God, why couldn't you have told me that when you were less than 30 weeks? I guess it's too risky now, she said, in disappointment. I'm sorry, Cameron. Although really, it baffles me that you can even think of sex when you look at me. I think about touching every single curve of your body. I think about kissing and tasting every part of you. I think about things I'm not allowed to do until after you deliver and mend. I can't stop thinking about all of that. But you're allowed to hold me, right? I'm allowed to never let you go, he said. Their one night together had been filled with fire, explosive in its power. This lazy morning was not. It was sweet and gentle, as though Abby were fragile and precious. They started out embracing in the kitchen, then moved to the bedroom to lie down on the bed, clinging to each other, kissing. Then, inevitably, clothing was pushed out of the way, then removed. Cameron was determined to keep his pants on, a safe barrier. But that idea crashed when her hands on his zipper slowly glided it down. Cameron undressed her slowly, shed his own clothes quickly, then stretched out beside her, bringing her gently into his arms. Holding her, kissing her, caressing her. He made a study of her body with slow hands and soft lips. Just skin on skin, lips on lips. Nothing but a breath separating them. Brought such relief and contentment to both of them. I'm going to have to go back to sleeping in the loft, he whispered against her mouth. I would hate that, she said. You can't imagine what it feels like to finally have your hands on me again. It's so wonderful. We can't do it. And we can't even do this too much longer. We'll just get carried away. Carry me away, Cam. You shouldn't fool around with orgasms. They could get you contracting. Can I fool around with one? She asked in a breathy whisper. He chuckled low in his throat. One long, slow, gentle one? He asked. He slipped his fingers into her wet folds, stroking her, bringing a delicious moan from her. Just lie back and relax, baby. Nothing wild. We're gonna have to save the wild part for later. Oh, God, she whispered. Oh, Cameron. And then her hand was on him, tight and hot, stroking him aggressively, pulling on him. Abby, maybe you shouldn't do that. Or maybe I should, she sighed. Honey, I can't take that. It's been too long. I've wanted you too much. I'm gonna explode all over you. Her eyes closed, lips parted slightly. She whispered, Does it seem as though I don't know what's going to happen? To both of us? God, he groaned. He pampered her clitoris, slipping one finger just barely inside her, just enough so he could feel the spasms when she reached climax. It was only seconds before he felt exactly that. Oh, honey, he said, capturing her mouth in a deep, long kiss that hung on while she enjoyed every last bit of it. Imagining himself inside her, he came and came and came until a loud groan escaped him and his eyes rolled back in his head. And then they lay there, their hands still intimately touching each other. He tried to imagine whether that could have felt better if he'd been buried deep inside her, but this intimacy with her brought such emotional and physical satisfaction, he couldn't imagine anything better. He gently kissed her cheek, her neck. Pregnant sex, he laughed. If this wasn't a multiple pregnancy, we'd be doing it like bunnies right now. I'm not sure exactly how, but we'd find a way. She giggled, then sighed and snuggled close. After a while, he stirred. Stay put, he said. I want you to stay down, resting. I'll get a washcloth and towel. He was back a moment later wearing his boxers. With a warm, wet cloth and soft towel, he cleaned her up. Then he crawled in beside her, taking her again in his arms, pulling just the sheet over them. She drowsed in his embrace, and he listened to her soft, steady breathing. Abby might have drifted off, but he didn't. He watched her, felt her belly against his, alert for any startup of Braxton Hicks contractions. In an hour, nothing was amiss. They hadn't disturbed the uterus. It was tempting to spend the day in bed with her, pleasing her as often as she'd like, but he knew that wasn't a good idea. For another week or so, they might enjoy a little discretionary satisfaction if she felt inclined, but then, to be safe, they should wait. This didn't matter to him. His happiness was complete. She loved him, wanted him, and he would do anything for her. By the age of 36, Cameron had had plenty of sex, and by far much more interesting than what had just occurred with Abby. Definitely more energetic and creative sex than that. But he couldn't remember ever feeling more whole, more fulfilled. He hated to disturb her, but he had to get back to town eventually. He'd been gone all morning. "Abby," he whispered. "Sweetheart." She moaned softly and stretched. Her eyes opened and she smiled. "Feel better?" he asked. "Much. You?" He nodded. "I want you to know something. I want to marry you. Whenever you're ready. But that's not the most important thing. I'm committed totally. No matter what you decide you want to do, I'm in this with you all the way. I'll never leave you. I love you, and I don't just toss out the L word. You can count on me, Abby." She ran a hand along his cheek. "Thank you, Cam," she whispered. "I love you. You can count on me, too." He smiled. "Thank God those deer came into the yard. This could be the best day of my life." When he got to the clinic at around lunchtime, Mel was in the kitchen. He knew he had a special smile on his face and that there was far less tension in his posture. He couldn't hide the feeling that his entire life had suddenly fallen into place. He tried to appear nonchalant, but he suspected he had the faraway look of a man in love. He didn't say anything, but she looked him over and grinned. "Must have been quite a herd," she said. "Big herd," he said. "Abby was very excited to see them." She chuckled. Then she stood and gave his shoulder a pat. "Cam, there are times Jack rounds up a poker game with some of the guys." "Oh?" She shook her head, and as she passed him, she said, "Don't ever play." When Jack was finally able to pick Rick up at his barracks, more than 24 hours after he'd started his trip, he was a little disappointed by what he found. Rick was waiting outside, alone, with his packed duffel and a walker beside him. Jack didn't think he'd still be relying on the walker. And he had hoped there'd be some guys around, seeing him off. "You're still using this, huh?" Jack asked. "Better than falling on my ass," Rick said. "You have no idea how hard it is to get up." "I can imagine." "Grab that duffel, would you, Jack?" Jack hesitated before picking it up. "Good thing I didn't leave you to catch the bus, huh?" "No time to be the smartest one, okay?" Rick said, making his way to the truck. And, of course, Jack's truck was jacked up. Rick opened the door and just looked up at the climb. Jack threw the duffel in the back and stood beside him. "Well, let's figure this out right off. You can put weight on the prosthesis, right? Left hand up here, right hand on the door. Left foot on the runner and pull. I'll get the walker." "Give me a hand, huh?" "I'll spot you," Jack said. "You have any trouble, I'll catch you. Give it a go." "What if I don't want to?" "What if you try?" Jack replied, very proud of himself for not saying, "fucking try." Mel would be proud too. Rick made a face and a noise of displeasure, placed his hands and foot, gave a tug, and hoisted himself up into the cab. He did it, first time. But while it made Jack so happy, it obviously gave Rick no pleasure at all. Well, there you go. Jack grabbed the walker and put it in the truck bed. Really, he wanted to throw it as far as it would go. He wanted his boy back. He wanted the dependence on the excuse of this disability to stop, probably long before it was reasonable. Jack was too impatient. He knew that. He wished he could be another way, but he felt so desperate to have his Rick back, no matter how many pieces he was in. Even if it took a while, that was okay, as long as Rick wanted to get back as much as he should. It was this attitude of defeat that was killing Jack. He should have gone down to San Diego a few times while Rick was in rehab, if only to run through fast food and feed him. He'd gotten thin. All that upper body strength he'd had before Iraq had wilted. Rick was going to need the muscle to compensate for the missing leg. A little time on preacher's food would help, but he had to work those muscles, and that took motivation. "Let's get some breakfast," Jack said. "I had breakfast," Rick said. "How about more breakfast? Looks like you could use it." "Get some for yourself if you want. I'm not hungry. I'll wait in the truck." Jack just kept driving. It was going to be a long trip home. Every couple of hours, Jack stopped. Someplace there was food if he could help it, and forced Rick out of the truck to move around. "Come on, the PT guy in Eureka said you need to move around to avoid something. I can't remember exactly what it was." "Contractures," Rick supplied. "I'm fine, but this leg has got to come off for a while." "Right after this stop. Let's do it, Rick. Look around. You have your choice. Big Mac, Subway, fish and chips, whatever you see." "I'm not hungry." "Christ," Jack muttered. He hauled the walker out of the back and put it down beside Rick. "Walk around the truck at least twice. Then we'll get the leg off." Then he took off across the street and walked into a sandwich shop, coming back out with 2 big submarine sandwiches. He almost smiled to note the walker was back in the truck bed and Rick back in the cab. Not so disabled when he wanted to be done with his exercise. And Jack wasn't sure how he'd accomplished it, but the prosthesis was in the backseat of the extended cab. Jack tossed one of the sandwiches in Rick's lap, put 2 giant colas in the cup holders, and started up the truck. Rick just stared at the food in his lap. "Eat what you can. It's been hours since you've eaten, and I've eaten 3 times. When we get back, I'm going to get some of Preacher's weights out of the storage shed for you. You should probably bulk up those arms, shoulders, chest. Give you back your advantage." "4?" Jack was stupefied. He shook his head. "For getting through life?" he said by way of a question. "4?" Rick said again. And Jack thought, you can't slug him. You have to keep your mouth shut and be patient. That's what Mike said, what Mel said. So Jack talked to himself. "Okay, I'm not the best person to deal with this. I never had it this bad, and sure not when I was this young. Mike, he's been through a terrifying, life-threatening injury. Mike might be able to step in." Mel had done as she promised and lined up a counselor through the VA. He couldn't make Rick help himself, but he could throw him in the truck, drive him there, and sit outside till the hour was up. Eventually, Jack said, in his sensitive and mellow voice, "Eat the goddamn fucking sandwich. And I mean it." A few seconds later, Rick peeled off the wrapping paper and took a bite, then another bite. But Jack had lost his appetite. He was glad Rick was eating something, but this didn't feel victorious at all. The drive had to come from inside Rick, not from the bully in the seat next to him. Jack forced down about half his sandwich, wrapped up what was left, and managed to keep heading north. After Rick had eaten what was presumably his fill, he leaned back in his seat and dozed, his own wrapped half sandwich on his lap. Jack lifted it carefully. He put it in the sack for later. Rick's nap gave him a little time to think. He remembered what Mel had said, that Jack needed his boy back so bad he was pushing on him. He remembered when Mike Valenzuela picked Virgin River as a place to recover when he'd been critically wounded on the job at LAPD. Because his family and friends needed him well again so badly, they were suffocating him. And he remembered that he'd never loved a kid as powerfully as he loved this one. Except maybe David and Emma. And his love was strong. Sometimes it caused him to act in desperate ways. He could end up doing more harm than good. It was a good couple of hours before Rick woke with a painful cramp in his thigh, his stump. He groaned in pain and started rubbing. "We'll come up on a rest stop real soon here. Hang in there," Jack said. Rick just kept rubbing, gritting his teeth. He pushed back in the seat, lifted his butt, and fished a pill bottle out of his pocket. He swallowed a pill with a gulp of old, watered-down cola. "What you got there, pal?" Jack asked. "Not the good stuff," he answered. "Just some anti-inflammatory laced with a little codeine. It gets me by." "Ready for a pit stop?" Jack asked, driving into a good-looking rest stop. "Yeah," Rick said, a little breathless from discomfort. "Want the leg?" Jack asked, pulling up to a handicap spot right in front of the men's room. "Nah," Rick said, drawing up the leg of his jeans and tucking it in the waistband. "Just the walker." "Sit tight." Jack got out, grabbed the walker, and instead of insisting Rick do some wild gymnastics getting himself out of the truck without the help of a prosthetic limb, he just slipped a strong arm around his waist and pulled him out, lowering him gently to the ground. Then he followed Rick as he made his way slowly into the bathroom. Rick turned around once. Over his shoulder, he said, "I'm good." "I'm right behind you," Jack said. Head down, hands braced on the walker, he moved slowly into the john, took his place up against a urinal, braced himself, balancing precariously on one leg, hand against the wall, and got the job done. He was wobbly, especially getting his zipper back up. He moved slowly to the sink and washed his hands. Seeing the potential for disaster if Rick put his wet hands on the metal walker, Jack handed him some paper towels while he was still braced up against the sink. When Rick moved away from the sink, his jeans were wet in front from the dripping sink. "Fuck," he said. "Learning curve is kinda high," Jack remarked. "Yet another reason to work on the leg, huh?" Rick moved slowly out of the bathroom. Without looking at Jack, he muttered, "One of the guys said it was easier to figure out how to have sex than how to take a shower." Jack laughed. "Good to know. I doubt it'll come up." When they got to the truck, Jack braced him under the arms and said, "Swing on up there, buddy." When they were again underway, Jack just gave it some time. They were another half hour on the road after a long day, and now well into Mendocino County, when he asked, "How's the pain now, Rick?" "Okay. Pill kicked in, mostly. We'll be home in less than a couple of hours," Jack said. "I'm sorry about back there, about the sandwich. The way I acted. We aren't going to get too far if I try the bully approach. I apologize." "Forget it," he said. "You understand, I just want to find the best way to help you get on your feet." "Foot," Rick said, not looking at him. "You want me to get on my foot." Jack ground his teeth and told himself, let it go. Rick won't be angry forever. Will he? "Listen, there are a couple of things we should talk about. Like? Rehab, for one. You're set up at a clinic in Eureka. It's supposed to be a good little shop, and I'll take you. Vets from around this county use it a lot. And there's some counseling. No counseling. Give me a break, huh? You hear yourself? You want to feel like this the rest of your life? Listen, we did that whole group hug thing at Balboa. It was a waste of time. I felt worse, not better. This will be one-on-one, and you don't have to hug anyone. This one have 2 legs? Rick asked sarcastically. Because I just love it when some joker with all his parts tries to help me cope with what's left of mine. He could have 2 fucking heads for all I know, Jack said. Sorry, that was frustration. I'm just frustrated. Rick laughed humorlessly. Is that a fact? Moving on, I'd like you to stay with me and Mel. Once you get up the porch, the house is flat. The shower is a flat walk-in. You don't have to negotiate a tub. I can get you around till you're driving again, which will be as soon as you're ready. You can spend as much time with your grandma as you like, and I'll even drive her out to our place. But her house is a challenge, and she shouldn't be taking care of you. We'll be fine, he said. She won't have to take care of me. Rick, try to be reasonable. Mel and I can help. But Liddy has enough challenge taking care of herself. She won't be taking care of me. We'll manage. Are you totally opposed to making this as simple as possible? Are you going to let me help at all? I let you drive me home, didn't I? And aren't you glad for the good company? Yeah, it was a slice of heaven. Next item, or is that it? Liz, Jack said. Nothing to talk about there. Now it was Jack's turn to laugh without humor. Buddy, on this, we're gonna talk. I know you didn't take her calls, didn't return them. I don't know what's up with that, but we're gonna be back in town and she works for her Aunt Connie every week. You can't avoid her. She's scared to death of how you're gonna act toward her. She doesn't have to be scared, Rick said quietly. Jack sighed. At least that last lacked the edge of hostility. I'm sure she can't help it. You've been ignoring her. I gotta say, I don't get that. I know you don't. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. I'll be as nice as I can. Rick, what the hell's going on with that? He took a deep breath. Jack, it's gonna be all right. Lizzie's young and beautiful. She's sweet and strong. She'll be fine. Something about what you just said sounds real bad. Nah, it'll be okay. Might take a little getting used to, that's all. She doesn't need a guy like me weighing her down. Jack had to concentrate to keep from driving off the road. What the hell? Is this about the leg? It's not about the leg. But face it, that's not a great asset. It's about everything. Ever since Liz ran into me, her life has been messed up. I'm not good for her. She can do a lot better and deserves to. She's not gonna agree with that. She's gonna fight that idea. Well, not too hard, because that's how it is. Jesus, don't you think that girl's been through enough? I don't know what to say, Jack said. But what he really meant was, he didn't know what to say that wouldn't include a lot of frustrated swearing. He just wanted to shake Rick until all the marbles in his head fell back into place. What a break, Rick said. Don't worry, I'll be nice. You'll be nice while you're dumping her? After all she's gone through for you? Don't you think if she felt she'd been through enough, she'd cut you loose? Next item, Rick said. Or have we covered everything? Listen, I'm gonna try to be reasonable here. I thought we were moving on, Rick answered. Oh, he's gonna make me choke him, Jack thought. He shook his head a little violently, trying to let Mel's voice rise to the surface because his instinct was to stop the car and say something like, "Listen, asshole, that little girl stuck by you while you were sticking by her, and if you don't love her anymore, okay, stuff happens. But you don't just decide you're not good enough and shit-can her like that. And you have enough fucking parts." "You've been through a lot," Jack chose to say. "Physically, emotionally, psychologically. Maybe you shouldn't make any fast moves. If you get through some of this stuff, get your problems sorted out and get good on the leg. Get the high-tech leg, and then, if you still feel this way, all I'm saying is, do you have to be so sure about major changes like that before you're fully recovered? You and Liz have been together a long time. You're just planning to push her away right off because you're still all messed up in your head. Which, by the way, is in the goddamn pamphlet." He could see Rick's jaw tighten. "Next item," he said. "Ah, Christ," Jack said. "Look, I'm trying as hard as I can. I want to do what's right. In my messed up head, it isn't right to hold on to Liz or let Liz hold on to me when she can do so much better. That's it. I've had months to think about it. Now next fucking item." Jack took a defeated breath. "Okay. Preacher made barbecue." Oh, God. His worst nightmare. A town gathering, welcoming him home. He'd crumble, cry like a girl. He wasn't up to it. "Tell him thanks. Tell him I'm in pain. We'll catch up." "You're not in pain," Jack said. "I am now." "It's not happening, Jack. I can't do it." An hour from home, Jack thought. Maybe he'd change his mind. But if he'd learned anything in the last 10 hours, Rick had enough determination to get him through almost anything. Except complete recovery. "Okay, pal. Whatever you say." When Rick got to his grandmother's house, Liddy was overwhelmed by his homecoming. Rick could feel Jack standing behind him, just inside the front door, holding his duffel and the prosthesis, watching as Rick embraced his weeping grandmother with one arm while he balanced the walker between them. She was so small in his big arm, and he had no instinct to shut her out. She was old, frail, and had suffered too many losses in her life. For a few moments, while he held her against his chest, Rick was grateful that he could come home to her in any condition. Hey, he said. "Come on, Graham. You're gonna drown me with those tears. No crying, sweetheart."
"Ricky, I can't remember when I prayed so hard. Thank God you're home."
"I'm home, Graham. Everything is all right," he said, thinking about how wrong it all was. But he wouldn't put his Graham through that. He comforted her until she wiped her old eyes and just stood there in front of him, studying his face with her trembling fingers. And behind him, he could hear Jack breathe.
"I bet there's doings at Jack's tonight," Liddy said.
"There is," Rick said. "I'm just not up to it, though. It was a long ride and my leg aches. I'm gonna skip it."
"Are you sure?"
she asked him, frowning. "Be welcomed home like a one-legged hero to this little town? Huh, not in your life," he thought. "I'm sure," he said. "But if you want to go see the neighbors, I'm sure Jack will take you."
No, she said. "We'll stay home. The thing is, I didn't cook anything, Ricky. Thinking we'd be at Jack's."
"No problem," he said. "We'll pull something together." He gave her crepey, soft cheek a stroke, wiping away a tear. "We have to get up our strength, huh? And you need your insulin and food." Jack brushed past them, taking Rick's duffel to his old room, the one he grew up in, the one he had briefly shared with Liz when their baby was almost due. "I'll bring you something from the bar. Can't have you trying to cook your first night home," he said as he passed. "That's okay, Jack," Rick began. "Not a problem, Rick," Jack said. He was back quickly. The house was small, just 5 rooms and a bath. He met Rick's eyes and said, "I'll pass on your regrets and get a batch of barbecue. Bring it down. You rest." In a brief attack of humility for being such a giant asshole all day while Jack tried his best, Rick said, "Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that. A lot." "Sure," Jack said, clearly still miffed at him, disappointed in him. Rick got over the guilt right away. Jack, maybe most of all, would be better off if Rick just wasn't around to bring disaster after disaster into his life. He got the prosthesis back on. He had a quiet meal with his grandma. She took her insulin, and he popped a pain pill. And it was barely 8 o'clock when she was nodding off in the chair, and he sent her to bed. Then he dimmed all the lights, so if anyone passed the house, they would think he was asleep. Rick was aware that there were lots of people at Jack's bar, just down the street. In fact, he could hear engines and voices even though the front door was closed. It brought back memories of all the good times there. The times he'd come home on leave, the visits from Jack's boys who all treated him like a little brother. He went back further in his mind to when he worked there, all through high school. It was like a second home, hanging out with Preacher and Jack, bussing tables, loading stock, going to Eureka for supply runs. That job was his life for a while. Jack always made sure Rick's school sports and homework came first, fit his work around the bar around those things, like a dad would do. And when Lizzie got pregnant, Jack and Preach did everything they could to give him work while freeing him up to take good care of his girl, the mother of his baby. Here he'd gotten himself in this giant mess, and they were totally there for him, holding him up, keeping him sane. It brought tears to his eyes, thinking about those days. Some of them, like when the baby was stillborn, were the worst days of his life. But remembering that day, Jack and Preach, Mel delivering the baby when she herself was pregnant and due any minute, Lizzie somehow getting through it and still loving him. How was it possible he could remember such a terrible day with such fondness? His grandmother almost always left the front porch light on at night, but Rick turned it off. He just sat on the couch in the darkened living room and thought back to all those times. Sorry, but simultaneously relieved he wasn't down at the bar being welcomed home by the town. In spite of himself, he felt bad about it. He knew Preacher would have put out his favorites, and women from town would have brought their own special dishes to add to the party. He knew they meant well. He just didn't think he could stand the scrutiny. At 10 o'clock, Rick knew the party was long since over. Farmers and ranchers didn't stay out late. Livestock and crops got them up real early. When he heard a light tap at the front door, he thought it would be Jack, mother henning again, checking on him. Maybe the guy wanted to tuck him in. He opened the door and found himself face to face with Liz. Chapter 10. Rick's very first thought was, how can she be even more beautiful? Her eyes bluer and hair thicker, silkier, making his hands ache to run through the strands. She didn't look like a girl anymore. Liz could pass for 21 easy. She was a knockout with a body that cost him sleep. His very next thought came right out of his mouth. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I got the message, Rick. You're not going to take my calls, not going to call me back, not going to get in touch even when you're right across the street from my Aunt Connie's store, where I work every single weekend." She shrugged. "So,
I'm here to see you, to talk to you, to find out exactly what your problem is."
He laughed a little cruelly. "Well, let's see," he said, scratching his chin. "What could it be?"
"Stop it, Rick. Eventually, you're going to be honest with me. The leg doesn't have anything to do with us. I don't care about a goddamn leg, and you know it."
He just stared into her eyes. This was a whole new Liz from the one he'd left. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She'd been on her way to becoming this Liz for a couple of years at least. He'd put her through an awful lot, and instead of crumbling into a mushy pile of little girl tears, she'd gotten tough, confident. Her back was straight and her eyes glittered. "Let's put this off a while, all right?" he said. "Not tonight."
"No," she replied. "We've put it off long enough."
She touched her diamond pendant.
"I'm the girl you promised to marry. You've been mean and horrible, and I understand you're going through terrible stuff, but that doesn't give you the right to turn your back on me. I'm not going to let you do that to me. I've been through stuff too. The way it was with us, we helped each other."
"No one's going to be able to help me with this," he said, and he started to close the door on her. But her hand was against the door, keeping it from closing.
"Let's go for a short ride."
"I can't do that," he said. "My grandma's in bed."
"Yeah? Leave a note. Write, 'Went for a ride with Liz.' She isn't going to ground you."
He actually chuckled. He remembered his Liz as a soft, sweet, vulnerable girl. The one he made cry at the hospital in Germany. The girl he had to be strong for. "I don't want to have this conversation tonight," was all he said.
"You're going to," she said. "We can do it right here, right now, maybe wake up your gram, or we can sit in my car and do it in private."
"Look, Liz, I'm real tired and I'm in some pain here, and I don't want to—"
"Okay then," she said,
walking into the house. She sat down on his grandmother's sofa.
"Here then."
He took a breath and shook his head. He limped over to the kitchen counter, pulled a piece of paper off the notepad, and scribbled a note to his grandmother. Then he limped toward the door, grabbing his coat off the rack.
"You want crutches or something?"
she asked him. "No, this isn't going to take too long." And he limped out the front door. Once he looked down at the 3 porch steps, he stopped. He grabbed the railing and hoped he wouldn't end up face down on the walk. Working that knee was still a crapshoot. Liz stayed behind him, giving him time. If she'd grabbed his arm to help him, he would have brushed her away. But she was smart and just waited till he made it. And then, to his surprise, she left him to open his own car door. When she was settled behind the wheel, he was surprised when she started the car and put it in gear. "I thought we were just going to sit in your car," he said.
"We are,"
she said as she pulled away from the curb. "But we're going somewhere you can't chase me off or walk away from me." "Well, just pull down the block. I'm not real fast, in case you hadn't noticed."
"What I've noticed is that what's wrong has nothing to do with your leg," she said. "You have definite problems, all right."
She glanced over at him.
"Okay, lay it on me, Ricky. Go ahead, get it off your chest."
"I think you better stop the car first. Really, let's not go too far from home, okay? I meant it. I'm tired and my leg hurts."
"We're not going far," she said. "While I'm driving, do me a favor, Ricky. Try to remember me. I'm the girl who's always on your side no matter what, huh? I'm the girl who would do anything for you. I'm the one who stuck by you 100% when you said the Marine Corps was what you needed to get your head straight."
"You probably shouldn't have," he said quietly.
"Whatever," she said, waving a hand. "I did. I still am, even though you act like I'm dead or something." He just stared straight ahead, not commenting, wondering how he was going to do this. One thing he had accepted. No matter how he handled it, he was going to hurt her bad. But in the end, she'd get over it and be better off. Problem was, she smelled so good, and even though she was acting real tough, he knew that underneath all that strength was a softness so lush and deep, he could lose himself for a while. And it was getting to him. Maybe if she hadn't had the starring role in so many of his dreams, he could have forgotten. He leaned his head back on the seat and closed his eyes. If he did this right, it would be over tonight. Then they could move on from what had been one disaster after another since the day they met. Liz turned off the road and drove right down to the river. She parked, killed the lights and the car engine, and turned in her seat to face him. And waited. Liz, I don't think we should be together anymore. He gazed into his lap rather than at her. He waited for her reaction, and when there was none, he looked at her. Why? She asked. Because, Liz, us together is one bad break after another, and I'm pretty sure every one of them was my fault. It's not fair to you. Oh, she said. So you're doing this for me? I know you don't want that. I know you don't. Don't you think that makes it even worse? That no matter how much I screw up your life, you'll hang in there with me? I want you to stay away from me, Liz. Get on with your life. Find a guy who won't mess you up every time you turn around. All right? Let me off the hook here, Liz. Let me go so I don't have one more thing to feel guilty about. You hear me? She just looked at him. There wasn't even a big moon, and yet he could see her blue eyes sparkling like stars. She gave her head a gentle shake. You're going to get past this, she said. I know you're hurt and mad, but it's going to pass, Rick. And when it does, you won't want me to be gone. I'm telling you, she put her small hand against his cheek and just gently shook her head. No, she whispered. No, you won't. He glazed over. His hand covered hers while he looked into her eyes, took in that small, soft pink mouth, inhaled her scent, imagined. And then, before he knew what was happening, he grabbed fistfuls of her thick, long hair and pulled her mouth onto his, eating her mouth, devouring her, moaning in the back of his throat while he invaded her with his tongue and allowed hers into his mouth. The taste. It was the taste he remembered, dreamt of. And he couldn't stop. He snapped. His hands went from her hair to her back, to her breasts, down to her butt, around to the front, grabbing her in that V that joined her legs. Jesus, this can't happen, he whispered against her mouth, even as he was pulling apart her jacket and lifting her sweater. Can't, he said, unhooking her bra and filling his hand and then his mouth with her breast. Liz shifted her weight, making it easier for him to touch her, kiss her. While he roughly suckled, she kissed his temple, his ear, ran her fingers through his hair, buried her lips in his neck, inhaling him, tasting him, murmuring to him that she needed him, loved him, wanted him. This wasn't the way it usually was between them. He was desperate and fast now, not sweet and slow. She didn't care. He was touching her again, and what that meant to her was that he didn't really want them apart. Maybe he thought it would be smart or wise for them to break up, but it wasn't right. His hands grabbed the snap on her jeans, ripped it open, ran down the zipper, and then slid down, down, down. A deep growl rumbled in his throat, and he was back on her mouth. Oh, God, it's good, he muttered. Good, it's so good. Oh, Rick, she said in a breath. Take them off, he said against her lips. Take them off. Ricky, in the car? Like this? Not the first time, Liz. Off, he commanded. You have to. Come on! And he was tugging at her jeans, his thumbs hooked into the waistband. She put her hands over his and stopped him. She looked into his wild eyes for a moment, and then slowly helped him draw down her jeans. She kicked off her shoes, lifted her legs, and slid them off. She still had her panties on, but as panties go, they weren't much. Just a tiny thong that barely covered her and wouldn't keep him out. And they didn't. His hand was instantly inside her panties, then inside her. She sucked in a breath, trying not to dissolve against his touch, but it caused him to moan. And then his hands were fumbling with his own pants, undoing the belt, unsnapping, struggling with the zipper while he was in a sitting position. "Here," she said gently. "Let me." She drew the zipper down easily and set him free. He grabbed her hips and pulled her over him, and then he stopped. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Oh, God, Liz." "It's okay," she whispered back, kissing him softly. "Okay, I know." And then he pulled aside that small silk thong and lowered her down on him. "Your leg," she said. "No, it's okay. Like this, it's okay." "Oh," he said. And then he started to pump his hips with rising ferocity. He grabbed the back of her head, pulled her mouth down to his, kissed her deep and hard, and exploded inside her with a muted growl. He thought he'd never stop. He was caught in such a long, desperate orgasm. And she just held him. Let him ride it out, kissing him. And finally he began to relax beneath her, though he was panting as if he'd run a mile. "God," he whispered. "No condom. Great." She smoothed her hand along the hair at his temple. "I've been on the pill for a couple of years, Rick. Since the baby. We'll be all right." "I think I just lost my mind." He looked up into her eyes, saw her soft smile. "I didn't even make you come." "You seemed in kind of a hurry." "Was I rough on you?" "It's okay," she said, which was the same as yes. "You don't know which end is up right now." "But did I hurt you?" She shook her head. He squeezed her bare behind in his hands. "See, this just can't happen." She laughed softly. "It's happened plenty of times. Not exactly like that. If that had been our first time, I might not have loved it. But it wasn't our first time." His hand caressed her hair. "Liz, I'm no good for you, baby. You have to listen to me." She shook her head. "We'll get through this." He sighed. He'd certainly screwed that up. Came with her to tell her she had to give up this idea of them, and then ripped her clothes off. "Come on, let's get you dressed. And home. I should get home myself before I do any more crazy, stupid, painful things to you." "Rick, please, Liz," he said, fastening his pants, helping her into her jeans. Then he held her face in his hands. "I don't want to hurt you anymore. You have to hear this. What I need right now is a timeout from us. Can't you see, Liz? I can't be part of a couple. Give yourself time to—" "No, I don't want this anymore. It's not gonna work." For the first time since she showed up at his grandmother's door, he saw tears collect in her crystal blue eyes. But they didn't spill over. "Worked pretty good for you a few minutes ago, Ricky." He was quiet a long moment. "Let's get out of here, okay? I think I hurt my leg." A few minutes later, she pulled up in front of his grandmother's house. She stared straight ahead and said, "You could let me be your friend. After all we've been to each other." He looked at her profile. "No, I can't. I just use you and hurt you. I'm sorry, but that's it." She turned toward him. "You've gone nuts. This isn't you at all. And it's not just the leg. You'd better get some help with it, Rick, before you throw away everything good in your life." When he didn't say anything for a moment, she said, "Get out, then. You know how to get in touch with me." Rick wasn't all the way up the porch stairs before Liz drove off, and not slowly, angrily. She sped out of town. It was Friday night. Hadn't she said she worked for her aunt every weekend in the store? Maybe he got that wrong. Anyway, she was gone. And that was good. 2 months of ignoring her didn't send her packing, but this last deal would. He got himself in the house and saw that the note he'd written his Gram was still on the kitchen table. He dropped his jeans and unfastened the leg. He unlaced the running shoe and worked the prosthesis out of his jeans and leaned it against the sofa. He pulled up his jeans and sat down on the sofa. He grabbed the leg by the titanium pylon and threw it across the room. It clattered to the floor over his Gram's old piano. Then he put his head in his hands and felt the sting of tears in his eyes. What the hell had he done? He had planned to tell her calmly and sanely they couldn't be a couple anymore. She should get on with her life, forget about him, find herself a guy who could take her the places in life she deserved to go. He even had a little speech about how she should go on with school, get herself real smart and snag an intelligent man who was going to earn a decent living, and not bring mayhem into her life at every turn. And what had he done? Practically raped the girl. The fact that she hadn't tried to stop him didn't undo the fact that he'd been out of his mind, desperate, driven, and rough. If she had told him to stop, could he have? "Ricky?" He lifted his head from his hands to see his Gram standing under the living room arch, clutching her old chenille robe together. "I heard a loud noise." Thank God she couldn't see well enough to catch the tears in his eyes, on his cheeks, the leg across the room. "Sorry, Gram. I took off the leg and dropped it. It's really heavy. Sorry I woke you." "You sound like you're getting a cold." "Maybe, yeah," he said, sniffing. "I'm fine. Go back to bed." "You need your walker?" "I got it. It's right at the end of the couch." "Can I get you anything, honey?" "I'm fine, Gram. But thanks." I'm not fine, he thought. I'm a fucked up mess. What the hell have I done to myself? To everyone else? Was I born under some kind of curse? All in one day, he'd beat up two of the most important people in his life, Jack and Liz. All day long, he'd been an asshole to Jack, and now look what he'd done to Liz. Had sudden, forceful, rough sex with her, and then told her she had to go away and leave him alone. He felt lower than a worm. And yet he couldn't for his life think of a better way to handle the situation. It was better for them if they didn't care about him so much. There were going to be more people to deal with. People he didn't want pulling for him, being kind to him, befriending him when it could only come back on them in a bad way. Everything Ricky touched, as far as he was concerned, blew up. Just like that goddamn grenade in Iraq. There was also Preach, Mel, the boys from Jack's squad, Connie and Ron, the whole frickin' town. Then he realized with a shock, he was ashamed of having been blown up. Now, that made absolutely no sense, but there it was. He should have come back from Iraq with some head troubles, but not this kind. He'd listened to guys in that stupid support group talk about shame at having been wounded, shame at having to put their families through dealing with a disabled vet, and he thought it was beyond ridiculous. But here he sat, on his grandmother's floral couch, knowing that everything in his head would be different if he had returned to Virgin River with 2 legs. And he didn't know what to do with that knowledge. There was no changing things. He didn't sleep well. But when he got up real early, the first thing he did was use his walker to get to his Gram's front porch and look across the street at Connie's house, right next to the corner store. And there was Liz's car. It had a dewy coat over it. It had been there a long time. Where had she gone after dropping him off? Obviously, she hadn't gone home to her mother's in Eureka. His head began to pound. Had she gone out to the woods or river to cry? Rick felt like a monster. He hid out the whole day. He could have walked down to Jack's and been friendly, but after ditching the welcome home party, he thought he'd just play the wounded Marine for a while longer. Let everyone think he wasn't up to public appearances. So Jack came to him.
"Just checking to see how you're doing today," he said. "And brought you and your grandma something of Preacher's for dinner."
"Thanks," he said, taking the bag. "Is Preacher pissed?"
"Preacher hardly ever gets pissed," Jack said. "But just for future reference, you don't want to be around when he is." "So, today's better?"
"Yeah, I'm getting by. Trying to get a little rest."
"Good. I want you down at the bar at 9 a.m. Monday morning. We have PT in Eureka," Jack said.
"We?"
"I'm taking you. PT Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The counselor Tuesday and Thursday. Also morning."
"You don't have to do that." Jack lifted an eyebrow.
"You gonna call a cab? Or maybe you have another ride in mind so you don't have to talk to me?"
Rick just looked down, frustrated with himself for wanting to hurt people so much.
"Okay, thanks," he said quietly. "I'm not real hot on that counselor idea. I told you that." "I know. I heard that. Just so you know, Mel is hot on it, and she found the counselor." "Go ahead, tough guy. Call her and talk her out of it." "What if I don't call her and just refuse to go?" "I'm taking you. I happen to think it might help. I guess you could be a stubborn fool and refuse to talk." He shrugged. "If you decide to go that way, just listen. Maybe you'll pick up something. By the way, what happened with you and Liz?"
His eyes popped open.
"What makes you think something happened?" "She said she saw you last night, and she doesn't seem to be doing real well. I asked her. She said she can't talk about it."
Even if he wanted to, he couldn't tell Jack he'd treated her the way he had. He just couldn't handle the look he'd see in Jack's eyes. If he'd learned anything, Jack's opinion of how men should treat women was firm. They were to be handled with the greatest of respect and care. He could tell Jack he'd practically raped her, then told her to go away and leave him alone. And although Jack wouldn't give up on him, he'd be completely ashamed of him. Rick decided it wasn't worth it. He couldn't bear the added guilt.
"I can't talk about it either," he said.
Jack was silent for a moment.
"Good thing we have that appointment with the counselor. You can tell him."
Don't count on it, Rick thought. On Tuesday morning, Jack dropped Rick at a modest home in Grace Valley and said he'd wait out Rick's counseling session at the cafe in town. Rick stood at the curb and stared at the house for a minute or so. But Jack just drove off. Finally, he went to the door of a remodeled garage that had a sign by it. Jerry Powell, followed by a bunch of letters, including PhD. When he knocked, a man shouted, "Come on in!" He found himself in a small waiting room that was, thankfully, empty. There was a door to another room, and presently a tall, spindly man with a sharp nose and thin hair that flopped onto his forehead appeared there. He smiled.
"You must be Rick. And you must be the counselor."
Jerry laughed.
"Come on back."
Rick slowly followed while Jerry waited at the door. He indicated a couple of chairs facing each other, and then he closed the door.
"I'm not expecting clients right now, but I closed the door in case anyone wanders into the waiting room." This room is soundproofed for our privacy.
Rick sat. Between the chairs, a small table bore a box of tissues. That was for when he broke down and cried like a girl. Before sitting, Jerry offered his hand.
Jerry Powell, Rick. It's nice to meet you. And even though you might be tired of hearing it, thank you for the service you perform on behalf of our country. Not only do I appreciate it, I'm deeply touched and personally indebted to you.
Rick was surprised. He tilted his head. Actually, he hadn't heard that. Maybe if he'd gone to his own welcome home party at the bar, he might have. But instead of saying thank you, he said,
Just so you know, I don't want to be here.
Jerry actually smiled.
Which puts you in the majority. I do some work for the county, and from time to time a junior high or high school student, in trouble at school, comes my way as part of penance. A way of not getting expelled. If you think they want to be here, what happened to me wasn't high school stuff.
Jerry sobered.
I'm aware of that.
He let that go a beat.
Well, I should explain. I've never counseled a disabled veteran before. I've had vets, I've had amputees, I've counseled lots of people with disabilities, but I've never counseled a person trying to adjust to civilian life after a war injury. Maybe you don't know what you're doing. Or maybe we'll learn from each other,
he said easily, not in the least intimidated by Rick's hostile nature.
I'll try to keep up. Anywhere in particular you'd like to start? Maybe you didn't hear me. I'd rather not do this at all. Okay, I'll start. I've been in Grace Valley about 10 years now. There's a rumor going around that I claim to have gone on a ride in a spaceship with aliens.
He shrugged.
It's the absolute truth. I really did. I swear. I don't even care that hardly anyone buys it. It happened to me. Screwed me up pretty good for a while. I'll make a deal. You tell me some of the stuff that's given you trouble. I'll tell you about the spaceship.
Rick's mouth hung open. He stared at him in total astonishment. When he did finally shut his mouth, he opened it again to say,
You're fucking kidding me.
Jerry smiled.
God's truth. You're a nutcase, and you think you're going to help me? I'm a survivor of a traumatic experience. It took a lot of counseling, and I was already a counselor. As for us, you and me, there's client privilege, which means I never talk about your issues. In fact, I don't tell anyone who my clients are. What you say about our sessions is up to you. But I won't mention I've met you under these circumstances. I don't even take notes, in case they're ever subpoenaed. But you don't have to think about that. Your session with me isn't court-ordered. So, maybe you'd like to jump in, take a chance. Hear about the spaceship for dessert?
Rick shook his head.
Unbelievable. It was surreal. The guy who was going to help put his head back together thought he'd been abducted by aliens? Holy Jesus, he muttered.
Jerry just lifted his pale brown eyebrows, waiting.
Okay, here's the deal,
Rick said.
Bad stuff happens to me and the people who care about me. Started when I was 2 and my parents died in a car wreck. I bet if we could check back further, my mother probably almost died in childbirth. That a fact? Like you're bad luck or something? Not like I am. You get mixed up with me, care about me, you're in for it. And you believe that? I can't help but believe it. There's a long history of it.
And Rick explained the details, his voice cold and flat. A half hour later, Jerry asked,
Tell me about your girl. She's not my girl anymore. I broke up with her, for her own good. But you still know about her. Tell me some things so I know who you broke up with and
how you're feeling about it." He took a breath. Now, this was where the tissues might actually come in handy, if he broke down.
"She's amazing,"
he said softly.
"We had some of that accidental teenage sex when I was 16 and she was 14. Happened so fast, we didn't even see it coming. One time, I got her knocked up. She was scared to death, and she was just a kid. But she wanted to have the baby, and she wanted me. Her mother and Aunt Connie wanted her to give the baby away, but in the end, it was me who couldn't live with that."
"How'd you feel about the pregnancy?"
"Are you kidding? I wanted to disappear, run for my life."
"Did you?"
"I couldn't do that to her. I stuck with her. I knew even way back then I loved that girl. It was totally nuts to love someone at that age, but I did. And we were going to find a way to keep that baby. My grandma and Jack, they were on board to help if they could. I was willing to do anything. Anything. Work 10 jobs, whatever I had to do. I should have known I was no good for her when she got knocked up after one time. But then, just to drive the point home, her baby was born dead."
Jerry cleared his throat.
"I don't think I missed anything there, Rick. It was also your baby, correct? I did it to her, though. I put it there. She loved him and took good care of him, and he was born dead."
His voice cracked on the last word.
"Very tough for the two of you," Jerry said. "Very, very painful. You must have had a great deal of grief."
"Yeah," he said, his voice filled with both anguish and self-loathing.
"And my way of dealing with it was to abandon her. I told her I had to get my head together. I enlisted in the Corps."
He lifted his head, shook off the thread of tears.
"She was scared to death of me doing that. Plus, I was going to be gone a long time, and she needed me. There was a war going on. I knew I'd end up going. And this girl, still just a girl in high school, she said if that's what I needed to do, she'd stick it out. She'd wait. She'd be faithful, write me every day, and wait. How many 15-year-old girls do you know who could get through that? Get knocked up, bury their baby, send their boyfriend off to the Marines, then to war, and wait? I told her I wouldn't hold her to that. But it was her decision."
Jerry was silent, and so was Rick, for a little while.
She missed every high school thing that came along. While I'm off turning myself into a big man, she's sitting home alone. She's so beautiful, you just can't imagine. And sweet. But she's not a little girl anymore. She's gotten so strong."
He let go a laugh.
"Because of me. Because I put her through so much, probably. She'd stay home from things like prom and homecoming because she didn't want any guys who would ask her out to think she was available. She'd stay home and write me letters instead. When I got blown up, she came to Germany, where I was in the hospital. She'd never been on a plane before in her life, and she flew halfway around the frickin' world to see me. Make sure I was alive. And I treated her like crap. Told her she shouldn't have come."
Quiet reigned a moment.
"Sounds like a wonderful girl," Jerry finally said. "Devoted. You must have been in a bad place, emotionally, while you were in the hospital. Would that be correct? She just didn't deserve all that, you know? She made her own choices, Rick. As did you." "Yeah," he said, laughing without humor. "The choices I made were all selfish. the ones she made were all unselfish. All for me. I bet if you asked her, she'd say her choices served her needs. She must have wanted to be a part of your life. He shook his head. No matter how bad it is for her? You so sure it's bad for her? Sometimes being someone's partner is fulfilling. I doubt it, Jerry. Not anymore. I told her in Germany she should get on with her life, that I was going to be busy trying to get through rehab. She called, sent me stuff, but I shut her out, hoping she'd just wander off and get a life. Find a guy who could give her stuff, like maybe a future that didn't hurt all the time. But damn, that girl's stubborn. She never quit. I wouldn't take her calls, wouldn't return her messages, but she just kept at it. When I got back to Virgin River the other night, she came over to my Grams and asked me to go for a ride with her, to talk. I went, and I tried to talk to her, but once we were parked at the river, I just grabbed her, like a maniac. I couldn't stop myself. I tore off her clothes and just did her, just like that. No lovey-dovey stuff. After her jeans were off, I pulled her onto my lap and just plugged her. I practically raped the girl who stuck by me through everything. And then I told her I couldn't be a part of a couple anymore, that she had to let me go. Now Jerry's silence lengthened, but Rick didn't fill it for quite a while. How impressed are you with me now? Rick finally asked. Jerry cleared his throat. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, if it's all right with you. Knock yourself out. I'm all out of secrets now. He cleared his throat again. Did you hit her? Rick was startled. Of course not. I wouldn't hit Liz. Did you hold her down? I told you, I pulled her on top of me. I can't do anything with this leg. Did she struggle? Try to pull away? No. She let me. Did she ask you not to? He shook his head. She'd do anything for me. But that's no excuse for what I did to her. Did she say anything like, no, or please don't, or stop? I told you, she let me. That makes it worse. Afterward, did she say you hurt her? No, he said weakly. She said I seemed to be in a hurry, and it was okay that it wasn't good for her. Did she cry or complain that she'd tried to get through to you, or... I told you. She went along with it. I was rough and only thinking about myself. I was getting off. I was out of my mind. Liz isn't made for that. She's a good, sweet, giving person. I don't want her giving in to someone like that. Like me. Jerry smiled patiently and watched as Rick wiped angrily at his eyes, refusing to let himself cry. I think, Jerry said, that sex will be better for both of you if you're conscious of each other's needs and desires. People in the throes of passion sometimes get a little selfish. Take advantage. And in the end, if they're two people who care about each other, it's not entirely satisfying. It sounds like maybe it wasn't all that satisfying to you. Rick narrowed his eyes meanly. I got off. She didn't. And it also happens with couples that people give rather than take sometimes. If one partner is particularly needy and the other doesn't feel at risk, you are the biggest dork, Rick snapped. Jerry laughed. You're going to have to do better than that. I've been called way worse than dork. And I concede to dork. Didn't you hear what I just told you about the other night? You didn't rape her, Rick. You didn't even almost rape her. I've only known you for 50 minutes, and yet I believe if she'd tried to pull away or told you to stop, you would have. I'm not so sure about that. You're not sure because you weren't tested. It didn't come to that. What's interesting about this is that my bigger challenge is usually explaining what rape is to a young man who thinks he didn't, when, in fact, he did. Not listening to no, holding a girl down. If what you're telling me is accurate, that wasn't the case. What I'm telling you is horrible, he ground out. I think if you caused her pain, it probably came afterward, when you told her you didn't want her anymore. I'd like you to think more about that decision so you can outline your motivation on that for me, and we'll talk about it on Thursday. I'd also like you to try to make a list of the good things that have happened in your life. Don't strain yourself. Give me 5. Maybe you should think of them as lucky things. But our time is up for today. Wait a goddamn minute, Rick snapped. You have to tell me about the fucking spaceship. Will your ride be waiting? Jerry asked. He'll wait. Well, okay then. I was camping with a couple of friends. We were in Arizona, way out in the middle of nowhere. We'd been in Sedona, but we moved out into the desert. When my friends woke up in the morning, I was gone. I woke up, I don't know when, inside the spaceship. I had no memory of being snatched. It was like silver glass on the inside, and the people, the aliens, had on suits that covered them from head to toe, breathing like Darth Vader. And I was stripped bare and lying out on a silver table. They were studying me and poking at me and talking in what sounded like high-pitched squeaks, like dolphins. My friends got a search party going back in Arizona, but after 2 weeks of not being able to find me, they all gave up the search. They assumed I'd wandered off and died in the desert. But at some point, again in a total blackout, I found myself back in the desert of Arizona, alone. A park ranger found me and picked me up. The story goes that I wandered off from our camp and hallucinated due to dehydration. But that isn't what happened. Maybe it did, Rick said. Jerry shook his head. I wasn't dehydrated. And after weeks of being missing in the desert, my clothes weren't damaged. Not torn or dirty or anything. He looked at his watch. I've researched. Mine is not the lone account of such a thing. I'll be glad to give you what other details I can remember at the end of our next session, if you're interested. Rick sat back in his chair and just stared at the guy. How often does this spaceship trick work for you? Jerry grinned. Every time. Jack didn't ask about the counseling session. He didn't even bother with something as benign as, was it as bad as you thought it would be? He just left it alone, so there was no talking. When they got back to the bar, Jack said, Tomorrow morning is PT. See you at 9 a.m. You're gonna get real tired of this, Rick said. Get? I'm already tired of it. Of course, I wouldn't be if you weren't so angry with me for God knows what. I'm not angry with you, Jack. It's the situation. Well, that's good to know, Jack said. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Actually, I need to come in now. Talk to Preacher. By all means, Jack said. And he thought, why the hell can't you talk to me? The big man was working in the kitchen. Paige was sitting at the workstation, holding Dana, now 9 months old. Well, hey, she said, grinning broadly when she saw Rick enter. With baby in her arms, she went to him, embracing him. I wondered when I was going to see you. How are you feeling? Rick's hand automatically wandered to little Dana's head, smoothing over her thin cap of brown hair. I'm okay, Paige. I wanted to apologize for the other night. To you and Preach. Preacher lifted his shoulders in a shrug. No problem, man. Jack said you were worn out and the leg was hurting.
I have to double apologize, Rick said. That wasn't it. I just couldn't take on the town, Preach. I'm sorry. Maybe I can run into them one at a time, but a big gang like that, I didn't feel like I could do it. I wasn't sure how I'd act.
Oh?
Preacher asked. How can I explain? Nah, I can't explain. It's like I'm not always in charge of how I behave. Sometimes I say mean things, ungrateful things, do things it isn't like me to do. And sometimes I break down and it's embarrassing. That's the best I can do for an explanation.
Got it,
Preacher said.
Still real rocky. Getting on with things. Yeah, I've been there.
Huh? He lifted a bushy brow.
Jack ever tell you about how I got hurt in Iraq and cried like a baby, calling for my mother?
He shook his head.
Wasn't like me either. And my injury was minor. It was major enough that I had to carry over my shoulder for a long damn stretch, Jack said. I wasn't even in the hospital after,
Preacher said.
So, I know the best way to fix your situation. Marines back from war are always comped around here. Of course, you'd be comped even if you hadn't gone to war, but since you did, you eat and drink on the house here, just like cops, doctors, firefighters. You know, like we've always done. You serve the town, Jack serves you. You must be getting some serious cabin fever sitting around your grandma's. Walk down here sometimes, just to say hello. That'll get you back in touch. One at a time, like you want.
Maybe, he said.
I gotta warn you, I'm not great company.
Ask Jack. They all looked at Jack.
I'm hoping it gets better, after some adjustment. Maybe we should go out to the river.
He grinned, yet his eyebrows frowned in a menacing way, as though he was thinking of drowning Rick rather than catching fish. Rick almost smiled. Jack was a real good guy, but he wasn't good at taking shit, and Rick had given him a real load of it.
See?
He said, looking back at Preacher and Paige. Well, try this, Paige said, pushing the baby on him. She puts everyone in a good mood.
Is that a fact?
Rick asked, taking Dana into his arms.
Where's the little guy?
Chris is in school. He's in 1st grade now.
Aw, jeez.
Was he in that bus accident? Rick asked.
Jack told me about it.
Paige shook her head. He was home that day. I kept him home because of the nasty weather. If it weren't just 1st grade, I probably would have sent him. Now, till I get my confidence back, I drive him. I rode that bus for years.
Must have scared you to death,
Rick said, and sniffed the baby's neck while she patted him on the cheek. Preacher smiled and exchanged glances with his wife.
Scared everyone in town, Rick,
Preacher said, not wanting to draw attention to the fact that Rick was caving into the baby's softness, sweetness.
How about a sandwich? I'm just making up some for lunch. And I want you to see the new house Paul built on the bar for me and Paige. It's amazing. Turn that little apartment into a real house.
That'd be great, Rick said. And then he actually laughed as Dana pressed her forehead against his and blubbered her lips in a spitty noise. Jack just wandered into the bar, but he smiled to himself. It was true. He wasn't patient. But all he had to see was 1 ounce of recovery, and it gave him some hope to hang on to. Chapter 11. Friday afternoon came, and Jerry Powell sat at his desk. He didn't take notes during sessions, but afterward he wrote out a summary for the client files. He heard the outside door open and quickly closed and put away the file. Then he smiled as Liz walked into the office.
"Hey there," he said.
"Hi," she answered, taking one of the chairs in the room. This sort of thing didn't happen in Jerry's practice as often as one might think it would, given the size of the towns. He'd been counseling Liz since right after her baby was stillborn. He had a nice contract with the county school district. There were school counselors in both Eureka and Fortuna who liked his work and made referrals to him. And after Rick had been wounded in Iraq, Liz came back to him. After all, he'd been able to help before, and they had history. So he was a logical choice. If Rick and Liz talked about it, they would find out that he was counselor to both of them. But they wouldn't learn it from him. And information he got from them about each other didn't factor in his therapeutic work. Though it was pretty impossible not to be aware. Therefore, enlightened, he hoped. Even though he felt a lot closer to Liz and knew her much better, it hadn't taken him long to feel a certain attachment to Rick. Here were a couple of kids who had been to hell and back. And while they loved each other, they were in a bad enough place that they might not get through it together. In fact, Jerry knew they were already apart. The one thing he couldn't do was fill in the blanks for them. It would be a breach of ethics. If he were in a place where more PhDs were available to counsel, it would probably be wise to push one of them off on another counselor. If they were a married couple, seeking individual as opposed to marriage counseling, he would be forced to. Otherwise, it would be a conflict of interest. They needed him, and he was confident he could counsel them without prejudice. Jerry came around his desk and went to the chair facing Liz. She came by his office every Friday after school on her way to Virgin River to help her aunt in the store. She had been for a couple of months now. "How was your week?" he asked her. She shrugged. "Not great," she said. "I'm worried I might be sliding backward." "Go ahead and tell me about it, Liz," he said. "Well, I had myself toughened up a little. Like I've told you before. I started concentrating on school more, so Rick would be proud. But then I liked it. Liked that I could get the grades when I tried. Liked that I already got an acceptance into community college. It was for me. And I hung in there pretty good, even though Rick wouldn't take my phone calls or anything. But then I finally saw him and talked to him. Last Friday night. I had to go to him, of course, even though he knows exactly how to find me. He made it real clear. He wants us to break up. He's through with me. All week I haven't been able to study at all, and I have finals coming up." She swallowed a couple of times, as if trying to keep her tears in check. "All of a sudden, I don't care anymore." "What don't you care about?" Jerry asked. She shrugged. "Not much of anything." "Does that mean it's not just schoolwork that's been affected?" She scooted forward on her chair. "Here's the thing, Jerry. I knew this all along. I've known it since I read the pamphlets with Jack in Germany. He's breaking up with me for my own good. He said as much." "Can you remember what he said?" "That with him there was one bad thing after another, and they were always his fault. Which is the craziest thing I've ever heard. But I read in all the stuff they gave us, and the stuff I found online, some wounded military guys go through this kind of thing. They feel as if it's their fault or something, as if they don't deserve to be loved. What the hell is that? Why doesn't he blame me for all the stuff that's gone wrong since we've been together? Why don't I blame me?" Jerry smiled a little, tilting his head. "If you'll remember, we worked through some of that." "We did, huh?" she said, suddenly reminded. She straightened. "Yeah, we did. I did blame myself before. I thought I'd done something wrong to make the baby die. Like I ate the wrong things or didn't eat the right things or slept on my back or something." Yeah. She actually smiled, though it was a weak and sad smile. That's right. But I never broke up with Rick because I thought I wasn't good enough for him.
We went over some of this, too, Jerry reminded her. Everyone has an individual response to crisis, grief, etc. I don't say this to you to influence the direction you take in your situation, Liz, but you do have to keep that in mind. He has many adjustments to make that might not make sense to you. Just like if you'd told him you were guilty, as if you'd hurt the baby, it might not have made sense to him. The important thing is that you understand yourself. She made a face, lowered her gaze. Having a little trouble there, she said. My feelings are so hurt. And I drove out of town, parked, and cried. But before I even got done crying, I was so mad. I'm still so mad. Instead of studying like I should be, I just go into these mental arguments with him, yelling at him in my head. Can you play some of those tapes for me? He asked. What do you mean? What are you yelling in your head? Oh, things like, who do you think you are? You think you're the only one who ever felt terrible and scared and alone? Who felt loss? Who felt you weren't good enough? Don't you think I'd have given up both legs if it could have saved the baby's life? Things like that. I mean, I went through a real bad time with the baby. You know. I do know. Did he help you with that at the time? Jerry asked. She was quiet a moment. Finally, she said, Totally. He did everything he could think of. Even though it hurt him just as much. I know it did. After the baby was born, when he was holding me and the baby together, he was touching his little bitty hand and tears were falling on my hair and the baby's head. But he held me. He came to Eureka almost every day. He called to see how I was twice a day. And now, he won't let me be there for him, she added quietly. He wants to do this alone. And he can't. Can't? When we went out to talk, we made love. Well, not like we used to. He was a little nuts, grabbing me. I tried to slow him down a little, shushing him, kissing him softly, but he was just gone. That's what makes me confused. He doesn't want us to be together anymore, but he can't control himself when he's with me. Explain that to me. Jerry deferred. Instead, he said, Did he hurt you, Liz? Physically? Of course not, she said, shaking her head. He even said he was sorry while he was trying to get my jeans off. Like he was sorry he was so desperate or something. Because he didn't stop. And you didn't stop him? No, I didn't care. He's been away a long time. He's been through so much. And I was missing him too. I wanted him. That wasn't the problem. The problem came after when he said, See, we can't be together. And I thought, what was that? That was together. I understand it. I read all the stuff. He's pushing me away. But at the same time, I don't understand it. Now what? Jerry asked. Now? Now nothing. From me, anyway. Can you explain that, please? I took him back to his grandmother's house and told him to get out of my car. I reminded him that he knew how to find me. I've spent months reaching out to him. I don't think it would be good for either one of us if I pushed on it anymore. Think you're going to be able to follow through on that? Jerry asked. Her lips pursed, her eyes watered. A trembling hand rose up to her chest, and just as a giant tear rolled down her cheek, in a voice so soft Jerry had to strain to hear her, she whispered, My heart hurts. Hurts so bad. I just don't want him to see me cry anymore. She hiccuped and blinked until her cheeks were wet.
Jerry didn't hand her a tissue. She knew where they were. She'd used up his supply several times. If I didn't love him so much, I'd hate him. She swallowed and reached for a tissue. My heart hurts so bad. By the time May was full on the land, the afternoons were almost always sunny and warm. The forest animals were out of hiding, often with new babies, along the meadows and river at dawn and again at dusk. Spring wildflowers were in full glory along roadsides, up the mountainsides, and through the meadows. Virgin River was at its most beautiful in spring. And Dan Brady was glad he'd made the decision to come here. He'd given it a lot of thought. Indeed, there'd been lots of time to think about where he'd settle while he cooled his heels in Folsom Prison. He was a low-profile prisoner, just a pot grower. He didn't even take a hit for dealing. He'd only been caught growing, but the assumption was he grew it to sell it. It was the pedophiles and rapists who were in constant danger from other inmates. And there was fighting among the gangs. Dan just did his time quietly and thought. It was a logical decision for him. Virgin River was a quiet, decent town. There were people there he thought highly of, Mel and Jack being two. Preacher was an oddball, but good-hearted and helpful. Paul Haggerty was a stand-up boss. Of course, he'd had no expectation that they'd come to respect him, but to his amazement, they were perfectly friendly toward him. And the job with Haggerty, pure luck. If he'd been Haggerty, he'd never have hired himself. But it was working out great. There was plenty of overtime when he wanted it. Haggerty paid a fair wage, and the benefits were good. The men he worked with were quality crews. Haggerty had high standards. It didn't leave him much spare time, but what was he going to do with spare time? He'd always been a loner, something that intensified when he was growing pot. It was a habit he was slowly trying to break. It made sense for him to come out of the darkness and have people in his life. Like he used to. They might not trust him, but he trusted them. They were transparent to the last one, not real complicated, living authentic lives, invested in their families and friends, protective of their own, their town. So he had begun to slowly enter their world. He picked up a packed lunch from the bar every morning at about 6 a.m. Preacher made it the night before. Then, a couple of nights a week, he'd take dinner and a beer there and catch up on local gossip and national news on the bar's TV. The rest of the time, he either worked or tinkered around the rental house. His father taught him something real useful when it came to fixer-uppers. Always do what shows the most first. So the first thing Dan did was replace the window glass in that one broken window and reinforce and repair the front porch. Took him a day and a half. Then he hired some of Haggerty's boys to scrape and paint the house while he painted the porch. He wasn't going up on those ladders. Dan wasn't about to invest in a new roof if he didn't own the place, but he did have the existing roof repaired so it wouldn't drown in the next big rain. Next, he pulled weeds, threw down some topsoil, tore out the cracked sidewalk with a crowbar and shovel, and put down patio stones instead. He planted flowers along the front of the house. A little daily sprinkling and some spring sunshine, and he had a green yard bordered by colorful flowers and a pretty little yellow house, trimmed in white. Once he was inside, which was about 3 weeks into his tenancy, he could work evenings when he felt like it. He tackled the easiest and most visible stuff first. He washed the nicotine off the living room and dining room walls, patched and painted. He borrowed a big industrial floor sander from Paul and turned the living/dining area into a beautiful L-shaped room in about 10 days with paint, stain, varnish, and floor wax. He scrubbed up the stone fireplace, and it was looking good. Then he scrubbed down and painted the bedroom. It took only a few evenings. The only furniture he had was a bed and a small table with 2 chairs that he left in the dining room while he tore apart the kitchen. He'd been in Virgin River 6 weeks, and his little rental for just over 4. and he was really pleased with what a minimal amount of money and some work could do. The kitchen was going to take more than a couple of weeks and would be a lot more expensive than the work he'd done so far, but he was making good money, and he'd take it slow. He scraped off the old, damaged linoleum floor and removed all the cupboards, since some were already missing doors and they were too old to be a standard size. He ripped out the counters, keeping just the sink and moving the appliances away from the walls. He got rid of the old, peeling yellowed wallpaper, textured the kitchen walls, and was painting away a Sunday afternoon when there was a knock at the door. He went, roller in hand, and opened the door.
"Well," he said, grinning. "My landlady. Funny. I wondered if I'd ever see you again."
"The house," she said. Her mouth hung open and her eyes were huge. "Good God!"
"Oh, is it okay?" he asked her.
She shook her head, and he thought, for a second, she was going to say he'd gone too far and she hated it. "I never even imagined it could look like this. It's incredible. When I pulled up, I thought I had the wrong house." He grinned at her.
"I should probably stop. If I do a good enough job, you're going to want it back, and I'll be in the camper shell again."
"You don't have to worry about that," she said. "I'm never living here again."
"I'd given up on you. I asked Jack if he thought you'd be back, and he said he didn't really know. He thought there was a chance you'd just let the house go. Can't imagine why you'd do that."
"No, you probably couldn't. Chalk it up to some bad memories."
"Must have been horrific,"
he said, and she merely nodded. The house wasn't the only thing that looked different. She was looking pretty good herself. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been hauling trash all day, but even after that, she'd had strong looks that held up. He put her at somewhere around 30. Maybe 5'6" or so, slender but not skinny, long legs, good hips. She had an unfussy style, hair that curled under just above her shoulders, makeup he could see her freckles through.
"I'm owing you rent,"
he said, pulling out his wallet from his back pocket. But she just walked past him into the kitchen. "Holy cow," she said. "Stripped bare."
Yeah. This is gonna take a while because of the cost. Couple of months at least, depending on things like overtime. It needs everything. I'm doing the floors and walls first, cupboards and counters next, and appliances one at a time. This is also going to be more expensive than some grass seed and paint. Lots more. I hope you're planning to let me stay here cheap for a while to make up for the investment."
"Sure. I don't want it."
"I don't even know where to start with that bathroom. Nice big room, but it's a nightmare the way that shower's put in. Plus, I'm going to have to give up the bathroom during the remodel, and after living in a camper shell for a while, that shower, ugly as it is, comes in real handy. Especially when you work construction all day. Then again, at home all night."
She didn't say anything, just looked around in wonder.
"That bathroom could use a tub and shower and new toilet."
Still, silence.
"I'm not taking on that back room till I've been here a year or more. Fact is, it needs to be ripped off and rebuilt. Hey, we in the same solar system here?"
"Oh, sorry. Gee, what's your name again?"
He sighed. "Dan Brady."
"Sorry, Dan. I'm just blown away by how good the place looks. And in a little over a month. You must have worked yourself to death."
"Nah. A little after work, a little on the weekends."
He still held his wallet in his hand.
"I owe you like a month and a half rent. Cash all right?"
"Sure, yeah."
"Next time the rent's due, I can drop it off in Eureka when I'm over there. If you'll give me an address. I get around that way at least once a month, buying stuff like paint, caulk, repair stuff. Maybe we could grab a quick bite, talk more about what I'm thinking for the house, get to know each other a little. You know.
She tilted her head. You don't know about me, do you?
You lived here. Your mother died and your father is with a brother. That right? You work and live in Eureka, right?
I'm an alcoholic, she said, straightening almost proudly.
Expensive date or enjoying sobriety?
Over 7 months sober. I know the exact number of days, hours.
Good for you. So if it doesn't freak you out for me to know where you live and if you'd like a free meal,
I don't get involved with men. He looked stricken for a second.
Oh, God, I'm sorry, Cheryl. I didn't mean to mislead you. I wasn't expecting to get involved. I just thought rent money, early dinner, and someplace casual. Listen.
She started to laugh to herself, softly shaking her head. Paranoid, she said quietly. Goes with the territory. Listen, Dan, I wasn't an ordinary drunk. I was a very drunk. Did a lot of regretful things. That's why I don't come back here, where it all started, where I was at my worst. Ask anyone in town. They can all tell you about Cheryl, the town drunk. You don't want to have dinner with me. He gave her a small smile. He stuck out his hand.
Cheryl, meet Dan, ex-con.
She didn't take the hand, but lifted her eyebrows slightly. 4?
Growing weed.
Jesus! You a druggie? He shook his head.
Never used dope. I just grew it for the money. I was in a tight spot. A family member needed help. I couldn't think of anything else, and I met a guy way back who knew someone who could set me up, and I could make a bunch of money fast. And I got caught and did time.
He grinned.
Ask anyone around here about Dan, the grower.
What are you doing here, in Virgin River? Fixing up an old shithole like this?
I'm getting my life back. What are you doing?
Okay, touché. She reached into her shoulder bag and pulled out a scrap of paper and a pen. Here's my phone number. Call a week ahead and clear time with me. And I don't know about a meal. I'll have to think about that.
Good,
he said.
You think, I'll paint. And here's $300 to catch you up. Though, now the place is looking better, you probably want a friggin' security deposit, huh?
Doesn't anything bother you?
Any more? Not so much.
Cameron had put off calling his parents for as long as he could. Though he was 36, it still mattered a great deal to him what they thought of him. So, after a light dinner with Abby at the cabin, he told her he was going to call his mother. She groaned and leaned against him.
It's going to be all right,
he told her, giving her a kiss on the forehead. But Abby, I'm not going to lie to my parents and pretend I just got involved with some pregnant girl. I know, she said softly, nervously. I'm going to the bedroom, she said. She had no idea how happy it made him when she said that. The bedroom, not my bedroom. Because night after night they lay there together, kissing, touching, fondling, not having sex, but having everything else. For Abby, as huge and uncomfortable as she was these days, sex was way down on her list of things she needed. She just took comfort in the touching, the affection, nearness. For Cameron, it was a little more than that. His emotions were definitely sexually charged. He found it crazy and beautiful that he wanted her just as much round with the babies as he had the night they'd conceived, when she was so small, so svelte. Of course, he couldn't keep that a secret from Abby, nor did he try to. She even offered to help with that. Let me, Cameron, she said, touching him intimately. There's no reason you have to be frustrated. And he had said, I'm waiting for you, and that's the way I want it.
After these little ones are born and you're recovered, we're gonna rock the walls of this cabin."
He couldn't remember a time he'd been happier. And it was in that frame of mind he placed the call to his parents.
"Mom," he said, "how are you?"
"Great, Cam. How's the little town?"
"Perfect." "Pour a glass of wine, Mom. I have something important to tell you."
"Really?" she said. "Go ahead."
"Doctor's orders," he said. "Come on now. I have a surprise. A very nice one."
Okay, she laughed.
"I hope you found yourself a wonderful woman in that little town." He paused, hoping she'd taken his advice about the wine. "Well, as a matter of fact..."
"Really? Who is she?"
"Actually, I found her last year. Last fall, in Grants Pass."
"You never said anything," she said.
"I didn't think there was much to say. I really fell for her, but she had complications in her life. When I met her, she'd been separated from her husband for almost a year, and they were getting divorced. It wasn't too soon for her to think about another man, but it was too soon for her to get involved. At that time, at least. She had to get her legal affairs straightened out. So, as much as I hated it, we lost touch for a while. We connected again in January, her divorce final. Her name is Abby, and, Mom, she's wonderful. Beautiful and sweet and perfect."
"Oh, Cam, I'm so happy for you. Why didn't you tell us?"
"Lots of reasons. One being that I wanted some time with her first. And, of course, Abby having been married once, she wanted to take it slow. You understand."
"I suppose. Where does she live, Cam? When can I meet her?"
"She lives here now, Mom, with me. And it won't be long before you can meet her. But there's one more thing. During that short time we knew each other in Grants Pass, we had a little blessing. That's what it was. We had a blessing. Well, actually, a couple of blessings. On the way. Soon."
Dead silence answered him.
It came as a shock to poor Abby at first, and I admit, I was pretty surprised. But we're very happy about it. Happy and excited.
Silence. It stretched out.
"Mom? Twins. We know one is a boy, but the other one is hiding."
Again, a vacuum. Then he heard his mother shriek. "Edward, come here! Cameron got some girl pregnant."
"Mom, just have a little sip of that wine."
"I think it's going to take something a little stronger." "Twins? You got some girl pregnant with twins?"
He couldn't help it. He laughed. "Mom," he said, "she's not some girl. She's not a girl. Her name is Abby, and she's 31.
"Cameron, how in the world?"
"Now, Mother, I'm not going to explain. You'll just have to trust me. I've never been careless, and neither has Abby. So, here's the deal. She's probably going to go early, though the babies are due the 2nd of July. Any time, Mom. Abby wants to have her mother come as soon as they're delivered, so I hope you can be a little patient. Twins is a pretty big..."
"Cameron, are you married?"
"Not yet, Mom. Even though we're in this together completely, we just haven't had time to get married. That will come. We'll take care of the details. No point in rushing it now. Besides, we're not going to be fooling anybody, including the great-grandmothers and Great-Aunt Jean, by rushing into it right now. They're nearly here." "Dear God in heaven," his mother said. And in the background, he could hear his father, Ed, saying, What? "I'll call you the moment they're born. Tomorrow when I'm at the clinic, I'll get Mel to take a picture of me and Abby and email it to you. By then, you will have calmed down."
"But Cameron," she said, "you haven't given me time to knit anything."
He laughed again. "Well, get started. Abby's really ready to unload. She just has to make it a couple more weeks to be completely safe.
Oh, dear God in heaven, she muttered. You couldn't have told me any sooner?
There were details to work out, Mother. This is how it is, and you're going to be gracious. Abby is understandably stressed.
Of course I'll be gracious. Just answer me one question and be honest with me, because I always know when you're lying. Do you love this... Abby?
He smiled. Mom, I loved her the second I saw her, and I love her more every day. He heard his answer in his mother's heavy, satisfied sigh. There now, go take care of Dad before he goes crazy, and I'll email a picture tomorrow sometime. Mom, congratulations. I love you. He hung up and got himself a beer out of the refrigerator. He popped the top and went to the bedroom, leaning in the open doorway. Abby was sitting cross-legged, her iPod earphones plugged into her ears, deep breathing with her eyes closed. He just watched, smiling at the sight. She was a vision. She opened her eyes, took the plugs out of her ears, and looked at him expectantly. She was very surprised, he said, and a little pissed off that I didn't give her more time to knit something.
Oh my,
she said, taking a breath.
Did you tell her it was an accident?
No. I told her it was a blessing, and the best thing that ever happened to me. Dan Brady had not envisioned that in just a couple of months in Virgin River, he'd be able to walk into that little bar and be accepted as one of them. They didn't make a big fuss. It wasn't like Cheers with everyone shouting welcome. No, that wouldn't have been to his taste anyway. What was nice was to go during the busier times of day and sit up at the bar and chat with whoever was around, just as if he was one of the neighbors. Which he was. In prior years, before he'd settled in this town, he would only go to the bar at midday when hardly anyone was around. He sat up at the bar and found himself facing Preacher. "Hey there, brother," Preacher said. "Heineken?" Dan smiled. He didn't let on how much it pleased him to be greeted that way. "Thanks," was all he said. "You doing bar duty tonight?" "Just for a few. Jack's over at the clinic, loading up Mel and the kids so she can take 'em home. He'll be right back. Paige is minding the stove while Dana's in the high chair back there. And Chris," he said, tilting his head to the far end of the bar where the 6-year-old sat, "is doing homework." Dan frowned. Homework? In 1st grade? Is that crazy or what? Thank Jesus I didn't go to that school. Man, I had nuns, and I thought I had it rough. Dan laughed. "It's not like it's trigonometry," he went on. "He's drawing pictures and making numbers and letters, but still." "Still," Dan agreed. "Excuse me, I have to check if we're making progress." And he wandered down to his stepson. A moment later, Jack was holding the door open for Hope McCrae. She stomped inside wearing her muddy running shoes and lavender sweatsuit with brown stains on the knees. He'd spent a good amount of time talking to Hope. Well, he'd been listening to Hope. It was gardening season for her. She tended a very large garden every spring and summer. Living alone as she didn't have much use for all her produce, so she gave most of it away, and the deer and rabbits drove her crazy, getting in her garden. She sat up beside Dan while Jack went around the bar and, without being asked, poured her a whiskey. Then she pulled out her Marlboros. After a brief hack to clear her throat and lungs, she lit up. "I have news," she said to Jack and anyone who would listen. "I bought the church." "You did what?" Jack asked. "The church. The Lutherans aren't sending another minister this way. We're just too small for their tastes. Or for anyone's, it appears." I've been making offers for 6 years, but they were set on selling the church to some other denomination. But finally, they had to admit defeat. No one wants it. So I lowered my offer. Crazy fools. Got it for a song. She cackled. Got it for a hymn. Jesus, Hope. Are you just richer than God? Jack asked. I have a couple bucks and nothing to do but buy and sell things. So, I'm going to sell the church. She sipped her drink, puffed on her cigarette. But, Hope, you said no one wants it, Jack pointed out. Well, none of those religions want it. I'm going to sell it on eBay. It was silent for a second. Then Jack, Dan, and Preacher burst into laughter. Oh, go ahead and laugh, she said. You'll see. Someone's going to want a church. That's a good church. A little roughed up at the moment, but it can be considered a fixer-upper. Jack leaned on the bar. Let me guess. You have some old pictures of that church, right? When it was beautiful, right? And you're going to float out those pictures and snag some poor rube like you did Mel. Mel hasn't complained in years, Hope said, puffing. Mel? Dan asked. Jack gave the counter a wipe. Mel took the job here based on a bunch of pictures Hope sent of a pretty little town and a cabin in the woods she could use for free for a year. Cabin looked like new. Town looked 30 years younger. The cabin was probably in worse shape than that Creighton house you're working on. And the town? Well, you've seen the town. Mel was furious. She's got a sharp tongue, that one, Hope said, making Jack laugh. So, Hope, Jack said, what if Satanists buy the church? Good luck to them, she shrugged. This would be a real bad town for someone who's no good to try to make a go of it. I'll post up old and recent pictures so people will know what they're getting into. Who'd want a church? Dan asked. Someone who needs to preach, I'm thinking, Hope said. Or Satanists, who Jack and Preacher will run off and make sorry they ever got the idea. She sipped the last of her drink, put out her cigarette. You're gonna have a lot of venison come in the bar soon, Jack. I'm gonna shoot the goddamn deer if they don't get out of my yard. I can't take illegal venison, Hope. You try this every spring. Why don't you put up a good fence? I have up a good fence. They jump it, and the goddamn rabbits dig under. Bastards. Now, is that any way for the owner of a church to talk? I just own it, Jack, she said, pushing up her glasses. I'm not exactly the religious sort. Is that so? This town could use a little religion, I think. And why is that? Been a long time now, but that church used to be full all the time. Of course, it was full of poor mountain people, and there wasn't any parsonage. So the pastor got himself relocated. Couldn't hardly feed himself on what poor mountain folk put in the plate. But things have gotten better round here since I was younger. A lot of farmers and ranchers and... She leveled her gaze at Dan accusingly. Construction workers moved in. They can fill up the collection plate. It's time to try it again. She gave Dan a pat on the shoulder and left the bar, scuffling out the door. Dan looked up at Jack. That is one strange woman. Oh, she's peculiar, all right. But she's always thinking about the town. I'd love to get a look at her will. She's crafty, and I think she must have a ton of money. And no living relatives. He lifted an eyebrow. Looking for a wife? Mature woman with big black glasses and mud on her knees? Dan laughed. I don't think I could drink that one pretty, Jack. But gee, thanks for the tip. How's it going at the house?
He sat back.
The landlady showed up today. Now, there's an interesting woman. She is that. She tells me she was the town drunk,
he said.
She was, Jack confirmed. She got in treatment and seems to be doing great. She's a whole new person. What was the town drunk like?
Dan asked. Jack looked upward, thinking. Then he brought his gaze down to Dan's.
Know what? I'm not going to talk about that. Cheryl is a good person who had a mighty big burden with her drinking. I'll tell you the truth, I never saw any hope. But I see her now and she's not the same woman. Honest to God, I would have thought that even sober she'd be a little slow-witted, unmotivated, damaged. But she seems to have beat the odds. She's just incredible. I want her to make it. She's making it, Dan said. That's nice, that you won't talk about it. Must have been kind of bad. Buddy, we've all been through bad times we'd like to forget.
And like an introduction to bad times personified, the door opened and Rick came in, using just a cane for assistance. Dan noticed that Jack frowned before he smiled.
How you doing, son?
He asked.
Better,
he said, leaning on the cane.
I'm getting used to the cane. Haven't been on my ass all day.
He sat up at the bar. Dan turned toward him.
Dan Brady,
he said.
We met once, a long time ago. You might not remember.
That's right, Jack said suddenly.
The night Paige got snatched. You remember, Rick.
Yeah, Rick said, putting out a hand.
You're the one who knocked the bad guy out with the flashlight. I'd almost forgotten about that. Sorry about the leg, Dan said. You starting to feel okay with the prosthesis yet?
Nah, it still hurts some.
You watching for breakdown? That can slow you down. You know about this stuff?
Rick asked.
A little bit. So, you watching that? Not only am I watching it, I go to PT 3 times a week where they're watching it. I'm covered. Right now, all I want is to walk without pain. Aw, you'll get that. Then what?
Dan asked.
I don't know,
he said.
Jack, what do you think? Think I earned a beer and some dinner? 2 conditions. I walk you home, and we take something home to your gram. Done,
Rick said, patting the bar. He was a good 9 months away from 21, but he'd lived a lot more than most men his age, and he'd put in a rough week of 3 PT sessions and 2 counseling sessions.
What are you doing around here?
Rick asked Dan.
Working for Paul Haggerty? What are you gonna do? You must have lots of options. I said, I don't know. Right now, I just have to get a leg, walk in it, then maybe I'll be able to think. There's always school, Jack said, putting down a beer and retrieving his coffee cup. That GI Bill, that's a great opportunity.
Rick lifted the beer, took a sip, and said,
I'm thinking about it.
Right away, Dan knew. The kid was still depressed and screwed up about the war, the injury, the missing leg.
This little town you got here, Rick. Nice little place. I come from down the coast. Sebastopol, near Bodega Bay. Not exactly a real small town. You grow up here?
He nodded.
So, when did you join the Corps?
Rick looked at Dan.
If it's okay with you, I don't feel real talkative right now. It's all right by me, Dan said. Jack, whenever Preacher's ready with dinner, I'm ready. You got it, Jack said, scowling briefly at Rick. While Rick nursed his beer and then picked at his dinner, a few people,
who came into the bar, approached him, said hello, and patted his back. Their brows were furrowed as if they were feeling sorry for him, and Dan knew not a great thing to do. Right now, Rick probably felt as though that was what he needed, maybe enjoyed it a little. But this kid was tough and strong, and pity wasn't going to help much. Dan didn't even see the next group come in. A couple and a girl. They sat at a table near the window. It was when Rick turned and looked that Dan followed his gaze and saw the girl connect with him. Beautiful girl. So beautiful and so sad. Dan was almost jealous for a second. He couldn't see what Rick's eyes were doing, but their eyes must have been locked together. The girl's mouth hung open at first, then closed. She turned to the woman at her table, a small redhead in her 50s, whispered something, and then fled the bar. Rick pivoted back. Dan gave it a minute before he said, "Now, that was interesting." Rick took a slug of his beer. "She used to be my girl." "Before the leg?" "Yeah." "She can't deal with the leg?" Dan asked. Rick swiveled his angry gaze at Dan. "This is your business, buddy?" "Dan. The name is Dan." "Just curious. Seemed like she looked really sad, not put off. But maybe I imagined that." "She's not put off, but it isn't going to work for us anymore. Will that do it for you? Can you leave it alone now?" "Sure, kid. If that's what you want." "That's what I want." Whoa, Dan thought. This is one tough customer. He had enough mad in him to burn buildings. It wasn't 10 minutes later that the couple, minus the girl, approached Rick. The small red-headed woman put a hand on his shoulder and said, "How are you doing, Ricky? Getting along any better?" "I'm doing pretty well, Connie. Thanks. You staying for dinner?" "I think we're going to pass," she said. "Listen, just so you know, I think about you all the time. Pray for you that you'll get adjusted and stuff." "Thanks," Rick said meekly. Liz, she doing okay?" "She's trying, Ricky. She's stronger than she looks. She's trying."
"Good,"
Rick said. "Take care, then," Connie said. And they left the bar. And Dan thought, this guy is imploding. Chapter 12. Walt Booth had dinner at his daughter's house at least twice a week. With Muriel away, Vanny was even more conscientious about making sure he was invited regularly. His daughter so enjoyed cooking, it was always a pleasure to have her do it for him. Then, after dessert, if it was still early, he'd take his coffee to the great room and sometimes rock the baby for a while before Matt was settled in bed. Sometimes Paul would join him there, take in a little of the television news, but Paul was often occupied in the garage, working on built-ins for the interior of their house. Vanny refilled Walt's coffee while he rocked little Matt on a typical evening. "You've been awfully quiet lately," she said to her father.
"Maybe I just said everything I have to say. Maybe there's nothing left."
"Ha ha," she said, smiling. "Then tell me what you hear from Muriel." And Walt's chin immediately dropped. "Uh-oh. Have you and Muriel had some kind of trouble?" Walt looked up.
"I don't know if it's trouble or not, but she's not exactly pleased with me right now."
"And why is that?" He shrugged.
"She can't get away from that movie. She'd like me to farm out the dogs and get Shelby to feed the horses, and for me to go to Montana for at least a long weekend."
Vanny sat back on the sofa, holding her own coffee cup. "And the problem is?"
I don't particularly want to go to Montana, he said.
Well, that must make her feel completely special.
He grunted. I don't belong there, where she's working.
I can't imagine she'd ask you if she thought you'd be in the way. In fact, it might be good for you to see her at work. I know if she'd asked me, I'd be on the next plane. I'd love to visit a movie set.
There you have it, Vanessa, he said. I can't see myself on a movie set. It's completely out of my experience. I'd probably just embarrass her.
What nonsense. It would be fun, Dad. You'd not only learn more about what she's doing, you'd have a little time together in the mornings and evenings.
I'm not so sure it would be fun.
Dad, what did you say to her?
He made a face. It's more what she said to me. I told her I didn't think it was such a good idea, me going to her movie set, and she drew a line in the sand.
He shook his head.
Not really like Muriel, but that's what she did.
With some exasperation, Vanny said, Do you think you can possibly make this explanation any more confusing? What's going on?
When I told her I didn't really want to come to her movie, that I'd feel out of place and strange because I don't know anything about movies, much less making them, she said, he cleared his throat. She said that was ridiculous. There wasn't anything special about this location set. It was just a lot of working people. Grips, carpenters, cooks, etc. I had to Google grips. That's how little I know. And she expected me to make an effort, or she was going to be left to assume she didn't matter enough for me to swallow down a little unease so we could have some time together.
Vanny grinned.
She told you. She hasn't called since, and my calls go to voicemail.
How long has that been going on?
All week. We usually talk every day.
Apparently, Dad, you haven't left the message she's been waiting for.
Apparently.
Vanny just stared her father down for a long time, until he said,
What?
Then she got up, went to the mantel, and pulled a framed 5x7 picture from it. She handed it to her dad, who took it with his free hand while he held on to his sleeping grandson with the other. Remember that? She asked as he looked at the picture. It was one of Vanny's favorite pictures. Walt was wearing his mess dress, the military version of a tuxedo, and Peg was wearing a lovely slim black gown and string of pearls that now belonged to Vanny. A smile found his lips.
Your mother was such a beautiful woman. I was never good enough for her. You look like her, you know.
I know. Do you remember when that was taken?
He shrugged. We attended a lot of military functions. I saw your mother in that dress 100 times.
She sat on the couch and leaned toward him, her elbows on her knees and her hands clasped. You were on your way to dinner at the White House. Not one of those big gang dinners that the president and his wife passed through for 5 minutes, but the real deal. There were to be 12 couples, all high-ranking generals and their wives. Mom was going to meet the First Lady, get a tour of the private living quarters, have dessert with the First Lady. She was very nervous. I remember her saying she was going to feel out of place. She was a horsewoman, private pilot, gardener, skeet shooter, mother. But it was important to you, Dad. And she was proud of you. She would do anything to show how proud she was to be your chosen partner. Walt's eyes glistened. It was easy for Vanny to do that to him. He stared at the picture of Peg, missing her still, and missing Muriel so much. So, Vanny said, I think you know what you should say in the next message you leave for Muriel. It had better have your flight arrival times in it, or you might be kissing goodbye the best thing that's happened to you in at least 5 years. The way I see it, if you could expect my mother to step up and do things that made her uncomfortable because it meant something to you, you'd better do so for your current woman. If you don't, you're going to lose her. And that makes no sense. Walt lifted his eyes from the picture. "We'll get the horses fed and the dogs watched," she said, smiling. Mel Sheridan had a wonderful time taking a few digital pictures of Abby and Cameron to email their mothers. The totally unexpected part was that Abby and Cameron started to get into it, and Mel was delighted. She, naturally, loved pregnant bodies, pregnant couples. She loved preserving the images for posterity. She took her camera out to the cabin and shot a few pictures on the porch, Abby leaning against the rail beside the red potted geraniums, Cam beside her. Then Cam behind her, his hands on her belly. Then Cam behind, hands on the belly, lips on her neck. Cam kissing the belly, while Abby's head was tilted back in a laugh. All the while, Cam was whispering things that made Abby smile. Touch his face, kiss his head. And before they knew what was happening, Mel had coaxed them out of some of their clothes. It took hardly any doing, really. Soon they were topless, his hands strategically crossed or placed over naked breasts, the green of the forest and dappled patches of sunlight behind them. In one, buried behind them in the trees, a doe looked on. They were a beautiful couple. Magnificent photos. Cameron and Abby so obviously in love with each other, and the babies that produced that unbelievable mound. Mel spent the morning loading the pictures into the computer and then onto a disk. Cameron and Abby selected a demure, fully clothed photo to send to the mothers. But Abby took the disk to Vanny's house to let her see them all. "Wow," Vanny said. "These are incredible. Which one did you send to the mothers?" "This one," she pointed. "A front view, clothed. The rest we're keeping for our private collection, but I wanted to show you." Just viewing the pictures, so intimate, so trusting, so in love, started something of a chain reaction. Vanny said, "I want to throw you a shower. Just our friends, not the entire town. Right away. Saturday afternoon." "Oh, I don't know. What in the world is it going to hurt?" Vanny asked. "Still pretending you're not pregnant?" "Well, that ship has sailed," Abby said. "No kidding," Vanny laughed. "Give up, Abby. Hardly anyone has all the details, but there isn't a person around here who doesn't know you're having these babies together. You live together, for God's sake. You go to the doctor's appointments together. We'll just have a nice buffet, invite couples who already know just about everything. Those people who don't already know Cam's the daddy are pretty clear he intends to be. You don't have to say anything about it. Just come and enjoy yourself." "I have to check with Cameron, but—" "Cameron?" Vanny laughed. "Would this be the Cameron who begged you to be his roommate so he could be at your beck and call? The same man who can't keep his hands off you in public? Oh, you're a riot. Pregnant women really are a little out of reality, huh?" "I get your point. And just for good measure, we'll invite your mothers." "Oh, now wait just a minute," Abby said, gripping her belly as if it would fly away. "Don't worry," Vanny said. "They're both on deck to get down to Virgin River the second the babies come, right? They're not going to come now, for heaven's sake. Not on such short notice with the births imminent. It would be crazy." Abby just kept shaking her head, but she picked up the phone and called Cameron at the clinic, running Vanny's plan by him. "Sure, why not?" he said. "A shower would be fun for you. And Vanny's right. Our mothers aren't going to descend on us now." So, Abby called her mother. Cameron called his. And both sets of parents commenced packing at once. "Oh, God," Abby moaned, leaning back on Vanessa's couch, rubbing her belly. "Don't wig out on me," Vanessa said. "They have to meet sometime. Not only am I sure everything will be fine, I'm sure they'll like each other very much." Cameron held Abby in his arms, in their bed. "I don't want you to worry," he whispered. "We're going to have a nice weekend." "So much for going low profile," she whispered. "We're having a party and introducing our parents to each other. Everyone is going to know." He chuckled and ran his hands over her belly. "Nothing low profile about this," he said. "I'm very close to my mother," she said. "She's like my best friend. But even though I'm over 30, I never could let myself tell her exactly how this happened. Just that I met someone, and because of the divorce, we didn't continue to see each other. She wasn't happy about the fact that I didn't contact you. But at the same time, I think she was afraid for me to contact you, in case. You know?" "In case I was a real bastard like the first guy," he supplied. "And what have you told her about us? Now?" "That I met a wonderful man who cares about me and the babies." "But not that I'm the same man?" "Not yet, no." "You're going to have to tell her now," he said. "Or my mother will." She swallowed. "Do you promise not to leave my side the entire weekend?" "I promise to protect you from our mothers. My mother's very nice, in an extremely nosy, interfering sort of way." She smiled. "And mine's very nice, in an extremely bossy, conniving sort of way." "But both our fathers play golf," he said, smiling. "That will keep them busy all weekend, going over every course and every hole they've ever played." "And our mothers? What do you suppose they'll be going over?" He gave her a little kiss. "I promise not to leave your side all weekend," he said. Bree called Abby on the Thursday before the shower. "I have an early baby gift for you. I was hoping this would come together in time. I received a very courteous phone call from none other than Ross Crawford himself. We spoke briefly. He wondered why you wouldn't be accepting any alimony. He wanted to know if you were married." "And what did you tell him?" Abby asked. "Simply, you needed the alimony to pay off his credit card debt as ordered by the court, and once that debt was cleared, you preferred to support yourself, as you always had. And that you weren't married." "I did do one thing. I just couldn't help it. I said that, of course, you had no knowledge of the credit cards, never held them, hadn't signed for them, had never made a charge of any kind, were never issued copies of the statements, and that it was my opinion you shouldn't have been responsible in the first place. But what's done is done, and you'd like to move on now. No hard feelings." And, like the genius he is, he asked, "What credit card debt?" I told him he'd have to check with his lawyer. It was part of the divorce settlement he signed. He said he'd do that, and as far as he was concerned, everything was resolved, and he sends his best. "His best?" She laughed. "How nice of him." I asked him to follow up my letter and our phone conversation with a letter stating that he wouldn't seek any further compensation from you, signed by him and not his legal staff, saying the matter is successfully closed. He did so, Abby. He couriered it to me. I didn't want to call you until I had the document in hand. It's resolved. The prenup is in your past. I'll make a copy for your file and give you the original. You can safely assume he's not after you for any reason. How does that feel? Bree asked. I wish I could say I felt 10 pounds lighter, she answered, rubbing a hand over her round middle. But I'm very relieved. Thank you so much. It must be wonderful to have it behind you. I feel a little foolish. I wish I'd talked to you about the situation the second I came to Virgin River. I had no idea it could just go away like that. Well, it didn't go away just like that. According to your settlement agreement, that bill had to be taken care of. But never panic, Abby. Just as Cameron said, things like this can usually be worked out. The only important thing now is that you and Cam can get on with your lives. Are you feeling well? I feel enormous. I haven't seen my feet in so long, I'm not sure I still have feet. My back is killing me, and I have a new mystery pain every day. And I don't know if word's gotten out, but our parents are coming down for the party this weekend. They'll meet each other. Ugh. Are you worried about that? I'm worried about the questions, none of which I feel like answering. You know the ones. How did this happen, and when are you getting married? Bree laughed. Tell them your attorney advised you not to answer any questions right now. You have other things on your mind, like making it through the shower without going into labor. What does Mel say about your progress? You mean Mel and John and Cam, the delivery team? I see them every week. We just found out Cameron's dream has come true and baby number 2 is a girl. One of each. Just what he hoped for. It's a good thing, too. I doubt anyone's ever going to talk me into doing this again. Well, if you don't mind me saying so, it sounds like things are going very well for you and Cameron. You make a nice team. She laughed. I don't mind you saying so. I don't think we're fooling anyone. We're nuts for each other. Love at first sight. Instant family. Abby, that's just wonderful. I haven't known Cameron all that long, but I can't help thinking he's a great guy. And with this legal business behind you, your way is clear for a very happy family life. I have more immediate concerns. Bree, when you were this pregnant, did you have contractions all the time? Abby, she said, I've never been that pregnant. I just had one on the way, and when I got down to the last 2 months, I thought I was going into labor every day. But the contractions never got regular or obvious till D-Day. And there was no mistaking it. I have a little dilemma. I have too many cooks in the kitchen. John and Cam both want to induce at 37 weeks if I make it that long. Mel wants to wing it. She likes Pitocin as a delivery tool when indicated. But she prefers her women to go into labor on their own. Everyone agrees the babies are in position and ready to go. I think the docs want to control the environment while Mel wants to keep it as natural as possible. And I don't know which way to go. Where are you having the babies? I'm going to the hospital. Given the facts of lower birth weight, we're erring on the side of caution. Mel's good with that. She delivered babies in a big city hospital for years before coming out to the mountains. But the doctors want to monitor everything, and she wants me to have as pure an experience as possible. Bree laughed. You'll figure it out. In fact, the decision could be taken away from you. You might beat them to the punch. You're not 37 weeks yet. Close. I'm dilated a little bit. Well, cross your legs. I'm helping Vanessa cook for the shower. By dinner time the Friday night before the party, the McCalls and Michaelses were in Virgin River. Cameron made arrangements for both couples to have cabins at the Reardons' little resort along the river. Abby and Cameron met them there, introduced everyone, and, as Cameron predicted, they were completely polite to each other. Susan McCall was a small, roundish woman with short blonde hair who had raised an only child and worked in community service her entire married life. Everything from PTA to library to charity work for the poor. Her volunteerism in Seattle was every bit a full-time job. Beth Michaels had raised 3 children, Cameron being the oldest, while working as a dental hygienist. She was Susan's physical opposite, tall and thin with dark hair that
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
framed her face. They were both strong, willful, energetic women in their late 50s, primed to be grandparents. During their getting acquainted dinner at Jack's, Beth Michaels said, "I was just wondering if you're ready to tell us how you met and—" "We met by chance in Grants Pass," Cameron said. "Abby was attending a wedding, and I was having dinner in the same place with my partners." "And then?" Beth pushed. "And then I fell right in love, and after a little coercing, Abby fell in love right back." "Cameron," his mother admonished. There were very few details in that account. He said, sipping from a water glass. "How about that?" "And your plans for marriage?" Susan McCall asked. "You'll be the first to know, Mom," Abby answered. The mothers exchanged glances while Abby and Cameron clasped hands and smiled at each other. As a united front, they were holding their own very well. Abby and Cam took them on a tour of the clinic and showed them the cabin where they were living. Before they could fuss about the size or rustic quality of the place, Cameron assured them they'd be looking for something larger after the babies were born and life had adjusted somewhat. Vanessa, Bree, and Paige planned a beautiful Saturday afternoon party to take place at the General's house. Vanny's deck and yard were not yet as she wanted them to be for a party. Outside on the General's deck, the men could enjoy their cigars, while inside, the women would have good food, beverages, gifts, and lots of space to get acquainted. Vanny invited the Sheridans, June and John from Grace Valley, and their spouses, Nikki and Joe from Grants Pass, Shelby and Luke and Art. Nikki and Joe arrived early to help with the food and decorating. The women hung pink and blue streamers around the dining room table, along with balloons. Unlike most of the other couples present, Cameron stayed close to Abby. He fetched her food from the buffet, refilled her water glass, cooed over the gifts as she opened them. There were wonderful little outfits, practical supplies, the special extras every young mother present had found to be essential. Preacher and Jack had closed the bar for a few hours in the afternoon, but left their wives and little ones at the shower to get back in time for the dinner hour. Everyone had such a good time, and the food and drink was so plentiful, the sun was setting before people started to drift off. Cameron loaded the gifts in his SUV to take back to the cabin, and the crowd had thinned before Abby said, "Cam, where are our mothers?" "I don't know," he said, looking around. "Ask your dad if he knows." Ed Michaels had no idea. Chuck McCall couldn't say. It appeared the ladies had disappeared. "You and I should talk without our kids or husbands," Beth Michaels had said to Susan McCall. "Oh, yes," Susan had replied. "But there's a party going on. Think we can slip down to the stable or something?" "Forget it. Come with me." "Should we tell someone we're leaving?" Susan asked. "No, let's just drift away." She smiled. "They can search the whole town in 5 minutes. No worries. We're going to the bar." Susan smiled back. "I like the way you think." There's a reason our kids get along so well. 10 minutes later, they pulled up to Jack's and went in. Jack was behind the bar, and the look of shock on his face caused Beth to laugh lightly and whisper, "We'd better be quick. Look at him. He's going to give us up." "In a heartbeat," Susan agreed. "This way." Beth found an isolated corner of the bar out of the range of dining patrons, and they hopped up on stools. Jack was there immediately, slapping down a couple of napkins. "Ladies?" he asked. "Martinis, I think." Then she looked at Susan, who nodded in agreement. "Dry." "Okay then," Jack said, turning away to fetch drinks. "All right," Beth said. "I know nothing. Cameron said he fell hard for a woman, but she had divorce complications. I had no idea he had a woman in his life, but it's absolutely clear he adores her. He loves her completely. Do you know anything? I didn't know how closely Cameron figured in this until a couple of days ago. Abby told me that this wonderful pediatrician she met in Virgin River was, in fact, the baby's father. First I heard of it, but you're right. They're dead in love, and more pregnant than I've ever been.
Ditto,
said Cameron's mother. I can tell you about the divorce, however. Nasty little piece of work. I was shocked Abby married him so quickly in the first place, and I think she was too. We met him briefly. He seemed okay, but do tell, Beth encouraged. Jack put a couple of drinks down for them and stood there for a second. Then, when it was clear they weren't going to talk in front of him, he moved away. Susan told the story of Abby's terrible short marriage to a rock star, and the prenup that bound her and sent her into hiding, and the bills he dumped on her as she was trying to get out of it all. She was only with him for a couple of months before he ran out on her? Beth asked, aghast. That about sums it up. Somewhere in there, before she signed her divorce papers, or maybe shortly after, she met Cameron, Susan said. I didn't know it was Cameron at the time. I didn't know who it was, and frankly, all I cared about was that my daughter be safe and content. All she wanted to do was clear that debt and get on with her life. But then she met Cameron again, when she was clearly pregnant. Beth sipped her drink and shook her head. Dear God, what if they hadn't seen each other again? Cam wouldn't know about the babies, and I wouldn't know about Abby, and I wouldn't know about Cameron, Susan commiserated. When she said she couldn't talk about how this all happened, I never imagined a wonderful man like Cameron being involved. Beth, our children are both a little crazy.
Susan, they're not children. They're almost as old as we are.
Susan giggled. That's a fact.
Well, are things cleared up now? With the divorce and all?
The divorce is long done, and the other stuff, who cares? Susan said.
She lifted a hand to Jack for a couple more martinis. While he was mixing them, she said, Chuck and I said we'd get rid of that debt for her so she wouldn't have to go to such lengths, but Abby's proud and stubborn. When she was growing up, there were so many times kids teased her, called her spoiled, being an only child and all. She wanted to clean up her own mess. If the debt wasn't bad enough, she'd gone through everything she'd saved just to get through the divorce. That man, the ex-husband, he was ruthless. I only met him that once.
Really, he seemed harmless.
I was so wrong. I never expected all he put her through. Jack put down 2 more martinis for the matrons who didn't look at all like matrons. He lifted an eyebrow and one corner of his mouth and went away. They were locked in some serious conspiracy. Well then, here we are, Beth said. We've got a couple of kids with a couple of kids on the way, and they clearly love each other. What are we going to do? Susan took a sip of her martini. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to rest until I see them married. Beth threw back her head and laughed loudly, earning a glance from Jack. I love an ambitious woman. So, I have a favor to ask. Sure. I know you'll be zipping down here the second the babies come, and I know the mother's mother gets special privileges. Let me come soon, please. I promise not to crowd the cabin, and I'll do all the shit work without getting in the way. Susan looked up at the ceiling, thinking. Then she glanced back at Beth. Give us 3 days, and I'll split the snuggling and shit work with you. Beth put a hand on her arm. You are a good woman. I made my son-in-law's mother wait a week. They both laughed loudly. Do you think we stand a chance of getting them married before the babies come? Beth asked.
I don't know. They seem to have made up their minds about certain things, not that they're sharing. And Abby's very stubborn when she's made up her mind. She seems to be perfect for him. Everyone's entitled to a mistake here and there. Not to mention, they have babies coming. Any second. Maybe if we put our heads together... The door to the bar opened and in came Ed Michaels, Chuck McCall, Abby, and Cameron. They stood just inside the door and stared at Susan and Beth, who had a couple of empty martini glasses apiece sitting at the bar.
"Just what are you two up to?" Cameron asked.
The women grinned largely, and Beth said, "Just getting to know each other, Cameron." Abby tugged on Cameron's sleeve to bring his ear down to her lips. "I never once thought it might be worse if they liked each other," she whispered. "They're going to be a pot of trouble."
He grinned and slipped a kiss on her lips. "Nothing we can't handle, baby. Stick with me."
Dan Brady didn't waste any time calling Cheryl. It wasn't that he thought he'd met the perfect woman, nor that he'd met someone as screwed up as he was. It was purely that she was attractive, interesting, and was at work on getting her head on straight. A trait they seemed to share. Finding kindred spirits was rare enough that this was worth digging into. "It isn't time for rent money," she said.
"I know. I have to drive to Eureka to order flooring. I thought we could have coffee or something. Or lunch. Or early dinner. Maybe Denny's early bird special."
"Didn't I tell you to take it easy? That I wasn't sure I was breaking bread with you?"
"You did," he said. "I thought I'd get on your dance card before you're booked."
"What is it you want?"
"Not so much," he said. "I'm thinking patty melt and fries. How about you?"
And she actually laughed. That wasn't a bad start. With a much nicer attitude, she asked, "What is it you think we can talk about?"
"You can talk about anything you want. I can probably tell you about home construction and remodeling in Virgin River, which is what I do. Or, if you're interested, I have a little experience in agriculture."
Again, she laughed.
"You can always tell me about your work."
"Well, there's the thing. I wait tables in a diner, which is why dinner at Denny's doesn't hold great appeal. You understand."
"I do get that," he said. "In fact, that's probably good. Why don't I get us a couple of big, messy sandwiches, a couple of bags of chips, a couple pickles, some iced tea, and we can meet in a park. Weather's damn nice right now."
"When?" she asked.
"I have only Saturday afternoons and Sundays off. Either one of those work for you?"
"Sunday," she said. "I start at 5 a.m. and finish up around 2. I could shower off the grease and see you around 3. There's a common in Old Town—"
"I know the place,"
he said.
"I'll bring the lunch."
Dan hadn't had anything that even vaguely resembled a date in years. At least 6. Maybe more like 8. He'd had a conversation or two in a bar that went no place because he didn't really want it to. So what was it about Cheryl? The crazy thing was, before he knew anything at all about her, she seemed so stable. Like she had lead in her shoes and wouldn't tip over during a big emotional wind. It made him laugh to himself. And then what does he learn from her? That she's struggling to get her life back and could be on shakier ground than he ever was. Well, that might be a stretch. Hardly anyone had been on shakier ground. On Sunday, he found her in the Common in downtown Eureka. She got there ahead of him. She sat at a park bench, legs stretched out, face turned up to the sun, relaxing, eyes closed. He stood in front of her until his shadow fell over her and she opened her eyes. And she didn't smile. But he did. He put the sack of sandwiches and drinks on the bench between them
Still pretty unsure if this is a good idea, I guess. Cold cut's okay with you?
She accepted the tea first. Sorry, she said. Trusting is such an issue with me.
Met a lot of people along the way you couldn't trust?
I'm not even sure if that's it, she said. I'm not real relaxed about my program yet. I'm always on the lookout for something that can trip me up, make me decide to take a drink. Because if one thing made it through all the cement in my head, it's that if I have one drink, I'm probably going to die. Then she smiled a very contrite smile. It was nice of you to do this, but I still can't figure out why, and that makes me tense.
Cheryl, I've been divorced over 6 years. I've had my own rocky time. I grew pot and went to jail. I don't have a lot of friends. I'm just starting to make a few in town, and they're cautious, as they should be. I'm probably not the safest bet. I mean, I know I am, because I'm totally clean. But given my history, I'm not surprised that people, you know.
And did you think that I would be a good gamble, given I'm the town drunk? She bit into her sandwich. He grinned at her.
First of all, you're not anymore. Maybe you were, but you're not. Haven't been for a good long time. Second, I didn't know squat diddly about you when I suggested we share a meal sometime. I just plain liked your looks. Not your beauty, although you really do have that. I like that you look sturdy, solid and sensible. I know you explained you don't necessarily feel that way, but you look it. I thought I'd take a chance.
He ate part of his sandwich, rinsed it down with tea.
When I was a younger man, before a bad marriage and other things, I had a lot of friends. I haven't for a long time. I'd like to get back to that. Have purpose. Friends.
You have purpose now? She asked.
I do, he said, nodding. I'm determined to take that old house from shithole to quaint. I can do it, too.
Is that enough of a purpose? She wanted to know.
For now it is.
Okay, let's cut right to it. What the hell were you doing growing weed? Just explain that.
Oh, hell. That's almost the end of the story.
I have a whole sandwich to eat, she said. A big one, by the way. You must have thought I looked hungry or scrawny.
I thought you looked healthy,
he said.
We have to go back a ways to get to all the whys. I'll try the condensed version. I worked construction for my dad south of here. Tough old son of a bitch, but a damn fine builder. I went in the Marines for a change of lifestyle and benefits, and I thought I'd like the life. I married a girl way younger. I was 27 and she was 18. Anyone with a working brain would look out for the problems with that, but not me. Of course, being doubly stupid, I got her pregnant right off. I was sent to Iraq, where I was wounded and medically retired. By the time I recovered, she was already moving on.
Do you have a child?
Had. A son. He got sick when he was 4. An unusual and fatal heart condition. He was on the transplant list. My wife had already remarried and divorced a second time, and in a stupid and desperate move, I decided I'd grow pot for a fast money turn and buy the kid a heart if I had to. I wasn't exactly rational. I didn't just grow a couple of rooms full of cannabis. I set up several grow sites with caretakers to watch them. I made a lot of money, just like I intended to. But it didn't do anything to help my boy. Cash. He laughed. We named him Cash. What irony.
Cheryl was quiet for a moment.
I'm sorry. Thanks, he said, regaining his composure and eating more of his sandwich. So, I got caught. And I cut a deal. For a couple of years, I fed the local cops information about growers I knew. By the way, if you tell that part around here, it could get me some attention from bad people. It's entirely up to you what you decide to say, but that's a fact.
I might be able to keep a lid on that. Maybe.
Thanks. So, I got them some serious arrests, but I knew all along I was eventually going to have to either run or do time. I actually tried to run at the last minute, but I waited too long. I wouldn't have been good on the run. That was never what I wanted. What I wanted was a real life. I'd had an eye on a real life for years, since I was 18 or so. I wanted to bring home a paycheck, meet my buddies for a beer some Friday nights, throw the ball out front with my kid, have someone soft and cuddly next to me in bed, and maybe even bring her home flowers for no reason once in a while. I was going to be a better builder than my dad, but what's more important, I was going to be a better husband and father. I mean, my old man thought it was real sharp to be strict and stern. But I got the idea early there might be a better way. I lost sight of that goal for a while. I was kind of screwed up and just practiced being a badass. Way worse than anything my dad ever was.
He crumpled up his sandwich wrapper. Cheryl was quiet for a while. She ate a little more, then folded what was left of her sandwich very neatly inside its wrapper. "Good story," she said. "I bet it took you months to make that up."
"You want to try your story out on me?" he asked.
"I don't think so."
"You don't believe me? You think that whole thing's a line? Like I'm using my prison record to get in your pants or something?"
he asked. "Stranger things have happened," she said with a shrug.
"I highly doubt it," he said.
He stood up.
"I got arrested right here in Eureka. Call the sheriff's department and ask for Sergeant Delaney and narcotics. Tell him you want to know how much of a liar I am before you ever talk to me again. You know where I live. I believe you have the number."
He turned and walked out of the common, got in his truck, and drove out of Eureka without ordering flooring for the house. Dan had been through enough in the past few years that he didn't ponder her reaction for too long. He knew from the start, from the second he got back from Iraq, that things weren't going to be simple for him. And after he'd crossed a bunch of lines, made himself a felon, he had very few expectations of people snuggling up to him. He didn't blame her one bit. He wasn't going to bother her again. He'd call her to drop off rent money if he was going to be out her way, but other than that, she had no need to worry he'd stalk her. Tuesday night, while he worked in the kitchen of the old house, the phone rang. He stared at it for a second. There were 3 possibilities. Wrong number, someone who didn't know the Creightons weren't there anymore, or Cheryl.
"Hello," he said.
"Okay, on Sunday I'll bring the sandwiches," she said. He laughed into the phone.
"Sergeant Delaney must have given me a very bad report card or I wouldn't be hearing from you."
"If I had instincts, I'd follow them. I think we might be 2 screwed up people who aren't exactly good for each other. Maybe we should forget the whole idea."
"Whatever you want," he said.
"Argue with me a little, huh?"
"Nope," he laughed. "I know what I'm up to. You have to make your own decision. Your problems, such as they are, don't worry me much. Besides, they're yours. I've been working on mine for years now. I'm feeling pretty good. Sandwiches in the park or no sandwiches in the park?"
She was quiet.
"Cheryl," he said seriously, "I don't have expectations. It's just time for me to move toward people again. That's all. There was no 12-step program for what I had to deal with. It's been a long, dark night."
She sighed deeply. Okay. 3:00. Same bench.
I'll be there.
Chapter 13. Walt paid way too much money for his airfare to Montana, but there were only two options. Book his travel 2 weeks out at a cheaper rate, or get the hell up to Montana, where Muriel waited for him, at any cost. He'd called. He left the message.
I'm coming. I need to be with you.
And after ignoring his calls for a week, she had called right back. Oh, God, I need you to be. Hurry. So the Friday after the shower at his house, Walt was on his way. Muriel gave him an address for the house she was staying in. He arrived in Missoula by 3, rented a car, and by 4:00, he was in a little town smack between Butte and Missoula. He bought groceries and arrived at her house by 5. It looked to be a small 2-story with a dormer in an old-fashioned neighborhood. Children were riding bikes up and down the street. An elderly woman was kneeling in her front yard flower bed, digging away. An old man sat across the street on his porch, and Walt automatically gave him a wave. He waved back as if they were old friends.
I'm a screw-up,
he thought. Muriel had told him the production had rented her a nice little house in an ordinary neighborhood, yet this was not at all what he expected. He shook his head. It was exactly as she had described, and yet he'd assumed it would be flashier. He'd wallowed in some weird self-pity because she'd gone off to make a movie, forgetting that he knew her, knew every inch of her. He'd been disgracefully out of touch, not hearing her, not listening. When he complained he didn't know anything about movie people, he had no idea how correct he was. The key was under the mat, just as she'd said. There were a couple of rockers on the porch, and he was tempted to just sit there a while and take in the neighborhood. It wasn't unlike the little house he grew up in, except they hadn't had a porch. Muriel would need a porch. She loved the outdoors. Did the neighbors bother her? He wondered. If she brought her glass of wine out here, did the neighbor women all converge on her to ask questions about that movie taking place just out of town in the shadow of glorious mountains? He carried his groceries inside first, and he almost laughed. A small dining room was just inside the door, and a little farther ahead was the living room, just big enough for a fireplace, sofa, and 2 overstuffed chairs, a couple of side tables. The upholstery was old, faded floral. It was clean, but old-fashioned and worn. The kitchen cabinets were painted a faded pink, of all things. The sink was even pink, the appliances old and white. When he opened the refrigerator to put away his groceries, he found her celery, carrot sticks, cheese, sliced turkey breast, and hummus. He smiled to himself as he unloaded salad makings, Chilean sea bass, rice, baby green beans, French baguette and butter, white wine, and a bottle of Pinch. Then he went for his suitcase and found the bedroom she used. He left his suitcase at the foot of her double bed. That was okay, he thought. He didn't intend to let much space get between them at night. He poured himself a drink and went out to the porch to wait. He'd been in the country a long time. He'd missed the sounds of a neighborhood in early evening. Children laughing and yelling, women talking over the fence, a lawnmower somewhere down the block, the slap of the newspaper on the front walk as the paperboy flew by on his bike. It wasn't long before she drove up to the house, turning a rented truck into the driveway that led to a detached garage out back. He filled his eyes with her. She looked exactly as she did when he drove up to her house back in Virgin River. Jeans, t-shirt covered by a denim shirt with the sleeves rolled up, boots, a cowboy hat. She walked toward him. He came down the porch steps and immediately put his arms around her. He gave her a nice little kiss and said, "I shop for our dinner. I'll cook for you." That would be so wonderful. I could have showered out at the set, but I was in a hurry to see you. It's been long and sweaty and horsey. Let me shower off the grime, then I'll join you for a drink.
Perfect. Try not to take all night.
I'll be quick, she promised. She went into the house, Walt following. She hung her hat on the antique rack just inside the door, sat to pull off her boots, and headed for her room. He heard a door close and, momentarily, the banging of old pipes as the shower turned on. He'd already checked out the bathroom across the hall from her bedroom. Nothing in this house was remodeled. It had a clawfoot tub with a shower curtain. He sat at the same old hat rack and pulled off his boots, placing them next to hers. He studied the site and liked it. Her boots should be by his all the time. He walked down the hall to her bedroom, pulled his shirt out of his pants and off, laying it over the only chair in the room. And then, despite the noise of the shower, he heard something odd. Soft sounds, as if maybe she was singing off-key in the bathroom. He pulled off his socks and pants and decided to join her, whether she liked it or not. He gave a knock, then let himself into the bathroom. When he pulled back the shower curtain, she had the washcloth over her face.
Make room, he said. I'll wash your back. Then I'll wash anything else you have in mind.
And he stepped into the tub. She turned away from him, and he knew something was wrong. He turned her back and pulled the cloth away from her face. It was hard to be certain with the water flowing over her, but he thought maybe she was crying. Muriel didn't cry. Not unless the director said, "Cry." He wiped a big thumb under her eye.
"What's this?"
he asked softly.
"Silly," she said, shaking her head. "I'm just tired." "Muriel, honey, I've seen you knee-walking tired after working on that house of yours. You saying movie work is even harder than that?"
She looked up at him. She put her hand against his cheek.
"I didn't think you'd come," she said quietly. "But we talked. You knew I was coming."
"I mean ever," she said.
"I thought that if I didn't come to you, if I didn't live across the meadow, you'd let days and weeks and months separate us if I wanted to work. I thought I was a convenience. I didn't think you'd meet me halfway."
He smiled down at her, slipped his arms around her naked body, and pulled her against him. He lifted her chin with a finger and kissed her tenderly.
"I was foolish," he said. "I don't know what was the matter with me. I let that whole business of you being famous intimidate me. This won't happen to us again, Muriel. The next time we're in this situation, we're going to plan our weekends and days off together. I'm just so damn happy I got a second chance. I knew you were pissed."
He gave a shrug.
"Besides, you haven't been the least bit convenient. You're actually a lot of trouble."
"I missed you," she said. "I thought you wouldn't make the effort, just for me."
"Just for you? For God's sake! I'm in love with you."
"That's what I hoped. But then you grew so distant. I didn't know if you were in some kind of pout or you were letting go of me."
"Well, I'll be honest. I didn't want you to leave. It took you no time to spoil me, Muriel."
He kissed her and ran a hand over her breast, the other sliding over her bottom and bringing her close.
"It's a real spoiled man who just wants everything to stay the same," he chuckled. "And if there are going to be any changes to the routine, the man gets to bring it on."
"But you said I should fulfill all my ambitions, that you'd be rooting for me."
"I knew that was the only decent thing to say, and I meant it. Until you left, and I was missing you."
"You understand? It had to be something important for me to give up the contentment I found with you."
"I'm getting that, Muriel. By the way, This is the part where you tell me you're in love with me too.
I don't want to jinx us, she said. She gave a little hiccup of emotion.
Plus, I miss my animals.
He shook his head, then lowered his lips to her breast, kissing. He ran a tongue over her nipple and lifted his head and looked into her eyes.
I want to hear it. I swear to God, I didn't cry over my last 3 husbands. Do you always have to bring them up? He asked.
She smiled at him as her hand wandered. Maybe we should talk about the fact that even when I mention ex-husbands, you're hard as a baseball bat.
Are you done with your shower? He asked. I might have the erection of a 20-year-old right now, but if I try to do it in this tub, I could break my 62-year-old back. And then I'll be no good to you.
We can't have that, she laughed.
And really,
to be completely honest, that's not the erection of a 20-year-old. At least, as I recall. Go with 40-year-old. She smiled and shrugged.
As I recall. Come on, he said. He put her hand on him. That's solid steel, right there.
Walt, she said, I'm in love with you. It feels like the first time I've ever been in love. I don't want it to go away. I hate being here when you're there. I can handle little bits, but not long separations. I'm happiest with you.
I'm not going to let this happen to us again, honey. I'm not giving you up. And if any of those hotshot movie stars flirts with you, I'm going to shoot 'em dead.
She laughed. Walt, you just sweep me off my feet when you get all tender and talk murder like that.
No more crying, honey. I love your smile. I love your smart-ass remarks, your laugh. The way you don't let me get away with anything. Now, come on. You dry me off and I'll dry you off, and then we'll go at it like a couple of kids.
You're on.
Walt had the weekend with Muriel. After dinner, they went back to bed. She put a DVD in her portable player and they watched half a movie before pausing it to make love again. In the night, she woke him for yet another. In the morning, sex was the first thing on his mind. Muriel took him on a tour of the movie lot on Saturday, introduced him to a few people who were working, showed him her trailer. You could as easily live here, he said, impressed. This is a hell of a RV.
I know, and there are nights we work late and I just shower and sleep here. But it's good to get away from all this commotion to decompress. I like that little house.
Do all the other actors live in little rented houses? He asked.
She shook her head. They all have different needs. A couple stay on the lot. Some stay in hotels in Butte or Missoula. A lot of crew stays in the motor lodge at the end of town. And some crew brought families and their own RVs. There's something like a tent city on the other side of the lot.
It's not fancy, he said. I thought it would be fancy.
Not usually. There's a lot of money wrapped up in this. People are working hard to get the job done, and on time. Every day we spend here costs tens of thousands of dollars. They spent Saturday afternoon touring the local area from the car, stopping off in some antique stores because it was an addiction of Muriel's. They ate in a diner in a town no bigger than Virgin River, bought a few things to take home for dinner and Sunday morning breakfast, sat on the front porch with their glasses of wine, and people waved to them as they walked by. They visited a local stable and took a couple of gentle horses out along a mountain trail, walked along a local river holding hands, and had long, seamless, almost endless talks about everything and everybody. And then Monday morning arrived, in spite of the fact that both of them wished it never would. Muriel had to report to the set, and Walt would drive back to Missoula and fly home. She had to leave the house before he did, so he walked her out onto the front porch to say goodbye.
"That was a damn fast 48 hours, he said.
"I'll talk to you tonight, though it could be late. It was wonderful having you here, even if it was only for a little while." She smiled up at him.
"I've never had so much sex in my life." "Really?" he asked, lifting an eyebrow. "Even when you were younger?"
"Even then."
"I must be getting better with age," he said. "I'm coming back for another round."
"You are?"
"Yup. I'm going home and making airline reservations for a couple of weeks from now. So put it on your calendar. And I'm going to keep coming back often until this godforsaken movie shit is over."
"It might be bad luck on my Oscar for you to refer to it that way."
"I just hope your next movie isn't filmed in some Middle Eastern desert. I've seen enough of those in my life."
She lifted a brow. "My next movie?"
"If you decide to retire for real after this one, I can live with that," he said, grinning. He ran a knuckle along her cheek. "Did we talk about everything? Anything lingering out there we didn't cover?"
She shook her head.
"Well, there's that one thing that kind of goes with 'I'm in love with you.'" He continued. "If you want to get married, I'm game."
"I don't know."
"And if you don't want to, it's okay. As long as I have your naked body up against mine on a very frequent basis, I'll get along. I'm leaving the whole issue completely up to you, Muriel."
"Why, Walt?"
He shrugged. "I don't have a problem with marriage. I liked it. It worked for me. No boogeymen or curses as far as I'm concerned. Whatever you decide you want to do, either way, I'm claiming you. Don't try to wiggle out of it. It's a done deal."
"I don't want to get out of it. I like you."
"You love me," he corrected. "Passionately, desperately, insatiably."
"I do," she laughed.
"You make me feel 21,
he said.
"Honest to God. And when the fabulous sex simmers down a little, you're the best friend I've had in a long time. Muriel, you're not a convenience. I'd walk across a mile of cut glass in my bare feet to hold your hand and talk to you for 1 hour. You're everything to me."
She sighed deeply and her eyes glistened a little. "I'd better go before I give up the only Oscar of my lifetime by playing house with you."
"Tell me I'm everything to you, too," he said.
"Damned if you aren't," she said. "Now kiss me in a way that will hold me for a couple of weeks."
"Kind of took you by surprise, didn't I?"
he teased.
"Admit it. You didn't think this would turn out to be so much, did you?"
"Walt, the second I saw you blush when you asked if I was married, I knew. And I wanted you. Right then. Right there. Sweaty and naked on the trail." That made his smile huge.
"You didn't let on."
"I hadn't wanted something like that in a long, long time," she said, smiling. Then she rose on her toes and planted a big sloppy one on his lips, holding him close. "I adore you," she whispered against his lips. "I'll count the seconds until you're back." Cheryl brought sandwiches to the park the next Sunday afternoon, and Dan brought them the Sunday after that. It didn't take them long to fully share their unfortunate pasts. When Cheryl began telling him about when she started drinking heavily as a teenager, he said,
"You don't have to tell me all this, you know. It doesn't make any difference to me. I like having a picnic with you because of who you are now."
"Are you opposed to hearing it?" she asked.
"It's not that. But you don't have to run it by me to see if I'm going to stick or run scared."
"Dan, I've told the story so many times, I can do it in my sleep. That's what we do at AA. Tell our stories. It's kind of amazing how we can still find new things in the old story after months, after years. So he listened. It started in high school and just got worse and worse until by the time she was in her mid-20s, she was drunk most of the time. Then she told about Mel Sheridan coming for her one morning, carting her off to a treatment program right in Eureka, and now she couldn't let herself get very far away.
"I think that's a good woman there,"
Dan said of Mel.
"That man of hers, now, there's a piece of work."
"Jack?" Cheryl asked. She laughed. "Oh, I had a bad thing for Jack, back when I was drinking. Bad. I'd have followed him anywhere." Dan picked up her hand and held it.
"You over that now?"
She got a strange look on her face. "Listen, I can't handle anything more complicated than friendship." He gave the hand a squeeze and smiled.
"Try not to get ahead of me, Cheryl. I don't have anything complicated in mind. This is all I'm looking for. Sunday picnics with a nice woman, maybe a little hand-holding, sometimes. Maybe we'll get closer down the line. Maybe we'll just be friends who have a sandwich and tea. This is okay, don't you think?"
"I guess," she said doubtfully. "It's just that I haven't had a regular, normal, healthy relationship that I can remember."
"Me neither,"
he said.
"It's kind of scary wonderful, isn't it?"
Dan wasn't making any fast moves, and it was extremely deliberate and well thought out. He didn't call during the week except to be sure they were on for Sunday. It wasn't just because she was so skittish, it was also him, cautious. After a wife leaving him and a son dying was followed by a stint in jail, he wasn't at all interested in a relationship that was going to suck the life out of him. All of a sudden, after all the healing he'd had to do, he was real reluctant to threaten what turned out to be peace of mind. His recovery had been a long, arduous one. He came home from Iraq wounded and with some emotional issues. A lot like young Rick now. In fact, from the time he left for Iraq until he was released from prison, it had been one excruciating journey. Well, he was barely coming out of a long, dark tunnel. He wasn't going to throw it away by moving too fast with a woman who had her own recovery to worry about. But he liked her. She was cool and didn't know it. When she could let go of that whole town drunk thing, they talked about when they were real young kids and what they thought they'd grow up to be. Dan had always liked to build, but he thought he'd be building race cars. Cheryl loved animals, but never had a pet growing up. She had wanted to be a veterinarian, but in fact had barely finished high school. Their jobs right now were real mundane. Construction and waiting tables on the early shift in a diner. Yet just filling in the blanks for each other could soak up at least a couple of hours. They talked about the people they dealt with on the job and friends of theirs. Cheryl had a whole network of friends through AA who'd become her lifeline, and Dan claimed some of his newer acquaintances from Virgin River. He filled her in on Rick. Cheryl had known Rick since he was about 2.
"He's really struggling with all this stuff. The war, the amputation, the girlfriend, the body image, you name it. He has a smorgasbord of crap to deal with. I keep looking for an in to tell him we could talk about some of that stuff. I've been there, man. But he's got me at arm's length. He's not letting anyone close. I think it's killing Jack slowly."
They didn't have to get much beyond that second Sunday lunch before laughter was as natural for them to share as the stories of their hard times, their daily lives, their gossip. Really, he didn't care if it was only Sundays for a long time. He found himself looking forward to them, and he kept it his secret that he was growing more attracted to her. She was so vulnerable. He decided right away that he'd give her any opportunity to move closer, but he wouldn't rush her at all. There was no question. She'd run for her life. There was something about a Friday night dinner at the bar that called to Dan, even though he was on the job bright and early every Saturday morning. Paul had deadlines, and Dan was giving his best effort to helping meet them. Maybe it was memories of his younger years when he'd either meet with the crews he worked construction with, or maybe the Marines he'd served with. But he rarely missed a Friday night at Jack's. He'd have a cold one before dinner, often with Jack and Paul at the bar. Hope almost always made an appearance, looking pretty ratty and cranky. After a whole 5 days of physical therapy and counseling, Rick Sutter had a real need for that Friday night wind-down. And Jack let him have a beer. One. And there was another development in the bar. Every Friday night since the unfortunate fleeing incident, Liz would come in by herself, right around 5 o'clock. She'd ask Jack for a giant cola to go. Dan had learned that Liz came to Virgin River every Friday after school, stayed the weekend to help her aunt out in the store, and went home to Eureka Sunday evening. And Rick was always there. It wasn't like Liz wouldn't know that. Liz always stared straight ahead while she waited for her cola. Rick glanced at her without saying hello, without acknowledging her. She never looked at him either. But when her cola was delivered, she flashed that beautiful smile of hers right at Jack, put her money down, and left the bar, ignoring Rick. Dan didn't have to wonder long if that was eating at Rick. He was sitting 2 stools down from the kid. Paul stood at the bar beside Dan, and they were talking about one of the houses under construction. Dan saw the whole routine go down, and he knew that just that smile alone, let alone that face that could stop traffic, must have been driving Rick crazy. He had to be one messed up dude to let her go. To her back, as she was leaving, Rick said, "Can't you even say hello?" She slowly turned, regarded him coldly, and said, "To you? Not till you grow up." And then she left. Dead silence hung over the bar as Rick returned to his beer. He stared into it for a while, then he pushed it back and stood up. He used a cane, but didn't really need it. He had a very slight limp, but it was getting better. "I'll walk you home," Jack said. "Jack, I got it. I'm fine," Rick barked. Jack stopped. He stayed behind the bar. "Great," he said to Rick's back. It was a long moment before Dan said, "That's a powder keg. Tell me about it. You see any improvement in his attitude? He getting along any better at all?" "Not one drop," Jack said. "He's got the good prosthesis now, no more preparatory limb. He could be doing a lot better than he is. Attitude is holding him up. He's just plain pissed off." "Obviously," Dan said. "And the girl? He decided she could do better and broke it off with her. For a while there, I was more worried about her. I thought it would half kill her. But now what we got is a different situation. She's obviously done taking his shit. He dumped her when not only does he need her, she needs him. And now what we have are 2 pissed-off, hurting kids who have been through way too much. You know, I've been looking for just the right moment," Dan began. "I could maybe talk to him. I took a bad load of shrapnel in the leg and got medically retired from the Corps. I went through a lot of painful PT and can't ever trust the leg again." Jack frowned. "I thought maybe I saw a limp sometimes." "Now and then," Dan said. "And I don't do rooftops or ladders, as I informed the boss here," he said, lifting an eyebrow to Paul. "One minute I'm upright, the next I can be on my ass. You learn to live with it.
but I remember having a very bad time getting there. What do you think turned you around, if you don't mind my asking? Jack said. I don't know, man. I had about 20 things that were no good going on all at once, he replied, shaking his head. I had a young wife. She left me while I was in country. There was illness in the family. I was screwed up on so many levels, and it didn't help that my leg hurt all the time. I think after a while I got tired of being on a constant downward spiral. I got a question. It's real personal, but there's a reason I have to know the answer. Go. Were you suicidal? As far as I can tell you, no. I whimpered for a long time. Then I got fighting mad. But then, I didn't exactly take the most law-abiding route to fighting back. Not a good choice for me, but there you have it. You worried he's suicidal? I don't even know when to worry about something like that, Jack said. He hasn't said anything to me that makes me think that, but Jesus, he hasn't said much of anything at all. The kid's just tough as hell to read. You can always ask him, Dan said. How do you ask that question? You say, Hey, Rick, I can't help but notice you're in terrible shape. Are you having any suicidal thoughts? I have to know. About half the time, if you ask the straight question, you get the straight answer. Jack pondered this for a long moment. You know, Brady, you ended up surprising me, I gotta say. I never thought I'd be having a conversation like this with you. All touchy-feely and honest. Dan grinned. I love you too, Jack, he said. Rick wouldn't even admit to himself that the counseling appointments being crammed down his throat had a payoff. There wasn't any sane reason for it either. First of all, Jerry Powell was certifiable. Second, Rick didn't feel like talking about his issues. Third, he dreaded everyone and he left exhausted, wrung dry and shaky. But these hour-long sessions seemed to have a bizarre calming effect about 2 hours after they were over. Once he started opening up about his feelings a little bit, it came easier. Every time he walked in Jerry Powell's door, he'd say to himself, I'm not telling him anything personal today. And then that whack job would ask exactly the right question. How are you sleeping? Jerry asked. I don't know. Not so good. What's disturbing your sleep? He asked. Lots of things, Rick said. The rack, leg pain, stuff. Okay, let's start at the beginning. We've talked about a rack. Want to go over some of that for me again? As it pertains to sleep? How do you mean? Rick asked. Are you having nightmares? PTSD stuff? Pictures in your head you can't turn off? How's it affecting you? Sometimes I have nightmares, yeah. I guess I'm going to have them forever. Tell me about the nightmares. What if I don't want to? Well, that's your prerogative, but here's how counseling usually works. If you can bring it out in the light of day, take a good look at it. Sometimes your mind helps you deal with it on a conscious, rational level, as opposed to subconscious level, and the nightmares fade. So my specific question is, what nightmares are you having? Iraq in general? A specific incident? Your injury? Rick shook his head to try to shake the question away, but it didn't work. When he looked at Powell, the therapist was waiting, expectant. There was a thing that happened that I can't get rid of. The squad in front of us blew up. 11 of them died with one survivor. Sometimes I dream I'm the survivor. I'd rather blow up than be the survivor, you know? You saw them die? They were blown apart everywhere, right in front of us. It was a wide-awake nightmare.
Rick saw Jerry wince, and it gave him perverse pleasure.
Yeah, it was about the ugliest sight a guy could witness, he thought. Is that what you see in your nightmares? Jerry asked. Sometimes. Other things? Sometimes. I killed a guy in Iraq, and I saw his face. It was really too far away for this to be possible, but I swear I saw the expression on his face. It was like he saw me shoot him. Sometimes I dream about that. Is that something you worry about? Regret or lose sleep over? How does it work on your head?
Rick thought for a minute.
I don't worry, he said. I'm not sorry. But I wonder how it wasn't me who was shot, killed. We were aiming at each other, and I was the lucky one. We didn't find his body. There's a chance he lived through it, but I don't see how. How about the incident in which you were wounded? I can't remember that.
Maybe that's lucky, Jerry said.
Unless you're kept awake by it, haunted by it, like it's trying to surface. Nothing like that. It's a blank. One minute I was walking down the street, the next minute I was waking up in Germany. How about the pain? Shouldn't you be ahead of the pain now? It's been a while. And you have medication. Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay. Let's jump right ahead to stuff. Huh? You said Iraq, pain, stuff.
Rick smiled.
For someone who doesn't take notes, you have a dangerous memory. What kind of stuff?
He asked again without missing a beat.
Okay. I think about my old girlfriend a lot.
Think about her how?
It's complicated. I'm pretty smart, actually. I can probably get through this, Jerry said. She's given me a hard time. Oh? She hates me.
Jerry waited patiently, irritating Rick.
I knew it was going to be hard on her, telling her we couldn't be a couple anymore. I figured there'd be tears and stuff, but then she'd get over it. I knew it would take a while, but then some guy would ask her out or something. Eventually, she's going to be all right. What about this is keeping you awake at night? Jerry asked. You know, this isn't easy on me either, Rick snapped. Staying away from her isn't exactly simple, but it's better this way.
Jerry leaned forward.
Listen, I think you're going to have to try to be more specific. I'm not sure I'm following. We've talked about the girlfriend before, and as I understand it, you explained to her that you couldn't be her boyfriend anymore, and that upset her. Correct?
Correct, he answered tightly.
And now she's angry?
Whew, Rick said, shaking his head.
I go to Jack's every Friday afternoon for about an hour or so. After a week of PT and you, I'm wrecked, so Jack lets me have a beer and some dinner. She comes to the bar every week knowing I'm going to be there, and she won't look at me. I mean, she won't even accidentally see me. Won't speak to me. Smiles pretty at everyone else, and it's like I'm not there.
Jerry tilted his head.
You don't want to be her boyfriend anymore, he pointed out. Well, I can't be. It's no good that way. For her, believe me. Okay, let me get this right, Jerry said. You told her you're through. You two can't be together. Sounds like maybe she believes you. Did you expect her to be a little more gracious about it?
Rick glared through narrowed eyes.
You're a smartass. You know that?
Sorry. That's not my intention at all. I'm really trying to understand what about this is off. What about this is costing you sleep?
She could say hello, he barked.
Is it possible she's angry with your decision to break it off with her?
Well, no shit. She even told me to grow up like I'm being a real baby about having my leg blown off.
Did she say that? Jerry asked.
No, but that's what she meant.
Are you certain?
Of course I'm certain.
Did she tell you exactly why she thought you should grow up? Jerry asked.
Listen to me. She didn't have to.
I see. I think. So her apparent anger with you is costing you sleep. He hung his head. It's hard, he said softly, temporarily defeated. It's like she doesn't get that it hurts me too. It's hard to stay away from her, hard to not be with her. For a long time, like 4 years, Liz was my whole life. I mean, everything. I was totally faithful to her while I was away from her. And she was faithful to me. She was a virgin before we... She liked to tell me all the time that even though it worked out to be so hard with the baby and everything, she was still glad that I was the first and she wanted me to be the only one. For a long time, I wanted that too. He lifted his head.
I miss her a lot, I miss everything.
Everything? Jerry probed.
That whole life I used to have. Everything. Jack and Preacher, good times, hunting and fishing, laughing at every stupid thing. It was great watching Jack get in trouble with his wife, and she'd dress him down good. And he'd backpedal like mad.
Rick laughed in spite of himself.
We'd go fish, and if I hooked something, he couldn't stay out of it. He'd be all over me, telling me what to do, like I've never been fishing before. Once he got into it with Preach. He got right in Preacher's business and told him not to get involved with this woman.
Rick laughed and shook his head.
Preacher took Jack out. I didn't think anyone could get a punch off on Jack. Jack's a fast guy and powerful. Preacher knocked him flat. I saw Jack Shiner. It was awesome. And Preacher married that woman, Paige.
It was silent in the office for a while.
I used to be a part of everything that went on there. Now I'm not.
Jerry asked, "Do you feel abandoned by your friends?" He shook his head.
I cut them off. Really, I'm a goddamn curse.
Did someone tell you that? Jerry asked. He shook his head again.
They tell me that's not true, but it kind of looks like it is, don't you think?
How's that? Rick sighed.
We've been over all this,
he said impatiently.
About 100 times. Bad things happen to people I get close to. I laid it out for you.
I recall, Jerry said. Why don't you tell me about your anger? Rick leaned back in his chair and huffed at Jerry like he was just plain ridiculous.
Give me a fucking break here, Powell.
Oh, you don't feel like talking about that?
I'm totally pissed off, like this is news.
Believe me, I'm all too aware. I'm wondering if you talked about it a little more, if it might become apparent that these decisions you're making to cut the important people out of your life are driven by that anger, rather than by sound reason. I wonder if the anger over what your war experience and injury have cost you is clouding some of your judgment in these issues. Maybe you're just so goddamn angry, you want to hurt yourself even more.
You think I shouldn't be angry?
He asked, tears sparkling in his eyes. Tears that Jerry knew Rick would not let fall.
Oh, heavens, Rick. Anyone would be angry.
But it's up to you whether you drive the anger or the anger drives you.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means you have a right to your anger. Every right. So what we should look at is, what is the object of your anger? Jack? Your old girlfriend? He shook his head.
I'm not mad at them, man. Well, if I'm mad, it's only because they want everything to be all right, and it's not.
I see. How much of your anger do you direct at yourself?
Why would I do that?
Jerry shrugged. Why would you? Good question.
Well, I'm not mad at myself. I'm doing what has to be done, that's all.
Ah. And that is...
Listen, asshole. I have to cut Liz loose before she wastes her whole life on me. And she would. She's that kind of girl. She hasn't gotten much good from me so far.
Rick, do you have any respect for anyone? He stiffened.
What do you mean? Do you respect Liz, for example? Of course. If I didn't respect her, I wouldn't...
If you did respect her, you'd probably assume she could make her own choices. I've suggested this before, I think.
Don't you listen to anything?
Rick demanded. Raptly, Jerry answered. You are doing what you think has to be done.
Exactly.
Except, what if you're just plain angry about the way things went in Iraq? What if the actions you're taking are a greater punishment on you than anyone else?
What bullshit,
Rick said, wiping impatiently at his eyes. That life you miss, Rick? It's right where you left it. But you're too angry and afraid of disappointment to let yourself return to it.
That would be stupid,
Rick said.
I'm not stupid. And I'm not just afraid of a little disappointment.
I didn't say a little, Jerry pointed out. In your case, weighing in combat, disability, death, I'd say the disappointment is substantial. Life-altering. Rick ground his teeth. Okay, so what if that was true? He was afraid that if he assumed he could slip back into his old life, he'd not only let everyone else down, but it would kill him to see any of them hurt any further.
You are the most annoying jerk I've ever known, he said to Jerry.
It's a dirty job, Jerry said with a shrug. Since our time is nearly up, I'd like you to think about that for next time. That you're angry and afraid, which is reasonable, and also potentially destructive. If we can explore where that anger is directed, for next time, maybe we can...
I know where the fucking anger is directed,
Rick nearly shouted.
At everything that happened for the last 20 years. My parents, my girl, my baby, my war.
Jerry gave him a second. Then he said, Yourself.
No,
Rick insisted.
No.
Jerry didn't look at his watch or break eye contact to look at the clock. Finally, in a low voice, he asked, Did you let them all down, Rick? By getting wounded and disabled? Rick looked at 4 or 5 different points around the room, looking high, like the answer would be in the ceiling of Jerry's little office. If this hadn't happened to you, Jerry went on, would you be able to pick up where you left off? Carry on? With your best friends and your girl?
You are totally nuts,
Rick said. but the tears that always gathered in his eyes began to roll down his cheeks, and he swiped at them. "Does the anger drive you, or do you drive the anger?" Jerry repeated. "Are you mad at yourself because you got hurt?" "That's just stupid," Rick said, but he said it more softly. Then he put his face in his hands and his shoulders shook a little. It was a full minute before he lifted his head and turned glassy eyes at Jerry. "Face it, if it hadn't happened, things would be all different. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. I might have never seen that it's all on me, that I'm the one." And then he put his face in his hands again. Jerry let him simmer for a while, pretending not to cry when he was actually coming apart. He knew Rick wouldn't reach for a tissue. That would be too telling. His shoulders trembled, but Jerry could hear the desperate mewling sounds of a man trying not to give in. When things calmed down just a little, he spoke. "Rick, there are some facts that have nothing to do with you that eventually you have to accept. 1. A drunk driver caused your parents' deaths. 1 hot little sperm and 1 determined little egg made your baby on the first strike. Most of the stillbirths recorded have no known cause, a very tragic statistic. And someone threw the grenade that took you out. Everything could have been different, but there was nothing you could have done to make it so." "What are you saying?" he asked, lifting his head. "You're not going to get much satisfaction from blaming yourself. You'll keep going in circles because you're faultless. You've had some rough deals, but you've also had some extremely lucky events." "Yeah, like?" Jerry kept his gaze level. "Oh, let's see. A grandmother, by your account, a very good woman, who devoted her life to you. A couple of outstanding mentors who stepped in to father you, support you, teach you. A girlfriend. Not many men find a girl at such an early age with the kind of commitment you described to me. And then a few traumatic things happened that I didn't think I'd let them down like this." "Say what, Rick?" "I thought the Marines would work for me." "Maybe they don't feel let down. Maybe you got things from the Marines that are valuable. Just muddy right now because of the trauma." "You don't get it," Rick said, sounding weaker. "That stuff can't happen. We're trained, alert. It's not just one pair of eyes. It's a unit. That's how we got to be the strongest force in the free world. Unexpected things happen. It wasn't an accident," Rick said. "It was hostile, and our job is to evade hostile attack. I finished every training gig first at my group. First!" Jerry paused. "The stuff that happened wasn't your fault. Some bad, unfortunate things do happen to people without their participation. Like a wheel falling off a car, even though all the lugs were tight. Like..." "Jerry," Rick said, glassy-eyed, stopping him. "All the wheels fell off this car." Jerry leaned forward. "Rick, focus for just a second. Listen to me. I'm a crisis counselor. Do you know what that means?" Rick stared blankly at him, but he went on anyway, knowing he might have to repeat this more than once. "It means that when a crisis occurs in the life of a perfectly normal person, I have the training to take that person by the hand and lead them through the fire and out the other side, where once again they'll feel like a perfectly normal person who has dealt with trauma. That's what we're doing here, Rick. You and me. We're going to get through this. Rick was quiet for a long time. Then he said,
I don't buy it.
Jerry sat back, relaxed.
You will.
Chapter 14. Bree Valenzuela wasn't expecting clients, nor was she planning to go to the prosecutor's office where she did consulting work. There was no court today, so she was dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt. It was a good day to catch up on paperwork. She sat at her desk in the office attached to her home, little Ness asleep in her swing beside the desk, when there was a knock at the office door. She knew at once this was probably a business call as opposed to a friend dropping by. There was a front door to her house as well as an external office door, beside which a sign was mounted that read, Bree Valenzuela, Esquire. That door was always kept locked when she was alone and not expecting anyone. She went to the door and looked out the peephole. There was a man there, mid-30s or so. The fact that he wasn't scary-looking didn't influence the way Bree handled things. "Just a minute," she said. She moved Ness, swing and all, through the door that led from her office into the kitchen, without waking her. Then she closed the door adjoining her office to the house. Having been both a criminal prosecutor and the victim of a violent crime, Bree never relaxed her standards, not even in Virgin River. She tucked her Glock into the rear waistband of her jeans and opened the door. "Yes?"
Are you Bree Valenzuela?
"I am," she said. He put out his hand.
Ross Crawford. How do you do?
"Well, this is unexpected," she said, accepting the hand. "How can I help you?" she asked without inviting him farther into her office.
I'm trying to find Abby, he said. She sold her townhouse, and her parents refused to tell me where she is or deliver a message to her. The airline would only tell me she took an extended leave.
"I'd be happy to forward a message. Would that help?" Bree asked.
Yes, absolutely, he said. I really need to talk to her.
Bree took a breath. "Mr. Crawford," she said patiently, not at all oblivious to the fact that he didn't look like a rock star. "I'm sure you realize that from this point on, your attorneys should do the talking. Your divorce has been final for some time and the settlement is satisfied."
Oh, it's not about that, exactly, he said.
He wore expensive jeans, no rips or tears or chains, a flawless white button-down rolled up at the sleeves, Italian boots. His hair was a bit on the shaggy side, attractively so and curling at his collar, and he was clean-shaven.
It's personal stuff.
All the same, Mr. Crawford.
Just call me Ross. Listen, I understand if you don't want to tell me where she is. She wouldn't want anything to do with me now. But if you could please contact her and tell her I'd like just a few minutes of her time.
Of course, Bree said. And where should I deliver her answer? That business manager's address in Los Angeles?
No,
he said, shaking his head.
Could you call her now, please? I'm sure you have the phone number. I'll wait.
Mr. Ross, I don't think you should be too optimistic. Honestly, my advice to her will be that she decline. As I said, the conversation should be between
attorneys, I know. What do you think got us into this mess? This doesn't have to do with divorce or settlements or... Well, it has a little to do with it. It's my amends, Miss Valenzuela. I have to make amends. It's one of my steps. I'm trying to graduate from a treatment program.
Bree folded her arms over her chest. She wasn't about to be reeled in by a smooth-talking addict. Another one? She asked.
Third time, he said, lifting his chin and straightening. I'm a real hard sell. If you'll please call her and ask her if she'll give me 15 minutes of her time, I'll never bother her again. Believe me, I know I'm asking a lot. The rule is, make amends where it won't make the life of the person you're apologizing to more difficult. And the list is long. So long. I'll meet her somewhere neutral if she'd like. You can be there. It wouldn't change what I have to say. Please?
Bree took a breath. Do you mind waiting in your car? I should have some privacy for the call.
Sure. Listen, please tell her I don't want to upset her life in any way. I swear I'll leave her alone after this. And really, tell her I'm an idiot, a fool, an addict, an imbecile. But I've always been nice when I'm clean. I'm fair. She'll remember that. Hand to God.
Mr. Crawford, Bree said sternly, be prepared. The answer could be no, in which case you'll have to complete your steps without her assistance.
Well, he said, hanging his head, I hope she'll see me, if only for a few minutes. I'd like both of us to be able to get this behind us so we can move on.
I'll be sure to tell her you said that, Bree promised. Excuse me now. Bree sent him back down the walk to his car. She took a deep breath, checked on the baby first, and when Ness was found sleeping contentedly, she called Abby at the cabin. She explained everything Ross had said. I don't know what's included in this amends, Abby, and I don't want you unnecessarily upset. I'm not sure I recommend this, even though I'm all for working through domestic disputes and laying them to rest, if there's a mediator present. I can serve in that capacity unofficially. Or it's perfectly all right to decline this request. In fact, I could tell him that you'll reconsider in a few months. That right now is not a good time. Do you know he never once took my calls when I wanted to know what was going on with him? When I wanted to discuss the terms his lawyers set forth? I wish I wasn't curious. The fact is, I'd like to know what he has to say about it now. You're very pregnant. I don't want you back in court because of some egregious prenup. We have this letter saying it's over, right? I'll see him, she said, but only if you'll be present. It's just me and the baby here, Bree said. I can't reach Mike. Would you be comfortable bringing Cam? If not, I'll call Jack. He'd come out, just to hedge against any kind of reaction that you and I and little Ness can't handle. Oh, I don't think Cameron would miss this for anything, Abby said. But if he's tied up with patients, I'll stop by the bar and grab either Jack or Preacher. Bree took a couple of minutes to brew coffee, change the baby, fix up a bottle that would keep her quiet, and then, after a good 15 minutes had passed, with the Glock stowed away again and Ness on her hip, she opened the door to signal Ross from his car. She's coming, she told him when he came up the walk. Ah, she is here then. Bree tilted her head. With all your resources, you probably could have learned that on your own, without coming to me. There's been too much of that sort of thing, he said. Can I just sit over there and wait? He asked, indicating the sofa and chair in the corner of the room. Sure. What do you mean there's been too much of that? Ugh, my manager hired people to keep my back. It was supposed to be for the crazies, you know? I get 'em sometimes. Abby's not crazy. Just a nice girl who got hooked up with the wrong guy. Bree shook her head sadly. Turns out we agree on some things, she said, going back to her desk. She sat in her chair and gave the baby a bottle while Ross opened a thick spiral notebook, pulled out a pen, flipped it open, and began writing. After a few minutes, he looked toward Bree and Ness and said, How old is she? 6 months. And you manage a baby and lawyering? He asked. It's a small town, she said. I'm seldom overworked, which is how I like it. How'd you meet Abby? He asked. She was referred. I thought she had a lawyer. Did she? Bree asked, although she knew. Bree was of the opinion her former attorney hadn't helped her much. Or maybe he was just up against too much of Ross's money. Are you documenting this meeting? Bree asked him. This? he asked, tapping the notebook.
Oh, he laughed. No, this is my compilation of sins and crimes. It's not easy to remember every one of them, since I was high and plastered most of the time.
He went back to writing. Bree heard the car door outside and lifted Ness into her swing, getting it started. She went to the door before they could enter and opened it for Abby and Cameron. Ross put down his notebook and stood expectantly.
"Hi, folks," Bree said, holding open the door. And then she came inside, Cameron close on her heels. "Whoa, Abby!" Ross nearly shouted. He hit himself in the chest and wobbled a little on his feet, his eyes wide and shocked. "God!" Then he shot a look at Bree. "Why didn't you tell me she was pregnant? I mean, pregnant?"
"It wasn't my place to tell you. It's certainly not pertinent to your business." He walked toward her and reached for her.
"Good God! Come over and sit down."
She pulled away from him. Cameron was at her back, his hands on her upper arms.
"You'd better leave Abby to me,"
Cameron said calmly, firmly.
"Oh, man," Ross said, running a nervous hand over the top of his head. "Sorry, man."
Then he stuck out a hand, careful not to get too close.
"Ross Crawford," he said.
Cameron gave a curt nod over Abby's shoulder rather than shaking hands.
"Dr. Michaels," he said.
"You're her doctor?" Ross asked.
"My fiancé," Abby said. "Whoa," Ross laughed. "Okay, this is just a surprise, that's all. If you don't mind me saying so, you could use a little more than a fiancé there, Abby."
"I mind," she said. "Now, what's so important, Ross?"
"Give me a second,"
he said, looking at her.
"I'm sorry, but you're awful pregnant, Abby. Kinda distracted me."
"Well, get a hold of yourself and get down to business. This is pretty inconvenient."
"Yeah, I guess it is. Sorry. Can we sit?" he asked, swinging a hand toward the sofa and chair.
He stepped out of the way.
"Go ahead, you two." Gee.
Once they were all seated, Ross just stared at Abby. Cameron put an arm around her shoulders and said,
"Can we please move along? I might have patients waiting back at the clinic." "Huh? Oh, sorry, Doc." "Abby, I didn't know what was happening to you with that whole divorce thing. I was high." "Weren't they your lawyers, Mr. Crawford?" Cameron asked tensely. "Yeah, sort of. Listen, I'm here to make amends, but it's dicey. I have to do this without making excuses, so I'll try. I went back on the road after we got married, and after only about a week I started using. I met a woman at a party of some kind and gave her a job as an assistant band manager. The other guy said she was trouble and wouldn't have anything to do with her. But I'd started sleeping with her, so I ignored them and let her take care of some of my stuff. She got herself some credit cards. I didn't even remember about them until your lawyer told me. They were supposed to be for business expenses, but I didn't pay any attention. She played go-between with my lawyer, and I signed anything she put in front of me. Hell, I think she was the one who contacted the lawyer. I was too toasted to do that. I've been either high or in treatment for the last year and a half. My last incarceration was for 6 months in Mexico. It wasn't until I talked to your lawyer here that I found out you got soaked for all her charges. I never saw those cards either."
"Weren't you sober long enough to look at the paperwork you signed?" Abby asked.
He shook his head. "Nah, I was messed up. Sometimes I was in worse shape in treatment than when I was using and playing guitar. But I'd been out of the last treatment center a couple of months when the letter came from Miss Valenzuela saying you paid off the credit card debt and didn't want any more alimony. My brain was working pretty well by then, so I called your lawyer here. I was finally cleaned up enough to look into it. Abby, I'm sorry. I would never have asked you to pay any of my bills. I wouldn't have stuck you with her bills for sure. Your lawyer shouldn't have allowed it.
She scooted forward as much as she could. Ross, I had one lawyer, the best one I could afford after I took all the equity money out of my townhouse and cashed in my 401k. But you had 4 lawyers. 4, Ross. By the end of it, I felt lucky to get out of the whole mess as cheaply as I did.
Oh, Abby. Those were just backup thugs from his office. I didn't hire them. Man, you must hate me so much.
Yeah, that's the bottom line, she said, folding her hands over her belly.
He grinned at her. I'm sorry. This isn't funny. But you look so cute. Really big. You ready to give birth or something?
You have no idea, she said. Are we done here?
Almost. Okay, so the woman, the assistant manager, her name was Autumn. She got fired a long time ago. The boys picked out a new treatment center and said that was it. If I committed for 6 months of treatment and stayed clean for a year, they'd consider giving me another chance in the band. Otherwise, that was it for me. They told Autumn to hit the road, and I went into treatment for the 3rd time.
He shook his head.
I wish I could find someone to blame for the drugs, but the truth is, it was all me. I thought I was such hot shit when the band picked me up, and the first time I saw that white powder, I plowed into it so fast. And man, I love the stuff. I've been mostly high for over 10 years. I hate what it did to my life, but I did love the stuff. Made me feel invincible. Until it didn't anymore. I'm learning to like being level and not so destructive. But sometimes it's powerful hard.
Abby struggled a little bit to get to a standing position, Cam at her side giving assist. Well, I hope you make it this time, Ross. When you're straight, you're not a bad guy. Too bad it's so scary to count on you staying straight. Ross stood.
Abby, you never asked for anything in the settlement. You should have gotten out of the whole thing without a problem, without it costing you a cent. You shouldn't have needed a lawyer at all. And you were supposed to be getting some support while we were separated. Close as we can figure, that went in Autumn's purse too. Staying crocked all the time is real expensive all around.
Can we just close the door on it now? Abby asked. I really need to get on with my life.
You sure do,
he said with a smile. She winced and leaned over her stomach slightly.
You all right, babe?
Cameron asked softly, bracing her from behind. Oh, she said. I just can't grow anymore.
We have to be going, Mr. Crawford,
Cameron said.
Abby needs her rest. She's uncomfortable. Sure, I'll hurry this up, he said. I fired the lawyer. I'm using Greg's firm now. The lead singer, remember him? He's straight as an arrow and has some good people on retainer. I gave them the job of figuring out what my shyster set you back, and I want to make restitution.
Forget it, Abby said. The credit card bills were paid off with your alimony, and I don't want your money. I want it over, once and for all.
Oh, you'll get that, I promise. I'll never bother you again after...
Haven't you spent enough money on drugs, treatment, lawyers, and bad managers who robbed you blind?
Yeah, I lost a ton of money on stupidity. There's a little left. It feels kind of good to spend some responsibly for a change. Let's see, there was $47,000 in Autumn's credit card bills. Your 401k wasn't that big, just 22. 6 years in that townhouse only earned you about 30 in equity. Should have been more, but...
Ross, forget it. I defied your prenup. Her hand covered her mouth suddenly, and her eyes darted between Bree to her left and Cameron behind to her right. Shit, she said. But Ross grinned.
Really? You mean, while I was sleeping with Autumn, as she robbed me blind, you were having a relationship with this doctor dude?
Not until the weekend before I sign the papers, so keep your money and just let me go. Ross shook his head almost sadly. You were alone for 9 months? Aw, Abby. I agreed to that prenup safeguard when it was suggested, but I never would have held you to it when I was stepping out on you at the same time. I mean, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not pure evil. He shrugged. I guess it could happen that a woman you've been married to a few months takes you for millions, he said. I thought I should guard against that. But hey, I've made more than one mistake, obviously. I'm just happy that you found a good person and you're having a family. Like you always wanted. And I'm jealous. I wish I could have that life. It's going to be a long time before I'm sane enough for a relationship with anyone besides a sponsor. He pulled an envelope from his back pocket. It was folded in half. Ross, I mean it. Your money is just going to mess me up. Cameron and I, together, we've cleared all this up so we have a fresh start, and
It's not really for you,
he said, handing her the envelope.
It's for me. It's very important to me that at the end of the day, I made it right with one of the nicest people I know. After about 10 years of screwing up people's lives, you gave me a chance, Abby. You believed in me when you shouldn't have, and all the thanks you got was getting screwed because I cared more about drugs than I did about you, or me for that matter. If you don't want it, donate it to charity. Start a college fund for the kid there. Do whatever you want. It's real important to me. It's helping me get well.
She took the envelope gingerly. She peeked inside and screamed. Aye!
She scrunched the envelope in her fist. Don't hurt it, Abby, Ross said, taking a nervous step toward her.
Ross, you've lost your mind. It's for $125,000.
I know. It's a little short. It should be bigger, figuring for 9 months of support you never got before the divorce was final. I swear, I told her to send you money. I'm sorry I didn't know about all this sooner. Right about the time our divorce was final, I entered treatment for 6 months. I was out of pocket, just got out a couple of months ago.
Ross, I can't.
Like I said, do something good with it. Feed the hungry, educate poor children. But, Abby, it's a cashier's check, and it's money you were swindled out of. If you burn it, it's like burning cash, so don't go nuts. Doc, maybe you could talk some sense into her. I mean, I appreciate how honorable she is, but it's her money. It's not a donation. It's just what it cost her to get screwed around by my business manager and lawyer. And me. I guess, first off, it was me. Abby was robbed. We'll talk about it, Cameron said, taking the squashed envelope out of her hands. It won't be burned. Works for me, but hell, try to use it on yourselves. It was her retirement and condo, for God's sake. She worked hard for that. Abby, I'm glad you're happy. I really am.
Then he smiled sadly. Abby turned around to face Cameron. She had tears in her eyes. Are we done now? She asked Cam.
I think so, honey. You okay?
No. I'm in labor.
Oh, Jesus, why didn't you say so?
I wasn't sure. Now, I'm sure.
Okay, sit back down here, he said, tossing the envelope on the side table and easing her down onto the couch. Let's take a minute to see what we've got before we activate Mel and John.
We've got one right after another, she said. Hard, long, getting stronger. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start deep breathing.
Bree got right over there. Any idea how far apart?
No,
she said, shaking her head.
I was listening to Ross, but close and getting closer. This has been going on since you called, but I saw a chance to have this over with him before the babies came, and I... Cameron? She asked, turning her frightened face to his. I'm nervous. Is it okay? It's over 36 weeks, right? We'll be okay, right?
We're gonna be fine, baby. And they'll be fine.
Will they come too fast?
We'll have Mel pick us up in the Hummer just in case. Bree, call Mel."
"Sure," she said, heading for the phone. When she turned to pick it up, she saw Ross backing toward the door, his eyes on Cameron and Abby. Abby had her hands on Cam's face. "I love you so much," she said. "I wish we'd just gotten married when you first suggested it. I want them to have a father."
"They have a father, baby. We'll get it done as soon as you're recovered a little.
"We'll put your name on the birth certificates."
We'll do anything you want. Right now it looks like we're going to deliver."
He smiled and gave her a kiss.
"You didn't want to wait for the Pitocin, I guess."
"I made it long enough for them to be healthy," she said, leaning against him. "Didn't I? Please, tell me
They're going to be perfect, Ab. Trust me, honey."
Bree watched Ross. He had a melancholy look on his face as he lifted a hand to her to wave goodbye. For a second, she was frozen. Then she lifted her hand in return. No time for farewells between Abby and Ross, which was probably for the best. She made a mental note to retrieve and protect the check that lay on the table. She dialed as the door closed behind Ross. How must it feel, she wondered, to know that you've squandered your life, to see all you lost? "Mel? Hey, Cam and Abby are here and she's in labor. Contractions very close together and she says they're strong and long. Cameron asked if you'd bring the Hummer to take her to the hospital just to be safe." "Very good. I'll tell them." She disconnected and said, "As soon as she can leave the kids with Jack, she's on her way." Bree grinned. "So, what an exciting day this turned out to be. So much for boring paperwork." When Mel arrived at Bree's office, she took a couple of minutes to talk with Abby about her contractions. "Get him back with her, Cam, and I'll drive. Her water hasn't broken, and I think we have time. Tell me if I have to pull over and trade places with you." While Mel drove, she listened to Cameron trying to coach Abby through her breathing, trying to soothe her, rubbing her back. But when they arrived at Valley Hospital 45 minutes later, she heard Abby snap. "Of course I'm doing fine. Can you stop touching me so much?" Mel smiled to herself, but then she hurried. She put the Hummer in park at the hospital's emergency entrance, ran around to the back and lifted the hatch. "I want you to stay on the gurney, Abby," she said. "Cam, give me a hand here." "I can probably still walk," Abby began to argue. "No, do as I say," Mel instructed. When she and Cameron had rolled her into the hospital and up the elevator to labor and delivery, they were expected. Mel asked a nurse, "Is Dr. Stone here yet?" "Not yet, but he said he was coming right over." "If you can still reach him, tell him to put a wiggle in it. I think I'm going to find she's in transition." "Will do," the L&D nurse assured her. In the birthing room, there were 2 plexiglass bassinets, 2 warmers stocked with diapers so tiny they could fit in the palm of her hand, monitors and IV stands. Cameron and Mel cautiously transferred Abby to the bed. Mel pulled off Abby's shoes. "I'm going to ask Cameron to help you get into a gown, Abby, while I change into scrubs. When we're both changed, I'll check you. How's that?" "Fine," she said, rolling carefully into a sitting position on the bed. "Oh."
"What, honey?" Cam asked her.
"My water. Oh, God, I'm totally sitting in a puddle."
"Then let's change quickly, shall we?" Mel said, throwing her purse and bag in a corner out of the way and heading out of the room for a quick change. On her way toward the nurse's lounge and locker room, she said to one of the nurses, "We're going to roll in there. Get me the pediatric nurse and I'll need some help until Dr. Stone arrives." "I've arrived," she heard a voice say. She turned and smiled at John Stone. "Great timing. Our patient is moving up on the docket. Water just broke, and I haven't even checked her yet." "But what do you think?" 9 or 10, Mel said with a shrug. She had a nice little personality shift just as we were arriving. "I'll check her." Then he smiled at the L&D nurse. "She's got great instincts. Get your delivery team in there.
The room became busy even before Cameron had helped Abby all the way into her gown. John Stone was waiting for her to ease back on the bed, snapping on a pair of gloves. People started filling the room. 2 pediatric nurses, a couple of labor and delivery nurses. The pediatrician arrived, and Mel was back by the time Abby's knees were raised and John Stone was examining her. One of the nurses was monitoring fetal heartbeats.
"What are you feeling, Abby?" John asked her.
"Pressure," she said. "Low pressure. I think maybe I have to use the bathroom."
John pulled out his hand, stripped off the glove, and said, "Not anymore, Abby. Let's break down this bed," he said to one of the nurses. "Abby, there's only a tiny strip of cervix left. You ready to push?"
"I could try," she said.
"In a second or two, you're not going to have to try."
No sooner said than she was lifting off the bed on pure instinct, bearing down.
"There you go,"
he said, grinning.
"Mel, take the first one."
"My pleasure," she said. The L&D nurses removed the bottom half of the birthing bed, rolled forward a table on which the delivery instruments and equipment lay under a sterile drape, and Mel and John shared the space at the end of the bed. Mel pulled a stool up to the front row seat where she was rhythmically and systematically stretching Abby's vagina around a growing crown of hair. She was telling Abby to push, 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 and go ahead and rest for a minute.
"I miss the epidural," Abby said breathlessly.
"I know the feeling," Mel laughed. "Ready to go again, Abby?" Abby lifted slightly, Cameron assisting at her shoulders, and before even 15 minutes had passed, Mel said, "Here we go, just one more," and a baby came into her hands. While holding the baby in her lap, she deftly clamped and cut. Ah, ladies first. And within moments, she had moved out of the way for John Stone to take over, bringing the newborn up onto Abby's chest. Nice, very nice. Take a moment to rest and meet your daughter. Then we have to do that again. Let's dry her off, Cam, she said, rubbing a soft towel over the baby's tiny body. "Is she big enough? Is she, Cam?" Abby asked. "She looks so tiny."
"I'm guessing 5 pounds, Cameron said. "What do you think, Mel?"
"I think she liked it in there. Look at those arms flail. Listen to that voice."
"Oh, you two are going to be busy."
"Abby, have a quick look, sweetheart. Then let's get her warmed up and bring out her brother, "I don't want to let go of her," Abby said. "You're going to get her right back. She just needs to be cleaned off, warmed up, diapered, and swaddled. By that time, you'll be counting fingers and toes on her brother." "Oh, God. Look at her, Cameron. How can I be in charge of something this tiny?"
He laughed. "You should get help from a pediatrician. How about that?"
"Why didn't I just marry you when I had the chance?"
He leaned down and put a kiss on her lips and on the baby's head. "I'm not going anywhere, honey."
Abby and Cameron had less than 2 minutes to examine and fawn over their daughter, when a low groan came from Abby. That sound alone brought the pediatric nurse to the bedside, scooping up the baby to get her cleaned, weighed, measured, and checked over by the doctor. As soon as the baby was cleared from her, John Stone said, "Go ahead and push when you're ready, Abby. We're going to bring this fella down and into the world." Just a couple of minutes later, Abby had another baby in her arms. Mel and Cameron were drying him off while Abby was cooing over him, touching him, kissing him. She didn't even notice that the nurse was washing her up, that the field of birth was being cleaned and cleared away, the bed reassembled. It was only another 15 minutes before Abby held their daughter while Cameron held their son. "Your daughter is 5 pounds, 2 ounces, and your son a strapping 5'7". Both of them 18 inches. Nice work, Abby. You grew them into going home from the hospital weight. They're beautiful," Mel said. Abby, holding her daughter close, looked up into Cameron's eyes. She smiled. "We're a family now."
"Yeah, honey."
He leaned down to give her a kiss.
"Thank you."
Chapter 15. There was a lot of commotion at the bar when Hope came in and announced to Jack, Paul, and Dan that her third attempted eBay auction on the old church was underway and the bidding started high enough for her to actually sell the property.
"You are kidding me,"
Jack said, astonished.
"Do you know who to?" "I've had a couple of contacts asking for details. One is a minister who's been teaching for the past few years and wants to get back in the pulpit, and another is an artist who wants to live in the church and use it as a shop to make everything from stained glass pieces to decorative candles. There's one other. I have no idea who. It's going to go by midnight next Wednesday." "I think Preacher's watching it," Jack said. "But I haven't figured out that whole eBay thing yet." "Jack, it's eBay.com,
Dan said.
"You can do this. If you need me to, I can come over to the house and show you." "I'm not so sure I want you to know where I live,"
Jack said, wiping the counter. Dan grinned. He liked that. Some grief from Jack. Buddies ribbed each other, and if a guy liked you a lot, he hit below the belt now and then.
"Maybe your wife could get you checked out on eBay. You could put in a bid, raise the stakes for Hope here. Yeah, and end up with a church. Just what I need."
Paul lifted his beer.
"I hope whoever gets it needs a good builder for a remodel. If you don't get a contract on that church, it'll take a new guy a year to put it right," Jack said.
Rick listened to all this with half an ear. He didn't really participate in the discussions at the bar. Each week he sat farther to the end of the bar so he wouldn't be expected to say anything. The joke was on him, he thought. No one was in the mood to cajole him into being sociable anymore. Jack let him have his beer, and before he was half through it, put a plate of food in front of him. He trained this old town of his pretty well. He gave them an hour or so of glum silence once a week, and now they didn't pester him, asking him how he was getting along, etc. Then it happened, as it always did. She came in. He could set his watch by her. 5 o'clock Friday night. He couldn't really say whether she came to the bar other times, because he didn't. Of course, he could change his schedule and avoid her. But no, he couldn't make himself do that. She looked so damn beautiful. All of 18. How could she look so pure and innocent when he knew she'd been having sex since she was 14? With him!
"Hey, Lizzie," Jack called out. "Wait till you hear this. Hope's got bidders on eBay for that old church."
"No way," she said, her smile beaming. She walked right up to the bar and stood between Dan and Hope, elbows on the bar.
"Way," Hope said, pushing her glasses up on her nose. "I don't think I'll make a killing, but I might get it opened up again."
Rick secretly admitted he'd started sitting at the end of the bar so he wouldn't have to turn his head to look at her when she came in. Or when she left. He wanted to be absolutely sure she wasn't even glancing around, checking to see where he was, and still managed not to even see him. She wasn't. It was as if he was invisible. "But will you get a minister to open it up?" Liz asked.
"With a little luck. But if you think about it, the most important thing is that it not look like a boarded-up old church anymore. Goddamn thing's an eyesore."
"Nice talk for the owner of a church," Jack said.
"Ugh, I'm just a broker. How was your high school graduation, Lizzie?" she asked.
"Awesome," she answered. "I wasn't exactly valedictorian or anything, but I graduated on the honor roll. A miracle." She beamed proudly.
"And you partied?"
Paul asked. Sort of, she said with a shrug. There was a big open house at the school. Then there were some other open houses around town. I went to a few. Some girls and I had a sleepover.
Some girls? Dan asked. Shoot, what's happened to this world? When I graduated high school, a long time ago, by the way, there was an all-night party for boys and girls. And a lot of funny business.
She giggled. There was an all-night party, but I just passed on that. I hung out with my girlfriends.
Congratulations,
Jack said. He pulled a big envelope out from under the till and handed it to her.
Mel and I are very proud of you.
Oh, Jack, what's this? You shouldn't do this.
Lizzie, sweetheart, you showed 'em. You worked your tail off. That deserves a reward. You're... what do they say now? You're bad?
She laughed at him. I think that one's over. You're the bomb is still around. For people your age.
Jack just shook his head. Hard to keep up. I bet you're glad the long haul is behind you.
For now. I'm working full-time all summer. Then I start at College of the Redwoods in September.
Where are you working?
I'm checking groceries at Albertsons Sunday through Thursday. All PMs, of course, since I'm new. And at Connie's on Friday and Saturday.
That's more than full-time. That's 2 jobs, Paul said. When are you going to play?
Mornings, I guess, she said with a smile. She ripped open her card to read it to herself. And when it opened, a $100 bill fell out. "Aw, Jack," she said softly. "After all you and Mel have done for me, you sure shouldn't have done this." He just shrugged, and Liz put the card down, stuffed the bill in the pocket of her jeans, and reached out for him, circling his neck with her arm so she could give him a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Jack. That's so sweet. I'll thank Mel myself later." Rick was dying as he watched. Of course, he hadn't bothered going to her graduation, nor had he given her a card or even congratulated her. And he wanted those arms around him, those lips on his cheek. Not that he'd done one thing to deserve it. Jack fixed up her giant Coke to go and put it on the counter.
"On the house, Liz. We're all proud of you." "Hear, hear," Paul said, lifting his beer.
Hope raised her Jack Daniels. Dan lifted his bottle of Heineken. Jack toasted with his coffee cup. "Thanks. That means a lot," she said softly, maybe emotionally. "I'd better get over to Connie's."
"See you later, honey," Jack said.
Rick felt his eyes burn and his head start to pound as he watched her leave. His eyes dropped to her perfect butt, her long legs, that beautiful sheath of soft hair, and remembered how every inch of her felt under his hands. He could smell her, taste her. This was the love of his life, his childhood sweetheart, the girl he was going to marry until life threw them a curve. He turned on his stool, grabbed his cane, and followed her. Because he was slower getting around, she was nearly to the corner store by the time he was at the porch steps.
"Hey!"
She turned toward him, frowning. He slowly and clumsily descended the porch steps, walking toward her, his limp suddenly much more pronounced. Dan saw Rick leave and followed, standing just outside the barred door on the porch, his arms crossed over his chest, watching, listening.
"You do that on purpose?" Rick yelled at Liz. "Just to punish me?"
She shook her head. "What are you talking about?" He got a little closer.
"Acting like I don't exist like that? You won't even look at me. Is that how bad I gross you out?"
"Shut up, Rick. You're acting like an ass again."
"I'm an ass? For asking you why you won't even look at me?"
"I thought that's what you wanted." You want everything we were to just go away, right?
It's not exactly like that, he said.
Bullshit. It is like that. You said we can't even be friends, so back off. You got just what you wanted. Jack had heard the shouting, knew who it was, and stepped out of the bar. He was about to go after Rick, shut him up before it got worse. But Dan put an arm across his chest.
Let it happen,
Dan said.
I care about Liz. If Rick's gonna be a jackass, she doesn't deserve... Let it happen,
Dan said.
She's fighting back.
I don't know, Jack said, shaking his head.
It's their bone, Jack. Don't chew on it.
And Jack stayed, joined by Paul a moment later.
You know it's not what I want. It's how it has to be,
Rick was yelling at her.
Why? You never did say. You know why. I did too say. Because you can do better, that's why.
She laughed meanly.
Ain't that the truth? But why? Is it about the leg or the fact that you're such an asshole and you treat your best friends like crap? Sorry if I'm not a happy-go-lucky idiot, Liz,
he shouted, leaning heavily on his cane.
I might have one or two things on my mind, you know?
Oh, I know.
You.
Your mind is all filled up with yourself and how much you pity yourself. Because you're the only one ever hurting, right?
Look around,
he yelled. And it was at that point that he saw the three men on the porch. He didn't care.
How many other one-legged dudes you see hanging out here, huh?
He stepped closer, and so did she. Even though they got closer, their voices got louder.
Maybe you could just cut me some slack, Liz.
I've cut you plenty of slack, Rick, but I'm done. I can't do anything to please you. You want me to go away quietly, then you want me to fuss over you like you're some old friend of mine? Or maybe I'm supposed to feel sorry for you because you're a cripple? You're out of your fucking mind.
Don't say that word,
he yelled at her.
Don't say words like that.
What? Words like mind? Which you're fucking out of?
Go to hell. Don't swear like that. You're not like that.
Guess what, asshole? I don't belong to you anymore, so you don't tell me how you'd like me to talk. When she turned to go, Rick grabbed her wrist and whirled her back toward him, which caused her to drop her Coke and graduation card in the street. Again, Jack stepped forward to intercede. This time, it was both Dan and Paul who pulled him back.
Don't get in this, Jack,
Dan said.
He has things to work out. So does she. He wasn't raised like that,
Jack said.
He wasn't raised to go to war and get wounded either. Let him go.
What do you want from me? Liz asked Rick, twisting her wrist out of his grasp. Maybe you like to see me look at you all sad and hurt so you can feel like big stuff. Or maybe you were expecting me to beg. Is that what you want?
I want you to look at me. I want you to say hello to me. I want you to treat me like a human being.
Yeah? I wanted that from you too. But you don't think anyone besides yourself deserves to be treated with kindness or respect. You have to give as good as you get, Rick. That's all there is to it.
Sorry if I'm not unselfish enough for you, Lizzie. It gets tough trying to figure out how to take a goddamn shower, much less how to get the rest of your life back.
You think you're the only one who wants their life back? Maybe you think you're the only one who needs understanding. Is that it? You hurting, Rick?
Yeah, Liz. Yeah. I'd trade anything to just be what I was before.
And so would I, she screamed at him. I'd give both my legs if you could have yours. You think I wouldn't have given my arms and my legs just to see you holding a living son in your arms? You think I wouldn't give my eyes so you wouldn't have a limp?
Stop it. Don't say that.
It's true. It's the truth. And not for me, for you. Hell, I don't care if you limp. I don't care if you wheel yourself around. It's not your stupid goddamn leg I care about. I prayed all the way to Germany. I told God, if you were dead when I got there, I wish I could go with you. But when I got there, you weren't dead. You just told me to go away, like I was dead. Sometimes I wish I was. Shut up. Don't say that. I'd give my life if you could be happy again. I swear to God, I'd give my... Stop saying that, he screamed, and he shoved her. She was pushed backward a few stumbling feet. Jack took a giant step forward, and Dan pivoted quickly, putting himself in front of him. Gotta let them do it, Jack. It's their battle right now. We'll get a piece of it later. I should stop it before it gets... Dan looked over his shoulder in time to see Liz turn and run toward the corner store. But instead of going inside, she got in her car. She pulled away from the store and drove out of town. Dan looked back at Jack. You, stay put. You're way too close to this. Dan went down the porch steps and moved toward Rick. Because he was moving kind of fast, he had a little hitch in his step. When he stood in front of Rick, he put his hands on his hips. Did you actually push that female? He asked. How about you mind your own business? Rick said hotly. That's not gonna happen, boy. Where I come from, we don't stand around and watch a man get physical with a woman and mind our own business. You looking for a fight? Is that it? Out of my way, Rick said, leaning on his cane and trying to get around Dan. Dan kicked the cane, sweeping it out of Rick's hand and sailing a few feet down the street. Then he gave Rick a shove, just like he'd given Liz. And in just 1 second, Rick was flat on his ass. Hey! What the hell? How about you fight with someone who isn't afraid to hit back? How about that? Funny, Rick said from his place on the ground. I think you might have a little advantage there, friend. Dan grinned. That right? Dan bent at the waist, leaned over, and began unlacing his boot. He pulled it off, leaving a thick white sock. He straightened, unfastened his belt, and dropped his jeans to mid-thigh. And there it was. The silicone sleeve of a prosthetic limb right shy of his boxer shorts. Dan lowered himself to the ground slowly, carefully, then pushed the pin to release the suction on the sleeve to free his stump. Since the ankle of his prosthesis didn't bend, he had to work the artificial limb up through his pants leg and lay it on the ground. With the help of his hands, he pushed himself up on one leg, balancing with some difficulty. Once standing on one leg, he pulled his jeans up again, zipping and belting them. He pulled the empty pants leg up and tucked the end in the front pocket of his jeans. And with all the grace of a ballet dancer, he was solid on one leg. Totally solid. On the porch, Jack muttered, Holy Jesus. I wondered about that, Paul said. That unsteady knee of his isn't his. Well, I mean, I'm sure he owns it and all. Dan balanced nicely. Years of practice had left him quite proficient. You think the playing field is level yet? He asked Rick. Because I can't take off the other one. Holy shit, Rick said, raised up on his elbows. Tell you what, you keep yours and we'll go a few rounds. I'm no little girl, and I'm just as gimpy as you. How's that? I'm not fighting with you, man, Rick said. You ought to be ashamed, treating that girl so bad, Dan said calmly. I don't know what's got into you. If yelling at her isn't bad enough, you put your hands on her. And not in a sweet way. It's not your business, Rick said, but some of the hostility was gone. Thought I explained about that, Dan replied. I don't stand around and watch a man get tough with a woman and look the other way. You have to answer for it. For being one mean, weak dick. You want to answer to me or to her?
Rick just stared up at him. How you stay upright like that, man? Practice. How much practice? Rick asked. How long you been at it? Been a few years now. I got mine in Iraq, too. And I was just as screwed up as you. Time we got this all straight, boy. You've whined and whimpered about long enough now. Rick shook his head. You don't even wobble around. One of the neat little tricks I wish I'd never had to learn. Dan reached in his pants pocket. Do you know where to find Liz? Rick nodded. Dan threw his keys at him, hit him in the chest with them. Go find her. Beg her to forgive your sorry ass. That, or go a few rounds with me. Hey, I can't drive. Why not? You gonna get rides the rest of your life? It's the Ford truck with the camper shell. It's my right leg. Then accelerate and brake with the left. Jesus. Have you been in a coma all this time? Aren't you even thinking about how to get on with your life? Dan put out his hand, and with the help of that and his own hand pushing himself up, Rick got off the ground. And for God's sake, be careful. It's the only truck I have. When you find her, don't be too surprised if she breaks your other leg. If I were her, I would. Standing, and in considerable awe of the one-legged man he faced, Rick said, Listen, I know you mean to help, to teach me a lesson. But I'm not screwed up on purpose. I know that, son. But you can get better on purpose. You ever want to talk about it with someone who's been there, I can do that. But not right now. Right now, take care of that girl. What am I supposed to tell her? Because we both know I'm not good enough for her. Then I suggest, right after you beg her to forgive you, you thank her. Because she's just crazy enough to think you are. Now my beer's getting warm. We about done with this circus? Rick tossed the keys in his hand. Then he turned and went to fetch his cane, carefully bending to get it off the ground. Dan stood in the street until Rick had backed the truck out of its parking spot, accelerating too fast, braking too hard, almost taking out the vehicle it was parked beside. Dan winced. It wasn't as though that old truck didn't have plenty of scrapes, but if the kid drove it right off the mountainside, he'd be real sorry he staged this whole production. He bent to lift his prosthesis and boot. He started hopping back toward the bar. Before he got far, Jack was down in the street, draping Dan's arm across his shoulders. Fancy, Jack said. You should be an acrobat. You have some serious skills. Half the time I am an acrobat. Where'd you send Rick in your truck? Jack asked. I told him to go find Liz and beg her forgiveness. And if they just duke it out again? Ah, don't worry. She can probably take him. Now, I need a bathroom or someplace private to drop my drawers and reassemble. I don't want to show Hope my shorts. Rick had lied when he'd said he knew where to find Liz. He could think of 100 places. One of those places was her house in Eureka. As he drove out of town, his first thought was that he wasn't ready to drive on freeways. He wasn't even ready for these country mountain roads he'd grown up on. He was going real slow, braking cautiously around the curves. He'd almost forgotten about looking for Liz. He was busy learning to drive again. But driving turned out to be okay. He was a little clumsy on the gas and brake for about 10 minutes, so he headed for Valley High, though he knew she wouldn't be there. He just wanted to practice, to be sure he wouldn't end up in a ditch. 20 minutes into his driving experiment, he decided to go looking for her, and it was not because Dan told him to. The second she ran away from him, he knew. He wasn't getting out of this business the way he'd planned.
He felt two choices staring him in the face. Either he had to make peace with his leg and his life, or he had to go away somewhere he could be alone forever, where no one would ever remind him of all his bad experiences, all his losses. When he thought of making things right, he felt the sting of tears in his eyes. But when he thought of being alone forever, his throat closed so tight he couldn't breathe. He had both reactions to facing those two alternatives within a matter of less than 60 seconds. He drove out to a place in the woods where they used to park. No one was there. He drove through some vineyards in the valley, past a couple of big trucks on a 2-lane road, a daring move for a one-legged driver. The sun was starting to sink behind the mountains to the west. He'd have to get the truck back before long. The crazy fool, giving him a truck. Wasn't he worried that Rick would just take off and never come back? He drove aimlessly for a while, wondering how that guy was an amputee and nobody had even known it. Or maybe some people had known, but not Rick, because he was in his own head all the time. It was the act of driving, the freedom of driving, that made him wonder about some things. Like, had he expected Jack to drive him everywhere for the rest of his life? One of the first things they taught him in PT was to have a bar installed in the bathroom, something to hang on to, steady himself. It was definitely time to do that now. He'd fallen twice and took a lot of baths sitting on the edge of the tub. He hated baths. He didn't expect to find Liz. He'd go to the store later tonight or tomorrow and find her, talk to her. Or, failing that, he'd either get Jack to drive him to Eureka or borrow Jack's truck. He had no idea what he'd say, but would he work? Go to school? Hunt? Fish? She'd killed him with what she'd said. She wished she was dead? He thought back, way back, to when she was lying in that bed at Doc's, writhing in pain as she tried to give birth. He'd held her small, sweating body close to his chest, promising her he'd never let her go. They knew the baby was dead, but there were times during that nightmare that he remembered thinking that if he lost her as well, his life would never mean anything again. And back then, he'd still been a little confused about whether he loved her enough to make a life with her. And yet he knew losing her would kill him. It was the same right now. He'd told her they couldn't be together, but the thought of her dying ripped his heart out. What had he done to her? And why was he kidding himself? He'd never stop loving her. He found himself headed for the river, and once there, he saw her car. He shook his head. He should have known. It was the last place they'd been together. He parked, swallowed his fear, and got out. He used his cane, careful of rocks and holes, and made his way to the river's edge. She was leaning back against a big boulder, half sitting, half standing. "Liz," he said to her back. She looked over her shoulder at him. "Go away," she said. He walked toward her. "Liz, I'm sorry." She looked back at the river. "Just go away. I refuse to fight with you, and I can outrun you." He laughed softly in spite of himself. No kidding. He went to stand in front of her. "I'm sorry, Liz. I am out of my mind." "So I noticed," she said with a sniff. She turned away from him to swipe at her damp cheeks. "I don't want it to be this way," he said. "Between us, I mean." She looked back at him. "Well, Rick, I have to admit, I don't have a clue how you want it to be. You told me to go away, and I tried. You made it real clear you didn't love me anymore. All those phone calls, I thought maybe... He gave her a second.
You thought what, Liz?
She looked down and took a breath. I thought after a while you'd start to think like your old self again, and you'd appreciate it. That I never gave up on you. That I loved you no matter what.
I did, Liz. Appreciate it. I just thought you'd be wasting your life on someone like me.
She stiffened slightly. Because of your leg? Your stupid leg?
It went past the leg, he said. I thought that I brought bad luck. That a life with me would be full of bad experiences. I mean, you and me, we've had our share, you know?
A huff of laughter escaped through her tears.
What?
He asked. I thought it was me. I thought if it wasn't for me, everything in your life would be all right.
Liz.
Well, didn't I get pregnant right away? I had just barely gotten my period back then. And then I let our baby die. And then, because that hurt you so bad, you went to the Marines.
Holy Jesus, he said.
He reached for her, his arms going around her waist, pulling her hard against him.
How could you think that? You didn't make any of those things happen.
She held on to him, putting her head against his shoulder. He felt her shrug. As much as you did.
Holy God, he muttered. We are so screwed up.
He felt her arms tighten around him, holding him as she sobbed against his shoulder. He ran his hand down that wonderful silky hair.
Hey, hey,
he said softly, and it all came back to him. How it felt when he held her, comforted her.
Come on, baby. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he said.
In the back of his mind, he wondered why he wasn't able to do this 3 months ago. It was so natural, so right. It felt so good to be the man. You don't know how long I've waited for you to hold me, she said.
I've held you before. Right here, in fact, he reminded her.
She shook her head against his shoulder. There wasn't an ounce of love in that, she said. He pulled away from her a bit, lifting her chin with his thumb and finger.
Nothing like that's ever going to happen between us again, Liz. I promise.
What is going to happen between us? She asked softly. Are you just trying to make me not mad at you, but then go back to that business that we can't be together anymore? He smiled at her and kissed her cheeks one at a time, softly, gently.
We have to be together. If we just bring each other a ton of bad luck, we'll need someone to hang on to through it.
God, she said, laying her head against him again, crying. I didn't want you to ever see me cry again, she sobbed. I hate being a wimpy girl.
You're not. I wish I was as strong as you. I don't know why I couldn't get it together. Jesus, I just couldn't get any of it, you know? You better understand something, Liz. I'm never gonna be like I was. I'm never gonna be that kid that just grins through every ugly thing. That part of my life got blown up.
She leaned away from him. Really? And you think I didn't get blown up too? She shook her head. Jack said, when a soldier gets wounded, everyone who loves him gets wounded.
Jack, he said, as if he just thought of him. Oh, Jesus. Jack.
What, Rick?
Oh, man. Did he ever say anything to you about me?
Like what?
She asked. Like he was counting the minutes till he could put me down like a sick dog?
Jack? Of course not. He's been worried, I know that.
If you think I treated you bad, I treated Jack worse.
God, I don't know how to fix that up. You better fix this up first, she said with an assertiveness he was unaccustomed to in her. Huh? Didn't I? She shook her head. I don't want to go back and forth on this. And just because you feel guilty about yelling at me doesn't mean we're okay. We have problems, you and me. Like you said, we're so screwed up. I want to get out of this mess and be as much like regular people as we can. When the baby died, the school counselor got me a therapist who helped me with that, and after a while, I could talk about it without being angry, without crying. That's what I want for us, Rick. I don't want to always be scared that you're going to leave me any second. We'll work at that, he said. We'll do a lot of talking, but I have the same therapist now, getting me through this thing with you. I want you to go with me. He shrugged. What was one more counselor? Sure, if that's what you want. He's nice. He's helped me so much. He's kind of goofy, but you might like him. Never mind what you think of him. Just go along. The work is going to be you and me, getting on track. Did he tell you that? That if we got back together, we should have counseling? He did, she said with a nod. And I think he's right. No way I could have gotten through the past few months without him. If it hadn't worked for me before, I probably wouldn't insist on this, but I'm a believer now. Sure, okay. And promise you won't make fun of him. Just put out of your mind that he's strange and listen and talk. Okay? Okay, Rick agreed. What's so strange about him? Rick asked, thinking about adding another weirdo into the mix. But what the hell? His weirdo had worked out. Well, he's funny looking, tall and skinny with big ears and a long hooked nose. And he thinks he was abducted by aliens. Rick pulled back, holding Liz's upper arms. His face was frozen in shock for a moment. Then a huge laugh erupted from him. You are fucking kidding me. Oh, I see how it is. You can use the F word whenever you want. Jerry Powell? Liz. That's who I've been seeing. Come on, she said, shaking her head. Yeah, he said, grinning. That's the nutcase that got me this far. Honest to God, sometimes I hate that psycho. But I have to admit, it's helped. Well, I sure couldn't tell you how. He laughed again. Yeah, I'll see Mr. Spaceman with you. Can we merge our appointments so I don't have to put up with him 3 or 4 times a week? I can't believe he didn't tell me, she said, shaking her head. Liz, it's the rules. He doesn't talk about patients. He couldn't stop laughing, and it felt both strange and familiar at the same time. He used to be a laughing fool. Lately, he'd found it hard to find humor in anything. What a kick. Come on, Liz, I gotta get the truck back. The truck? She asked. Yeah, guy at the bar, Dan. He loaned me his truck. You drove? How did you think I got here? He asked. I figured Jack was waiting on the road. Nah. Old Dan, he picked a fight with me. He didn't like how I was treating you, and he was right. Also, he took off his leg. I had no idea he was an amputee. That showed me. He shook his head. People have been talking to me for months, and they weren't all able-bodied like our whack job Powell or Jack. I was in group therapy with amputees who made it all look easy. But something about today changed everything. I'm going to try to figure out what after I try to apologize to Jack and return the truck. But he knew what. Several factors collided. Jerry got through to him, made him see that he was unsuccessful in escaping his old life. Then Liz fought back, giving him every punch he deserved. Then Dan took off his leg and balanced perfectly on one. Perfectly. Like he didn't even need the prosthesis. Then he held Liz the way she was meant to be held, with tenderness and love. It was all coming together. Took too damn long, but it was coming together. Rick followed Liz back to town, gave her one more kiss, and made a date to meet her on his grandma's front porch later. Then he took a deep breath and made his way into the bar. He recognized Dan's back at the bar. His leg was all put back together. Friday night, the place was pretty busy, but there was an empty stool on Dan's left. Rick maneuvered himself onto the stool and put the keys down next to Dan's coffee cup. "Sorry, took me a while." Dan turned and peered at him. "You didn't have to wait. I'd have gotten the truck back to you somehow." "I didn't wait," Dan said. "I had dinner. I can walk home from here." "You have this whole business down pretty good now, huh?" Rick said. "It's like missing a couple of teeth. You learn to chew on the other side." Rick laughed in spite of himself. "Teeth?" "It wasn't easy," Dan said. "I took the hard way. You don't have to. Lot of help around here." Speaking of help, Jack was on his way down the bar. Uh-oh. Jack grabbed a towel and a glass. Then he was in front of him, glaring down at him, wiping the spots out of the glass to keep from choking him. "Liz all right?" "Yeah, I found her out at the river and we had a talk. Nice and calm. I told her I was sorry for that whole business, for everything. I ever see anything like that again, I don't know if I can keep from beating the shit out of you. I know I taught you better than that." "I'm sorry, Jack. That was horrible, and I know it. It was all I could do to keep from dragging you behind the shed." A smile came to Rick's lips. Jack was in everything, meddling, and it often got him in trouble. "I'll bet," Rick said. "I think we step up the counseling appointments. If you can't adjust, maybe you can learn restraint." He lifted a brow. "That's never been your long suit, as I recall." "As it turns out, that's gonna happen. Liz won't get back with me unless we go to the counselor together." Dan's head swiveled sharply toward Rick. "You sure she's just 18? "She had to grow up fast," Rick said. "Jack, I know I owe you a ton of apologies. I'll walk down after breakfast tomorrow. We can talk about it. How's that?" "You saying you turned a corner here?" Jack couldn't stop himself from asking. "Sort of. It was kind of like a bomb went off in my head." Then he winced. "I wish I hadn't said it like that." With the towel in one hand and the glass in the other, Jack leaned his big, meaty hands on the bar. "You telling me that this lunatic taking off his leg was all you needed?" Again, Rick laughed. "Yes and no. It was probably more about seeing how I'd treated Liz. I love that girl, but I've been treating her like crap for months. I hurt her so bad just because I have shit to deal with. And her saying she'd give up both her legs if I could have mine? Give up her life if I lost mine? God." He shook his head. "I think I've been getting to this. That nutcase you send me to twice a week said sometimes people have to hit bottom before they start to build up their strength again. The way I treated the girl I love, after the way I was brought up, first by my gram and then by you. Shit, man. We don't treat our women that way, and I know it. I saw the bottom, saw what kind of man I could turn into if I don't get a handle on this." He also said I was more mad at myself than anyone else. I think I was getting close to sanity anyway. Then this crazy loon took off his leg.
I've never seen anyone stay upright on one leg like that. Rick grinned and elbowed Dan. That is truly awesome. I don't know how you did that. It's like you studied under a karate master or something. I'm so going to learn that. But first, I'm installing a bar in the shower. You do that, kid, Dan said, sipping his coffee. Can I have a Coke, Jack? Jack was speechless, stunned. I need some glasses. Right back. Jack escaped into the kitchen. He wasn't stupid enough to think that all Rick's adjustments had suddenly fallen into place. But in 4 months, this was the first glimpse he'd had of his boy. The boy he loved like a son. The boy he'd gone all the way to Germany for, even though there'd been a chance he'd have to bring him home in a box. He leaned on Preacher's work table for a second, staring down, his breath coming hard and shallow. He felt the tears in his eyes and his heart pounded. For a while, he didn't think it would ever happen. He'd been afraid Rick was going to be mean and angry for the rest of his life when there was no young man Jack had ever known who used to be more filled with light and joy. Not in all his years, Rick was the finest example of a young man Jack could name. Jack? Preacher asked. Jack looked up. Aw, did you do it again? Did you wash the bar sink with that disinfectant and then touch your eyes? Christ, you are the slowest learner I know. Come on over here and we'll rinse them. Flush them out. They're rinsed, Jack said quietly. It'll be fine. You gotta watch that, man. You're gonna go blind, for God's sake. I got it. I need a rack of glasses, Jack said, sniffing. Well, I just put a rack out there not 5 minutes ago, Preacher said. Jack ground his teeth. Inside, he felt as if he'd just been born. But he said, Give me a rack of goddamn glasses, all right? Sure, Preacher said. If you drink a little of that disinfectant, might kill the bug up your ass. Chapter 16. By the end of June, Rick and Liz had met with Jerry, the spaceman Powell, several times. It had been a hectic month for both of them. Rick was still going to physical therapy twice a week, but now he was driving himself. He'd found himself a Toyota truck with an extended cab that would keep him in wheels for a few years. His monthly disability check covered the payments. And Liz was working 2 jobs, leaving only her mornings and Friday and Saturday nights free. They didn't have a lot of time together, but the time they did have was sweet. There was something to be said for growing up with your mate, learning from each other as experimental kids, taking that knowledge to the next level. That guy from rehab in San Diego was right. The prosthesis leaned right up against the wall while Rick and Liz made love. Tender, wonderful, sometimes a little wild, always satisfying love. The missing leg didn't seem to matter at all. You sure this is enough for you, Liz? Rick asked her. A guy with 1 leg? Rick, we have a lot of years ahead. There are going to be times I'll come up short. I just know it. I expect you to love me the same even in those times. Is that too much to expect out of you? Nah. You're more than I can deserve in 1,000,000 years. To answer your question, I never even noticed that the leg is gone. Really. The only time I notice is when you complain about the stump hurting. The truth is, I find you stronger, braver, smarter. I'd say I love you even more, but that's just impossible. After Liz and Rick had their Friday afternoon appointment with Jerry, Rick would follow her back to Virgin River. They'd go to the bar together where Liz would get her large cola to go on her way to work at her aunt's store, and Rick would stay on for a while, visit with the neighbors, have dinner, and meet Liz on his Graham's front porch after the corner store closed. So much had changed for both of them in just a few weeks.
Rick was no longer the quiet and morose young man who kept his friends and neighbors at bay with unfriendliness. He looked forward to having that one beer a week with the guys, and even turned up at the bar more often, just to visit. And far from being embarrassed by his amputee status, he wore long shorts and laced boots, his prosthesis visible. And while his gait might be a little slow and at times unsteady, he no longer used a cane. On just such a typical Friday afternoon, Rick and Liz walked into Jack's holding hands. They jumped up on bar stools and met with his grin.
Hey, kids, what's up?
Large cola to go, Liz said.
You got it, sweetheart. Rick?
He laughed.
Oh, you know what I want. Cold draft, please. Coming up.
Jack put it in front of him and asked Rick,
You starting to work out a little bit?
Rick took a sip and draped his arm around Liz's shoulders.
Some light weights, but I've gained about 10 pounds since I've been home.
He gave Liz a squeeze. I'm going over to Connie's, she said, giving Rick a kiss on the cheek. I'll see you later.
Later, baby, he said.
When she was gone, Jack lifted an eyebrow.
Looks like things are going better for you and Liz these days. Better and better. I have some plans for the rest of the summer, starting with, I'm going to help Paul part-time. I talked it over with him. Neither one of us knows how much help I'll be, but I'm sure I can stay upright and hold a paintbrush. He said he might put Dan in charge of me. Brady, Jack laughed, shaking his head. Who would have guessed he'd work out? I'm still trying to figure out how he got up that hill so fast back when we were looking for Paige. I didn't see him do it, but remember? Before we knew it, he was up on the hill and bonked that guy on the head, knocked him cold.
Rick took a drink of his beer.
He said when I get a little more confident, he'll show me some one-legged tricks. Jack laughed. I signed up for Redwoods. I'm going to school in the fall. I'll go with Liz.
Jack took a breath.
Kid, you don't know how good it makes me feel that you're making plans. I don't think I'm going to be at Redwoods long, Rick said. I think I'm going to be forced to leave the area. That's so. Not like I won't be around, Rick said. You're here. Graham's here. And who knows? I might be getting ahead of myself here, but I'm interested in architecture. And there's no bachelor's program around here. Humboldt U doesn't have one in that major.
Thanks for sticking around. Time for a quick 1-minute break. Enjoy this calming tune. And remember, everything here is free for your enjoyment.
That's the first time I've heard that, Jack said. Yeah, I know. Me and Liz went over to Redwoods and Humboldt U, looking through all the catalogs. I met with a counselor, talked to some people. I'm good at math, and I like drawing and building. I talked to Paul a little bit. My main interests and abilities seem to lean toward architecture or engineering. I'm thinking way ahead now, but it looks like I might aim for the University of Oregon in Eugene.
Jack looked down and wiped the counter.
You gonna get all funky about that? Rick asked. About me going away?
Jack looked up.
Rick, if I can send you off to the Marines and stay standing, I guess I can handle sending you off to college. I put a little something aside for that, you know. We talked about it. I'd like to help. Jack, you don't have to do that. It's not a lot, Rick. When I said a little something, little was the operative word. You'll have the GI Bill, but you'll also have living expenses. I'm sticking around through the summer, Rick said. To work, see what I can learn from Paul and Gimpy Dan. To stick with Jerry the spaceman for a while. He laughed. That nutcase has some ideas that just fit in the slots, you know? One look at him and you'd never guess it. He's really such a dork. Toward the end of the summer, before school starts, me and Liz are going to find a place of our own in Eureka. She's got a really good job at that Albertsons grocery. She thinks she can keep it while she goes to school. She might have to go part-time if school is hard for her. But you know what? She's finding out she's way smarter than she thought she was. He grinned proudly. Settling down? Jack asked, doubtfully. This will be it, Rick said. We're moving ahead. We'll live together now, that's how it has to be. Living apart isn't working for us anymore. You have to give us some credit. We waited. We're not teenagers anymore. Well, Jack said cautiously. She is. Rick grinned. She has till the end of August to change her mind. Ricky, buddy, did Liz talk you into this? I know she's always wanted to. This was my idea, Jack. It's just better with her. But we're trying not to move too fast. First we live together and do a year of Redwoods College, and next summer, we get married. Whoa! We need each other, Jack. I don't think there's anyone I counted on more than I did Liz. You, maybe, but you're just not as soft and cuddly. He grinned boyishly. Then, more seriously, he added, There's no point in just finding things to keep me busy while we get older. Besides, he said, lifting his beer and taking a sip, when you think about it, we're not all that young. Maybe in years, but not in experience. Me and Liz, we had to grow up kind of fast. And the only thing that hasn't worked against us, we never lost interest. We've always loved each other. That's been put to test a bunch of times. Jack was quiet for a minute. Then very solemnly he said, There's just one thing that worries me, Rick. You two, you've gotten real good at holding each other up during the hard times. How about when there aren't any hard times? How will you hold up then? Will you take each other for granted? Get bored? Rick cracked a big smile and let go a laugh. Oh, man. Please, throw me in that briar patch, huh? Jack turned away and pounded on the wall, bringing Preacher out of the kitchen with a pretty confused and interrupted look on his face. What? He scowled. Jack was already drawing a couple of beers. Rick's got some plans, Preach. Go ahead, Ricky. Lay it on him. Rick gave Preacher the condensed version. Unlike Jack, who was known to borrow trouble, especially where relationships were concerned, Preacher just stuck out a big hand. Good for you, Rick. Congratulations. I think you kids are due a few good breaks. Jack handed him a beer. Here's to you. You and Liz. I'm real happy for you. The three of them raised their glasses in a toast. Thanks, guys, Rick said. I'd never have made it through anything without you. We wouldn't have made it without you either, buddy, Jack said. I'm real happy for you. And I'm real damn proud of you, son.
Dan Brady had been meeting Cheryl in the park in Old Town Eureka every Sunday for a couple of months and looked forward to every one. Those afternoons became one of the highlights of his week. He took great pride in filling her in on all the Virgin River happenings. And while their lunch together had covered an hour in the early weeks, by the end of June, it had stretched to almost 3. They had covered pasts that were difficult to overcome, for both of them. Some of that had to be talked about and put away if they were going to accept each other as friends. But once that was dispensed with, Their picnics became an easy 3 hours, filled with storytelling and laughter, and ending with an affectionate peck on the cheek. The kind casual friends gave each other. When he told her about the day he dropped his pants and took off his prosthetic limb to make a point for Rick, left hopping one-legged in the street, she laughed so hard she had tears running down her cheeks. And people in the park were staring. Dan was no longer unsure of how he felt about her. Cheryl was no longer suspicious of Dan's motives. He draped an arm along the back of the park bench while he talked to her.
So, Rick started working for Paul Haggerty, and Haggerty told me to keep him with me, to train him, keep an eye on him, make sure he didn't take on too much. Boy, if Rick knew Paul was looking out for him that way, it might piss him off. He's a lot better, but he's still got that edge of pride, you know?
"How's he doing on the job?" Cheryl asked.
It's only been a few days, and he's holding up pretty good. If he didn't have a new prosthesis, I'd have him hauling trash. But I'm teaching him drywall and texturing. I figure anyone can paint.
"Anyone but me," she laughed. "There must be a trick to it. I tried to paint my bedroom where I'm staying. It looks like I went after the walls with a scouring pad and dirty white paint."
Really? How'd you like me to fix that up for you?
He asked. "No, thanks. But I wouldn't mind if you told me the secret."
No secret, kiddo. Good brushes, good paint on a clean wall, and a primer if the wall isn't going to hold the paint. Like if you stripped off wallpaper and there was some backing left. People run into trouble when they buy the cheap stuff or don't prime a wall that needs it. I can show you how to use masking tape and caulk to make a straight line.
He ran a knuckle along her cheek.
Why don't we fix it up together? I'll give you some tips so you never need me for painting again.
"You're trying to tempt me into letting you get closer into my life," she said with a laugh. "Tempting me with paint." He grinned at her.
No, I'm looking for an invitation to your bedroom.
"There are 5 women living in that house. If you're ever in that bedroom, it'll be for painting."
Would you be embarrassed?
He asked her, lifting his eyebrows. "You might be attacked. Only one of the 5 has had a man in her life in the last millennium, and it wasn't me."
Cheryl, I don't want to scare you, but I think maybe you have a man in your life now. You just haven't had sex. That I know of.
He added with a shrug. She laughed at him. "What have I done? Getting mixed up with you?"
Come on, it's been nice. Admit it,
he said, leaning toward her and brushing his lips against hers.
Nice. Come on.
"Nice," she said. "But you know I don't want to get into anything complicated."
Oh, Jesus, Cheryl, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. I didn't have anything complicated in mind.
Then he smiled. "You've used that line on me before." She put a hand against his cheek, then she grew briefly serious. "We're pretty screwed up people, you and me. We have some heavy past issues. What if we get together, then go back to being those screwed up, miserable people and take each other down into the hole?" He thought about this for a moment, looking deeply into her eyes.
Honey, I've been there, down in that hole. I'm not going back that way. You can't make me. And I, for God's sake, have no interest in ruining you. How about that?
"What are you looking for?" she asked him.
Today, I'm thinking a real kiss, arms around each other, pressed close. Wet and sloppy and longer than half a second. And then, I think I'll call you Wednesday night after work, just to see how your day was.
"I have an AA meeting Wednesday night."
You could tell me what time is good to call. I'm very flexible.
"And then?"
"One of these days, I'd like to take you out to a nice dinner. Nothing scary or fancy, just nice. Quiet, good food, A place to talk while we eat, where there's no risk of bird shit. I don't expect you to miss a meeting. I could pick you up afterward. Get you home early enough to get some rest before the early shift at the diner.
I have a couple of days off a week, she said. I could hit an early meeting and we could actually have dinner at dinner time. Then she smiled.
You're not fighting me on the idea, he observed.
So far, you haven't suggested anything that I ought to be aware of.
Honey, I have no interest in scaring you.
He rubbed that knuckle along the smooth skin of her jaw.
You're pretty and smart, and being with you is good. If it's good for you too, we'll keep going. The second it stops being what you want, all you have to do is say so.
She shook her head and smiled. If I'd run into someone like you years ago, forget it. That had nothing to do with it.
What?
He asked. It's just this trap alcoholics sometimes get tempted by. Like, if my life had been better, I wouldn't have been a drunk. The truth is, my life wasn't better because I'm an alcoholic. It had to do with addiction, not luck or intelligence or the right man. He grinned at her.
I sensed a suggestion that you might almost think I'm the right man.
She patted his cheek. You seem to be working out so far.
I'm going to put in appliances in a couple of weeks. That old place of yours is starting to shape up nice. Any interest in seeing it?
She looked down. I'm sorry, Dan. I know you've worked hard and spent good money. I don't mean to downplay that. It's just that house, you know? I hate who I was when I was there. Just stepping in the door, even when it's all fixed up, takes me back. I hate it. I don't care if I ever see it again. And I'm so sorry because that must hurt your feelings.
Nah,
he said, pressing her hand against his cheek again.
Not a problem. In fact, why don't I just finish the job fast as it can get done, and you can put it up for sale. Get it out of your life. I'll tell you what. I'll snap a few pictures for you. That way you can get an idea what I've done and not have to walk through the door.
But if I sell it, where will you live? He shrugged.
I'll find something.
And he smiled.
Maybe something a little closer to you, if you don't think that's too pushy.
She shook her head. I don't know why you're doing this.
Aw, honey. You're one of the most special women I've known. I'm real sorry you lived so many years without knowing that. But if that's what it took to get you to this place in your life, good for you. I'm proud of you. Plus, I'm just plain attracted to you. Sorry, it's the God's truth, but don't get worried. I can deal with the fact that you turned me on.
He grinned. Then he became serious.
Cheryl, you're sweet. Good to the bone, kind-hearted, strong, beautiful. So easy to talk to.
Tears started to run down her cheeks.
Baby, don't do that, he said,
wiping away a tear with his thumb.
I'm sorry. I'm pushing on you. I didn't mean to.
She shook her head and sniffed. No one's ever talked to me like that before. No one's ever said those things about me before. She sniffed again. I think that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Then she got a scowl on her tear-stained face. Dan Brady, if you're playing me to get in my pants, I'm gonna shoot you dead. He burst into laughter and pulled her against him.
Okay, Cheryl. If it turns out I'm one of those no-account losers just looking to get laid, you go ahead and kill me. But if you're smart, you'll wait till I get that god-awful bathroom remodeled. Jesus, that's gonna be a nightmare.
She snuggled in his embrace. Don't make me shoot you dead, she whispered.
Okay, darling,
he whispered.
How about a phone call on Wednesday night? And you see if you can wrangle a night for dinner. That work for you?
That's gonna work.
Come a little closer. Press up against me here, right on this bench. Kiss me like a girlfriend. I want to see if I should go to the trouble of calling Wednesday night.
She scooted closer. He threaded his fingers into her soft hair, cradling the back of her head in his palm. He pulled her mouth against his and let his eyes lower as he moved over her mouth slowly, deliberately, deliciously. Their heads tilted for a better fit. Their lips parted, and they both moaned softly. They didn't hurry. When the kiss broke, he smiled very sweetly.
Might not call Wednesday, he said. Might have to call Tuesday. And Thursday. Unless I'm crazy, you're ready for that.
That's about all I'm ready for.
Good,
he said with a grin.
I like the job of talking you into things.
Just out of curiosity, do you make love with the fake leg?
No, baby, he said. I make love with lips, fingers, words, and essential body parts. It's been a really long time, but I think once I get in the stream of things, I'll remember how it's done.
He gave her forehead a kiss.
You worried about it?
She shook her head. You're going to give me plenty of time, right? He smiled and brushed her hair over her ear.
I'm going to give you anything you need.
Walt Booth leaned against his truck in the small parking lot at the Garberville Airport, the runway on the other side of a fence. Muriel had called him from the jet shortly after takeoff to tell him when she'd arrive. The Studio Lear was dropping her in Northern California and then proceeding to L.A. with the director and another actor. It wasn't long before the aircraft was in sight. He watched a perfect landing. Then the Lear taxied to the boarding area. Air stairs popped out, and Muriel was the only one to deplane. She returned as she'd left, wearing jeans, boots, a light suede jacket, even though it was almost July, and the cowboy hat. She was followed down the stairs by the uniformed cabin steward who handed her a small carry-on bag. But unlike at her departure, she now had more luggage, and a very large suitcase had to be retrieved from the baggage compartment. She shook the steward's hand and pulled her bag behind her on its own wheels. Walt had told her exactly where he'd be waiting. He pushed his hat back on his head, crossed one long leg over another, his thumbs hooked into the front pockets of his jeans, and waited for her to come through the small building that served as passenger check-in, dispatch, offices. He enjoyed the sight as she walked toward him, admiring her long, slim legs. She stopped a few feet away from him and smiled.
How are you?
He asked. Just about done, she said, smiling.
Just about?
I'll have to travel some when it's out, do some promo. And there will be events, Cannes, the Oscars, Golden Globes, that sort of thing. She grinned. I'll have to get manicures and pedicures and special gowns. And you'll have to let me dress you up for that stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
You really wouldn't argue about this, would you? I want you with me for things like that. I want you right beside me, and we're leaving the pitchfork at home.
That would be kind of coming out to the world, wouldn't it?
It would, she affirmed.
Spoil your chances of getting it on with your personal trainer, you know.
My personal trainer is named Helga, and most of the time I hate her. He laughed at her, tilting his head back. At least you don't have to fly to Montana every couple of weeks. You should be thankful.
I might miss Montana,
he said.
Good things happened with us in Montana. Full weekends of good things.
It was her turn to laugh. I can make sure you don't miss Montana too much. He grew serious.
I'm so damn glad you're back. I can see you every day.
She stepped toward him, leaving her suitcase behind. She put her hands on his shoulders, and he put his on her waist.
I need to fatten you up a little, he teased. You've lost weight.
Weight I could stand to lose, too. Just being with you seems to plump me up.
Are you worn out, honey? He asked.
I'm tired, she admitted. I'm so looking forward to lying in your arms tonight for a good, long sleep. Do we have obligations? He shook his head.
I told Vanny you were coming home this afternoon and that I would be indisposed for at least 24 hours. We'll catch up with all of them on the weekend.
He pulled her closer and swept the hat off her head, pressing his lips to her forehead. Just as he did that, there was a click, click, click. They both turned their heads toward the sound, startled.
Are you kidding me? He said.
Jesus, that makes no sense, she said, spying a photographer with a powerful camera sneaking up on them from behind a parked car.
Me?
Why would anyone want a shot of me?
Maybe it's who you're spending time with that's the news,
Walt said with a shrug. He pulled her closer against him.
Let's make sure there isn't any doubt about that.
And he swept over her mouth with powerful intentions, and, just as he had secretly hoped, the clicking went on and on and on. When he let the kiss run its course, he pulled back just a little and laughed.
That ought to do it.
That was very unlike you, she said. You don't normally like that sort of thing.
Muriel, honey, I'm dead in love with you, and it suits me just fine for the whole world to know it.
She lifted an eyebrow. So, you'll let me dress you up for the production events?
I might.
I'm dead in love with you too, darling, and so damn glad to be home, where I hope to stay for a good long time. And you're going to wear whatever I say.
I will, he said. It's my aim to make you happy.
She patted his cheek and smiled. We're going to do just fine, you and I. Let's get out of here and be alone for a while. I need some peace and quiet.
In Virgin River?
He said with a hearty laugh.
Girl, this little town can fill up with more drama than your movie set.
We're pleased to offer you exclusive information and insight into the Virgin River series from none other than the narrator of the audiobooks, but also a co-star on Season 1 of the Netflix series, Therese Plummer. Welcome, Therese. How did it feel to see the books you've narrated come to life in the Netflix series?
Seeing the books that I've narrated come to life in the Netflix series was surreal. It was unbelievable. When you narrate a book, I have all of my characters and the story kind of playing as a movie in my head as I'm recording it. And so to see who they chose for Mel and for Jack and for Preacher and for Paige, it was definitely not what I saw in my head, and it fit perfectly. It was amazing. I loved it. It took me a minute because when you're so used to one genre of, just doing books and reading them and performing them, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it visually on a screen, it's totally different. And I had to leave all of my experiences with Virgin River on the back burner and just go in with like a blank slate and see what was coming to life on the screen. And as you've seen, it's a total hit. It's absolutely addictive. Everybody is loving it. And I think especially now with everything going on, it is just exactly what the world needs right now.
Tell us about having a role in the show. Was it surreal to find yourself as a citizen of Virgin River?
Well, getting to play a role on Virgin River Season 1, I'm in Episode 4. I played Caroline, and I come into Jack's bar, and Paige and I bump into each other, and I recognize her. And as you know from the books or, from the show, Paige is hiding out. She's got a lot going on with her ex-husband. And I dropped the ball and I'm like, hey, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. And she's got a, covered tracks and preachers behind her watching, like, what's going on? And it's a super quick scene, but it was so much fun. So much fun. It like whet my appetite and I just was ready for more. And the actors that played Preacher and Paige and everybody else could not have been sweeter. Just the entire set and cast and crew, it was all based in Vancouver, Canada, and it was unbelievable. I will be honest with you, when I walked into Jack's bar and I saw that they had created this, after recording it for so many years and again, seeing it in my head, and I went into this actual Jack's bar where there's booths and you can sit and there's a pool table and there's a bar with Jack behind it. I got verklempt. I got emotional because it was just so amazing to live in this world, which mostly was between my ears. I mean, I know I performed it and so many people, but it lives between your ears too as listeners. And then to actually be on the set and be sitting in a booth in Jack's bar and just, it all comes to life. It's magical. I felt like a little kid. I felt like all those books that you read when you're a little kid and you imagine, like, what if it was real? Well, it became real and I was a part of it and it was, I'm so grateful. I'm so unbelievably grateful that I was able to have a small part in it. And the other funny thing is I was telling Colin Lawrence and I were talking, that's the actor who plays Preacher, and I was explaining to him how I record all the audiobooks and I bring all the voices to life. And I said, I'm laughing so hard because I know I'm playing Caroline, but I can do all of your voices. And we were dying. We were just laughing offset. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Did the set of the series match what you'd pictured when narrating the books? What impressed you most about being on the set?
No, this is such a great question. And the set and Jack's bar had a more modern feel than what I saw in my head as I was telling these stories, a more present day feel. And I know that the books Robyn wrote weren't, in the old days, but it definitely, I think Jack's bar in my head was a little bit more dilapidated, maybe not as modern and with all the amenities and stuff like that. I think in my head it was just a little humbler bar, and Doc's, house and just different things that the show has been able to bring into current day. When I was telling the stories, I think it was just a little bit more in my head, mind you, this is just in my head and what came off the page with what Robyn wrote. A little bit more, just, like a poorer town in Northern California that was able to build itself up and build each other up in the process. I think it's that humility and that kind of hard-working ethic that really came across in the books. We kind of just land where everything's already established with the TV show, which is awesome because then you can just get into the action scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I think what was so special about the books is, for me at least, we built the town. We, new characters came in with each book and old characters continued to evolve and buildings were, constructed and, the little cabins by the lake, started to get rented out and there were stories there. And it was just like the town evolved with each book over the years. And it felt very close to home. So, but trust me, the set designers and whoever created Jack's Bar and Hope and Doc's house and all the set are brilliant because it's beautiful. The set is absolutely beautiful. And the land in Vancouver where it's filmed, oh my God, just breathtaking. Unbelievable. And I got to be there because the second scene I was in the Airstream, and we were on location near the river, and I think I cried. I was like, oh my God. And there were the director's chairs, with Virgin River on the back. And I was like, how does this happen? I feel like I'm living in a little magic bubble. It was really cool.
Why do you think the books and the Netflix series are so popular?
I think, for TV value, they've got to amp it up a little bit, and they're able to. I thought the part that was so cool were the marijuana farmers and the camps in Northern California, because again, as I record it, I see it in my head, but when they displayed it in the show, especially in season 2, the drama value just skyrocketed. I was like, wow, this is intense. Like the stakes got really high. And I think that's the difference of what needs to happen visually. You need to really, make it exciting and bring the drama value. And I do that the best that I can with the books and with performing it. But again, I have to respect that you're listening to this in your earbuds, and I'm telling you a story. And so there's an intimacy level that, you get to kind of break that barrier with TV, and you get to kind of, do all the bells and whistles and the flashiness and the sex scenes and the fight scenes and all of this craziness. You get to see it, you get to act it out, and it's amazing. But when I'm bringing that same scene to you with just my voice and being all the people, it's a little different experience. And I don't think you'd appreciate if I was like blowing things up in my studio for you. But that is the bonus of the TV show. Like, that's why it's so cool. It's absolutely so cool and so addictive. They just got signed for season 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for a while.
Do you have a favorite character or book in the series?
Yeah, I do have a favorite. My favorite is Virgin River, where it all starts. That was my favorite. I loved learning about Mel. I loved learning about, just this city girl coming into the mountains to be like a country doctor and everything she comes up against and meeting all the characters for the first time. My favorite character to play was Ricky. And I said this before in an interview, but I loved his journey. And I loved just, what Robyn gave me as a performer and an actor, the opportunity to do vocally with Ricky's emotional journey and what he went through going away and fighting in the war and then coming back and dealing with his PTSD and his injuries and his anger and his frustration. That's an actor's dream. I mean, those are flavors and emotions and colors that we dream of. I mean, that's just a complex character that I love to play. I love to play. And so to this day, I mean, I love Mel. I love Mel. But she's my staple. She's she's the grounding post in every book. But when these new characters came in, especially Ricky, I had a real soft spot in my heart for him.
What do you enjoy most about narrating the series?
I think the thing I enjoyed most about narrating the series is that it was completely unexpected. It was when I first came into recording audiobooks, and Claudia Howard at Recorded Books gave me a chance to audition for this, and it happened. And if I could have told you all that was to come, especially the relationship with Robyn Carr, there's no way I would have been able to do that because it has been such an incredible journey. Robyn and I have been able to do events together, book signings together. We talk to each other on the phone. She is the funniest woman I've ever met. Most of our conversations is just me crying, laughing on the phone because she's so funny. and just the kindest, most grounded. And she's so like, you know what she told me? She's like, I'm so grateful when her show got bought by Netflix and was going to be going. She said, I'm so grateful that this is going to employ so many people. That just makes me feel so grateful. And I had this moment where I was like, that's who this woman is. And that's who I want to be when I grow up. I want to, no matter how successful and amazing, and New York Times bestselling these books have become and will continue to become, she's just a grounded, humble, beautiful, talented, funny, graceful woman. And what she was more excited about was that because she chose to sit down and write these books, a lot of people were able to work. And I just think that's everything. So I am incredibly grateful. I hope you guys enjoyed these answers. If you ever need anything, please reach out at www.tereseplummer.com. I get emails all the time. I respond. I love talking to you guys. You are what has made Virgin River possible. The listeners, the fans, you guys are the best. So keep enjoying. I can't wait for season 3. I will be right there with you.
Thank you, Therese. Be sure to check out all the titles in the Virgin River series and lose yourself in the most heartwarming romances and friendships of this small California mountain town.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Paradise Valley, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer, presented by Mira and Harper Audio. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2009 by Robyn Carr. Production copyright 2021 by Recorded Books. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.